Again, so cool to have some of these creators come out
Yo.
here. I mean, look at Mixwell. He's already pandering.
A
but he's
little
not
late,
wrong there.
but
Couldn't even be bothered
yeah,
anyway,
we're here.
Scribbled out.
I hope that's not a spoiler.
Yeah, please don't play.
We are here
If you don't
for
But expectations here, hopes. What are you wanting to see, Dan? If you could pick one thing to see, that Rez come into play
what's
with,
the scenario you're looking for
what are you
first
dreaming
here?
of here?
Yeah. I think the thing I'm looking forward to the most is
for
one
the
of things when you have these
clothes,
matchups that we saw
content
now,
creator
if you do have
bullshit
rounds where both
reveal
teams know
stuff.
It's very important to win.
Riot
It's the
Games
important
to
buy
do.
round. So you see some absolutely hysterical.
So we can see
global
some
situations
abilities and
where
shit.
everyone is
And
trying to
apparently
win,
she's a
and it
mix
becomes
of
just a
Reina
huge,
and controller.
bloodbath.
Here we go, we got it locked in. Do we get our dreams? We do. Mixwell up on Globe.
We've got the
Mimi as
head-to-head.
well. Let's go. Okay, so people at home, if you want to get in touch, use the hashtag. I can't remember what it is, but I'm sure you know it by now because you talk to us and we appreciate it. Thoughts, feelings, who's winning this one? And also, Mimi or Mixwell, who's going to be the better
So
Globe
we
player?
have an hour
Where's the
of
clothes
like
diff coming
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, my quick prediction.
Chill.
I'm going Mimi to the sleeve.
Entertainment
I see the
and
sleeve, I'm on
stuff.
board.
I see the sleeve. I'm a little bit worried now for Mixwell to be honest with you, but I'm still sticking with Team Spain. That crowd buff goes
It's huge.
hard today.
It's huge. How about you, Mixwell? Mimi, where are we going?
Yeah, I think I'll root for Mimi individually.
Okay,
I'll root
yeah,
for
yeah.
Mimi. I think I agree with the sleeve.
The sleeve
Looking
is
very
big.
dialed in. Very dialed in, but the comms buff is huge.
Yeah, the comms buff, I don't even want to talk about that because it's such a real thing as well, right? It's like, we've got such a variety of players from different regions, different influences coming in to celebrate this, to show off this new agent, and I cannot wait to see this in action. Unfortunately, if you're paying attention, we've got Prius taking us through. So you know we're going to miss a couple 1v2s here,
We're
Mike.
Say fans, we should see all of the abilities in action, catching every single one.
I'm praying Yeti or Heather's there, you know.
Praying on the
try-
free cam.
Yeah. You know what's up. All right, so look, before we get ourselves into trouble, because they said, look, have fun today, Lauren. You get to be funny and Dan's going, you know, you can have some fun with it. So I'm just going to keep it a little in check. But there was something you were saying kind of while we were watching that interview is how strong some of these abilities are kind of when you look towards almost pistol rounds and how they can kind of, I guess not encourage necessarily, but it really suits it in action because you get so much more of a reward for it. So I'm kind of hoping we see off the rip. Oh my word.
Holy.
Yep. Gotta love being in Spain, baby. Couple seconds away now. But yeah, I'm looking for these pistol rounds to maybe highlight some of those abilities we noted in the videos. Oh, this is incredible. This isn't even the grand final, so listen to these guys.
What a warm-up for the crowd as well.
Absolutely. An absolute celebration of Valorant here. And we're getting into this one. Team International up against Team Spain. And we're starting with where we want to be. Mimi, show us what you got here.
Yeah, really interesting different buys from Mixwell versus Mimi here.
That's very true, actually. Just kind of the classic, and then opting for the utility kit a little heavier, and also...
Only one smoke, Mixwell?
I love the judgment. I love it.
Yeah.
Pretty
Immediately, yeah.
instantaneous. Mimi has fallen, however. Looking for the follow-up, potentially. They're banking on Mixwell to do some damage now. Show us a little something, Mixwell. Seeing the response from the rest of the side. Hitbox coming through. Oh, lovely little pinch in middle. And the crowd's loving it. They are absolutely pumped up for this. And there's just not much play here. Nice try from Kaide, but Mixwell with the punish. Starting to see a little bit of close work there coming into effect.
Jisoo left now. Well, 1v5. Spike's not in the best spot for this, I'll be honest.
No, probably not.
Well, not anymore.
Definitely not now. Flawless round to start with. Not bad. Not bad.
But interesting to see that, and I noticed on the mini-map, obviously, I believe once Mimi fell in the market, we have the AoE there. Is that actually for the smokes?
Yeah, that's the range of the post-death smoke from Clove, the Ruse ability.
And there's actually a good example of the decay as well, medal landing.
Love to see that straight through being shown. Look at him. Any excuse gets like one kill. He's getting pumped up. Come on, Mimi. Come on. Team Spain are giving it up there. This is meant to be a friendly show match, guys. All right, let's see if we get to see some more of this then, because it looks like we are going to be heading towards that B site. Mimi and Mixwell, hands in the air. And it looks like you're seeing it perfectly displayed here. The counter to it as well, slowing down that approach on main. And look at the combination to this. It's excellent. Mimi, Fugu both punished. Hard to break through here. Seeing that utility stacking on top of each other here, Mike.
Follow up here. Oh, Mixwell finds one. Another one comes through. Will close out the 3K. He's on his feet already for the second round. I'm not even sure if we did catch another example there of actually the medal landing, maybe an assist here with the Nano Swarm. Might even catch it on the replay. Yes, actually coming through right here, so perfect opportunity actually to talk about the decay. We were talking about this before we came in. Is it damage mitigation? Is it regardless of HP with shields?
Yeah, it doesn't ignore shields. So you can think of it just as 90 simple damage. Obviously really strong when comboed into a smoke. That was kind of one of the things I was thinking about when making this kind of projectile that just explodes after a set delay. So that was kind of a perfect example of what I was hoping for. So really pleased there.
Way to go, Mixwell. You'll be invited back.
Would have got some set pieces here.
Yeah,
What's going on
they've been
here?
doing strats.
Oh, they've been scrimming.
This is meant to be fun, guys. I've never seen Mixwell try this hard on the stage before. Nice kill count too. I'm kidding. Mixwell fans, like, I'm kidding. This is gonna be tough to break here. Yeah, that's the spike noted too. You already see them responding in kind. Yeah, this is a shutdown. Team Spain, relax.
They've got the setups.
They absolutely do.
Crush on the shore.
They've already got such a nice idea of how to combo this utility, lock down areas of the map, make it incredibly difficult. Maybe there's a chance here for a little bit of fun though. Good attempt, not gonna get the third. Mixwell trying his heart out. Giving the fans something to cheer for. But yeah, as said, I think there's a lot of room here to see these kind of players starting to consider the creativity with what you can achieve with this agent.
Yeah, so I guess outside of that, what are the best sort of combos? What should we be looking out for here? I know obviously on the previous round with the Nano Swarm, there's no shields involved there, so the decay did go down to 10 HP, but what are some of the synergies to look out for?
Yeah, really good with basically any damaging utility, so really good with the KO Molly in this game. Really good at also like punishing Sovas that are in drone if they're stationary in a common spot. If you have lineups for that, you can coordinate with the teammate, get some free plucks.
Yeah. Wow.
I guess as well the AOE, does it go through walls or?
No.
You couldn't, for example, crunch through from A main onto the orb.
No, it doesn't go through walls. You can think of it very similar to like a Raze explosion. It uses kind of that same back-end technology.
Okay, thanks for another opportunity. And he's actually going to lean into this one a little. Could have isolated, and look at the damage. Look at what he's been able to achieve here. Cutting off a couple of players from the others. Using this utility incredibly well, but now has a fair fight. Didn't manage to lock down the opportunity while he had that little bit of timing, so a good chance here potentially for the international side. But again, their weaponry, not ideal. Mimi.
Fugu's fighting back.
Yeah, Fugu is putting up numbers. 2v3. Black and hitbox. The angle. Oh, the timing! No! Just turns away. Fugu's popping off though. Kaide and Fugu. Are you going to be able to find Black in time? Oh, you absolutely will. He was just drifted through that smoke. And I'm still sitting going, but wait, Omen didn't smoke that. Where's that smoke just come from? Like, my brain's catching up. These smokes can be coming in once they've died.
Yep.
Oh, it's mind-blowing. It's just completely
Another
changed
situation
it.
here, yeah, but I believe obviously where Mixwell falls, there's an opportunity for basically to still apply smokes to both sides there. What's the range like?
So it's a little bit smaller when you're dead, I believe by like 10 meters. So it starts at Brimstone's range and then scales down just a little bit. I just wanted to give myself a balancing lever for, future Dan if I ever had to adjust it.
Future Dan.
Yeah.
We do have the ult coming out for Mixwell as well here. It's now online, so the opportunity to kind of show off a little.
To run it down.
Well, I'm hoping.
With an operator, maybe.
I mean,
Jisoo's in the back lines here, though.
okay. Walking off short, which is nice. Should be able to get that spike through. Looking to see if there's anything to disrupt this. I can't quite connect with that judge already. The 5-man gonna find Kaide. Looking at Mixwell getting closer now. See the consideration of the utility, but Mimi is there. 4v3, a tricky scenario, and already Black gonna try and close that gap, but makes a meal of it. Good trade up.
That's a fucking so much for closed. Show us the closed POV, you fucking hater noobs.
Who's got this one on wraps?
Like holy shit, man.
Opportunity, but Mixwell beats it to
Like
it.
show us the abilities and shit.
And my, we are getting
In the context of a game.
one-sided affair so far, but I mean, maybe those comms coming into effect, huh?
I mean, I was hoping.
Like stop fucking showing me Phoenix and shit and fucking Judge fucking KO, like. I don't care. Show me the fucking game. Show me the gameplay of the agent.
Giving you confidence to take fights. Because we'd run into these situations where people don't use their ult a lot, and we're like, is this a problem? And I'm like, I don't think I need to fix you having a good game of Valorant, you know?
Sure, sure.
So
yeah, that's a good way of looking at it, actually.
I mean, yeah, there's a window there where you
Both
can
of them
run
have
into the full burst,
ultimates.
but then still obviously have the smokes to apply after death. What's the timing like in terms of popping the ultimate and dropping smokes immediately after death? Because it's a short window to reactivate, right?
yeah, so we simplified the paradigm so that you have to choose if you're going to ult or not before you drop smokes. We just found that in development, it quickly became like this crazy frenzied APM check if you had to do both. We didn't really want that. We wanted it to be, you know, a simple kind of set of decisions.
Yeah, clear cut. I like that. But we do have a couple of ults out to play. We didn't quite see that invested yet on Clove on either side. So that's still in a possibility here. But knives out for Fugu. And already seen what Fugu could do with just the Sheriff was rather impressive, but still. Mixwell, this is what we waited to see. Ults in play. Back on his feet. What can he do? But it's blocked in the back right. Kaide with a critical trade. But this is now dangerous. Can he do anything with this? Oh, he's running low on opportunities here. There it is, runs out of time. Bye-bye, Mixwell.
Yeah, he did decide to die in the middle of the map. So his smoke range, he will be able to cut off the cat rotate if they decide to go into that.
So this circle that appears on the minimap, is that Mixwell slipping into the smokes UI? Right.
Yeah, that's him activating the smoke UI.
It's a method to the madness here. That turret's a
Nice.
real problem. And the flash as well. Hitbox going to swing through. For the last two, Mimi and Kaide. A potential dream team here. Ult ready for Mimi and Kaide. Still got the turret as well, so got a lot to be able to try and make this a difficult retake here. What can Mimi do with this, though?
Can play aggressive, though.
This is the opportunity.
Available.
Yeah, she has to decide here if she wants to play time with the Clove ultimate or if she wants to get aggressive and try to make a difference really.
They're so close by. She wants the pick first, which she's going to get. Opportunity now. Lockdown going to come into effect as well. Mimi's fallen. There it is. Oh, going to come in, but already there's that readjust we were looking for. Evading any of the damage.
Bro! The fucking ops, man!
1v2 so difficult.
Like, what? Show me the duel! Like,
The turret! And they're both detained! What is going on? At the time!
like, what the fuck is that?
Kaide could clutch the hell up here. Oh, Kaide, let's go!
Fucking switching POV all the fucking time. Like.
But one of the situations we're talking about, right? Mimi can go and challenge this lockdown.
What the fuck
ultimate
is that
obviously
shit
enables Mimi
fucking
to do
game?
so.
Like.
I mean, it just so happens that the counter lockdown, I think Mimi re-challenging here to try and push through, but Leviathan hitting shots time and time again here. Crazy exchange back and forth as well, but Kaide with the clutch.
Let's go. No, it's just, I do like the option that it is that player's choice, right? You're in a 2v3 scenario. I've now got my ult. Do I try and run this? Do I get aggressive? Do I posture up a little bit because I have that? And speaking of aggression, Mike, they're getting right back to this.
Yep, that's them fighting for that staging space like I talked about. People generally respect the decay a decent amount. It's a little scary.
Definitely, yeah.
It's terrifying, the speed. On that video we were watching as well, especially, there's a lot of elements. There's like, you're not used to it yet either.
So what are the timings there, the decay to take effect? How long does it last as well?
So the total duration of the buff is 5 seconds, but they're only maximally decayed for 2.5. Again, this is some kind of nerdy, back-end math, just so I can tune it down the line if I ever need to buff or nerf it. Maybe
Heard about your buffing and nerfing. I don't know, man.
Good track record.
Hey,
Hey, look, it's worked well so far. All right. Let's see what we get now going forward here. Both ults burnt up, so see if they can maybe get those back online within this half comfortably. Mixwell, willing to challenge. Going to be peeling away again. The international side, Mimi with a belting shot towards Black there. Gets to dip away, and they could potentially go back towards that A side. But a drift towards B. It looks pretty available. This is going to be hard to hold again. Just a ghost there with Leviathan.
30 seconds left.
Just a nano swarm on the way in, though. Mimi really looking to drop some sort of coverage here, cut sight lines. Let's see. Yeah,
Mimi's
well,
popping
Mimi,
off.
yeah, found the kill.
Mixwell slipped sight though, so a little bit of room to work here, but I don't think Mixwell's got a great deal of kit left. No, and he's taking a lot of damage here. Fugu on guarding duty as well. Spike gonna go down, trying to go for a little bit of a spam. Swings in, Fugu punishes. Beautiful work. Hitbox through middle, gonna find Fugu. So again, keeping track of this one. This is much better from the international side, finding their footing here now. What can Sergio Ferrara do? It's a laboured approach for Kaide again. Safe pair of hands for Kaide. Doing very well.
Yeah, if I may interject. Yeah, Mimi got that first opening pick with the Q into the smoke in CT. So we saw kind of that opened up the site. Yeah.
Do you want to be a caster? I mean, a tri-cast could work, you know? Pew, pew.
One of these.
Oh, yeah, see it just here.
You're
Yeah.
right. That's why Leviathan got melted. That was so good.
So damage-wise for the half shield and full shield, effectively talking about the difference between one shot with the Vandal or two shots with the rifles. So I mean that's why it makes you super squishy if you sit inside those smokes. But outside of that,
Yeah, but
really
how
have to
many
respect
shots of
sitting
COVID
inside these smokes,
vaccine do I
challenging
need?
them, because we see that now in the meta so commonly.
With the
Yeah, that was one of the things that we kind of got.
Like,
you know, we felt good about smokes in the kind of post-death world. Is they're
how many
kinda
shots?
symmetric. People can sneak
Do I
into
need
them.
a booster shot,
sometimes
two
there are
booster
timings where things
shots?
get a little spicy. So I just wanted to give Clove a little bit of a tool.
Like,
to,
that's-
you know, if they have the read,
that's
that
a
there's an
big
opponent
question.
there, use the ability to punish them.
It's great to see its versatility throughout this. Already, Mimi getting relatively close to ult, 3 away. Mixwell quite some way off, smoke there towards Tree. Fugu looking to take that space potentially off the back of the owl drone as well.
Not ready yet.
Again, I feel like they found their rhythm towards this A site, starting to look more comfortable here, but a lovely pop flash in the swing. Good trade though, Fugu, and the pressure. If Mimi had been able to outdo Black, that was the site on wraps. Not the case. Black holds very well. And now we gotta look towards where the hell that spike's going. Trying to find a little info. Spots no one out by Wine, so again, knowing they're still drifting around here. Mixwell making their way over towards short too.
No peeking.
What's he got here for us?
30 seconds left.
Finally looking to slip the smoke here.
Yeah,
Nobody looking towards.
This is nice.
This is Mimi's smoke too that they're creeping through in Tree.
And with the contact, that's it. Look at the lovely synergy, forcing Mixwell to respond and traded out by Fugu, but time. 10 seconds now. Fugu in a 1v2. Needs that plant. Fugu.
There's a keyboard mash going on right now.
No!
Is this keybind diff?
Oh no, the setup's not there. What's happened, Fugu? They had to go out and get the keybind set up earlier, man. What's happened? Whose keyboard's he got? Don't give us a technical timeout.
No,
I can't do it,
I
Michael.
can't do a tech pause
Michael,
for a show
I
match.
can't.
Surely not.
That's our final straw. That's when we walk. We'll have to bring Kevin, the producer, out to pick up. Are you ready to cast with some producers or something? Just leave your hit solo down. I'm sorry, mate. Look at that. But luckily, it is just a show match, so no harm, no foul. We get to play on. And now I've got to check back in on those ults, because again, it changes the dynamic so much that I feel like I haven't kept track of an ult's progress in a long time. But actually, Mixwell catching up pretty well here, Mike. He's right back within touching distance of Mimi, who kind of went for a tear here. To hold the angle all down exceptionally low. That's a bit of a problem. Gonna hear the ult being popped. Leviathan fell there?
I think he just got double shocked.
Yeah, he must have done. So I've been watching Jonas's videos. I don't even know he's still got those up. It's all rust these days. Off we go, Mixwell. What are we up to now? What can you do with 3 HP in a dream? This is brutal. A stray bullet might put him down. No ult to depend on either. Gotta be so cautious. That decay. Puts him right down to 1.
Not helping the HP bar, but still the possibility of getting the pick-me-up here.
It's true.
If Mixwell can do some damage.
Looking to get proactive, here it is. That's what I'm
Got the
waiting on.
ultimate,
Ult
yeah.
there, coming in. That's beautiful work from Mimi, showing this in pure action. Stunning. Mimi flexing a little bit. Hitbox gonna give him a chance back in, 2v2. Black still low. Fugu trying to hold to one side, gets overwhelmed. Hitbox back in, 1v1.
Whoa, that POV
Black's already down
fucking
so
jumps more than
low HP, just
fucking
gotta watch
Chihuahua
that
on cocaine,
smoke.
mate.
They've done it.
I don't know what the fuck they are doing, mate. I hope the whole grand final is not like that.
Forward, playing very, very aggressive because you have that get out of jail free card.
Like, I can't,
Yeah,
man.
I just want to shout out YJJ also for that
Yeah.
early opening double shock dart pick. And then the 3K to clutch out the round. That was big.
Ridiculous, right? No, the dynamic of this in my head is just going to shift so many of these post plants, even in, like, as said, situations that aren't sitting favorably, maybe in, as said, a 2v3, but you've got a bit of space maybe, where you feel like you could utilize this ult, and you still have that, I don't want to call it a dismiss, but that ability to kind of readjust once you come back in, so you're not instantly punished. So again, there's so much versatility to this. Hitbox getting proactive though, clean shot on YJJ this time. Not allowing any of those shock darts to be unleashed. Mixwell ult ready. Obviously we noted Mimi's invested just last round.
I was a bit late today, so
Progress
I'll
across the
do
map.
a
You can see
dive
Hitbox
on
getting
close
curious
a bit
towards middle.
later. Like, probably watch some video and shit after the grand
No
final.
aggression coming out. This round, a sheriff in hand for Mixwell. I can see him push too far. Fugu, though. He's fixed those keybinds. Leviathan's just been fragging, by the way.
And
Leviathan's
then
kinda
maybe
nuts.
some
Kinda
PUBG,
nuts.
some PoE
Let's
stuff.
do away and on. Does
too.
Mixwell decide to get a little more involved here?
We'll
Has an
see.
opportunity to.
Oh, he just heard the drop.
Yeah.
He knows
Should
when.
be aware. How does he decide to play this? Re-smokes and spots
What?
a player. Kaide! Backhanding, but here we go. Here's that ult coming into effect now. He's running. He's terrified of Kaide! Kaide is just a monster. Hunts down Mixwell not once, but twice. And tees up the rest of the side. I mean,
30 seconds left.
You can see there that how short the window is to try and get it. It's not something you do have a get out of jail free card. It's a small window to be able to reposition.
Yeah, it's 2 seconds long, not very short. If you're alone, sometimes you can run into some awkward situations. I think part of the skill, the ultimate, is knowing when you're actually dead, and you probably should hold the button.
yeah.
That is one tempting button, you know what I mean?
We've already had Chrissy on the stream. I have heard Legends Never Die, Michael, so got to bring it up. She said she'll buy me a drink
Hang
for
on.
every single one. Yeah, wait a second here. Fugu's got it. The crowd just heartbroken. They were so ready for it, getting so riled up. But no, this is, we've actually got a close game, which is wild. Because like normally, whenever we do these show matches, when it's a close game, they're like, guys, we've still got a finals to do. But here we go, watching this back, Kaide. Oh, look at Kaide just hunting down poor old Mixwell.
I guess as well, the next question on the back of this, what's the, I guess, window for pulling out your weapon after coming out of the ultimate? How quickly can you, is it the same with like the Euro ultimate where you have a shorty in the back pocket potentially?
I believe it is the same as your result. It might be a little bit faster. I would need to double check.
Okay.
Those values are all really tight. I think it's point,
Yeah.
0.6 on Reyna,
We're getting into the
0.8
geeky
on
stuff.
yours.
Yeah, this is why we've got Mike out here.
There'll be a low-tar video in a couple of
Yeah,
days.
yeah.
No, in about 5 minutes. He's been counting. Already YJJ. Ooh, thought he might have had an opportunity on that one. Mimi's fallen. Like trying to back away, but the rest of the team's here. And look, if Kaide's still standing, there's still a chance. Kaide's been popping off here. Does have the lockdown as well. But again, just so many players up against them. 5-5. Close affair between these two. Mixwell. He's probably trying to buy a couple more seconds towards A. Yep, re-smoking. Keeping them locked out at this point.
No damage coming through here, but you see Jisoo's tagged up as well.
Yeah.
Down to 12 HP, but ultimate available. Lockdown here as well. Black, I don't know, did he catch a glimpse there?
I don't know if he caught it on the smoke fade between the reinvestment, but certainly feeling something's up.
Faking the TP as well.
Jisoo,
But
that HP is scaring me. They are drifting away from this. 30 seconds there, leaving this late in the day.
Left.
A little nervous
are they trying to
hitbox.
split short?
Might
I mean,
be.
they have no other options if
Yeah,
they shift
they've
walk
gotta
in here.
go. Hitbox
20
been sharp too.
seconds.
Just waiting around that
Tick
corner.
tack, tick tack.
Does get
Wow.
outdone.
Nice.
Okay, game back on. This plays in Mixwell. This plays back in Black as well. Trying to do some stall here. Look at this late round, how impressive that is. Beautiful synergy, teeing up Black to take down two. Using that util on Mixwell
Get
so well.
blacked.
Clove looking
Lol.
fantastic.
Yeah, really well cast Q from
Lola.
Mixwell there. I was going to call out, Mimi did die towards the A side of the map, so I think that's kind of why they were strategizing around ending
Potentially,
around
yeah.
the smokes. That's kind of a
Yeah.
mind game that I expect to, evolve later. Do you
Called
go
it.
into double fakes?
Yeah, you absolutely called it.
And I guess the burning question is Clove's ability to kind of play solo controller, or is this more leaning towards a flex controller, something to maybe back up in some of the double controller compositions we see?
Yeah, I think Clove is a little bit weaker if you're playing as a solo controller on maps where you want to play really fast. I think you can pull it off if you play a little slower and wait for the smokes to recharge and you're willing to default and play picks. But I think if you're only rushing, you're going to get outdone by like Omen or Brimstone.
So maybe actually scarily enough alongside a Viper.
Yeah.
Oh.
The decay and the vulnerability and everything.
Ah, yeah, now I'm scared. I always wish we'd seen it brought out here, even a little unorthodox, just to see the potential to it. But as we see, Plant going to be coming in.
Kaide snapping.
I mean, 10s in the final, Kaide before just warming up, you know what I mean? That's actually kind of nuts. Mixwell getting closer now, though. Put down, just down to 2 here. Leviathan has been really solid, though.
Oh, come on, preventing this. Maybe he does get a glimpse up here. Leviathan again. Kaide's down now.
Okay, still a chance here. Starting to see those late round smokes coming into effect here. Mimi trying to turn the tide a little. Done very well. Spotting out the barrel as well. Noting that final player's position. Gorgeous. Yeah. Of course, we've got a tied game.
Another question here as well. Once the null command's popped, how does that interact with Clove's, I guess, dead body or where the smokes are then allowed to be placed?
So right now, and this is definitely on the watch list, it does not interact at all. That's something I'll have to keep an eye out for. We just wanted to see the consistent power of the abilities, see how they work, but right now it is not affected by suppression.
Let's go, you guys.
So
Interesting.
Yeah, bigger question to that. It seems like you guys are very flexible with being able to see it once it's been put into players' hands, see how it plays out, and being willing to adjust off that. It's not just a final product the second it's out, right?
Yeah, I mean, we are a game as a service. That's something I always talk about at work. It's like we gotta balance the game as we see it. Oh my God, this crowd.
Yeah, wow.
Well, right?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Again, this is for a show match. You love to see it. Audience getting warmed up here. Obviously, the final not too far away. The second this is finished, I believe it's about a 20-minute turnaround until the grand final starts. So if you're wondering, once this ends, the GenG game will be right on the horizon. But we have had such a good opportunity here to potentially see Mimi do some serious damage already. Noting this is going to be this A hit. Mixwell going to find Mimi, and that's a problem. They're winning out all the fights. Jisoo, though, going to control at least one side of it. Oh, Mixwell almost got baited into that, but still able to find what he was looking for.
We just shut down Leviathan, though, so it's a 2v2. See, obviously, Mimi did fall on this side, so smoke's still possible, but YJJ finds Sergio. Mixwell 70 HP. Oh, we'll find it. Come soon.
Oh,
He's got the 4K. And a Red Bull clutch here. Beautiful stuff, and actually first I was going to say we hadn't seen any specific examples of the speed boost coming through, that slight buff to movement speed alongside the pick-me-up. What are the sort of timings on that as well?
Yeah, so right now it lasts 10 seconds, and you get the overhealing and the speed for that whole duration.
So we can see it here on the bar, just down on the utility bar, yeah.
Yep.
But how does that mesh?
Come off it.
Still got that player mentality. Love that.
Looking like a Heretics player all over again.
But what's the comparison, for example, versus Neon's ability to move a little quicker?
Yeah, so I kind of justified it to myself, and maybe this is a little bit of designer copium, but I kind of justified it to myself by saying like, hey, everything you get is temporary compared to like Reyna's heal. You only get the speed boost and the healing while it's active. Everything else falls off. So I really wanted you to press that gas pedal or get nothing. And so I think this is a 10 seconds is aggressive. It's a long time for a speed boost for sure, but Neon kind of has a less gated version of being able to run around the map.
Now, let's see if any opportunities present themselves here, but again, the buy not going to be ideal for the international squad. Already damage being done though, and Kaide's still firing off. The Viatent going to be falling. Swell noting the player on short, and again, okay. Okay, YJJ's kind of nuts. But does the... okay, yeah, they get the follow-up, though. He's absolutely confirmed. Absolutely confirmed. Mimi and Kaide still standing up against Black Spike. Well within reach. Going to be noted. Kaide waiting. Bounces. We're tied up this game. Pretty damn close.
It's a mouse for Thrifty. I never got to say that before.
There you go.
Look, yeah, we've been
don't. Look,
we'll give you the next Red Bull clutch as well.
Yeah, you can have all.
It's the rite of passage.
You're going to become a caster at this rate if you're not careful. I don't know if you want that job, really. It's all right, but,
Yeah, this job's pretty fun.
Okay, so now we got to check back in. I can't believe how close this game is. I mean, Team Spain...
I don't know how much trouble I'm going to get in. Dude, I heard the...
Wait, was Kaide teabagging?
Teabagging?
I love this. It's probably like, am I in trouble? Like, you're Kaide, you're fine. You kidding? Like, jeez. But can we get a replay of that, however, if possible? Hitbox. Maybe not loving what happened to him last round, so answering back pretty quickly. Mixwell very close to the ult. How dare you steal that? How dare you? We could have had the ult online right now. Well, let's see what we have coming out here. Again, having to respect this side take. There's so much good utility put down. Forging a clean path. The ult going to be coming in as well. And there's the plant. This is looking rough round. Them to hold on to, though. The spam's in play, but didn't connect. As well. Gonna re-smoke towards Heaven. Waiting just on the other side here. Ult now ready.
Can play aggro.
He's looking like he wants to as well. Even just with that Sheriff, he fancies it. Maybe the best way to turn the odds this round is they are looking to shift towards short, maybe expecting... Oh! Belting shot! He's praying for death. They're not giving it to him. And on the backlines, Maxwell doesn't even get the chance to die. Fugu, what? Okay, time.
Maxwell has not dead yet, doesn't he?
Oh, doesn't need it! Doesn't need it! Still standing, still breathing. Evades death itself. Keeps Team Spain moving forward. One up to the good here.
But interesting there, I was curious in the 1v1 situation, you can challenge this post plant and basically have another shot at it.
Yep, yeah, you can put a lot of pressure, especially when that spike's ticking. People start to get nervous, they start to freak out, they're shaking. You just run around the corner and make them fight you again.
Yeah, you're right, yeah, pull them further away from the spike and really run the clock down, so. A shame we didn't see it, but that's potentially something to keep an eye out for.
Absolutely. They get going off the back of this. Mixwell having plenty of opportunities here. Maybe not the nicest weapon to use it with, but you know.
I mean, seeing the Odin here, first thing that comes to mind. Oh, okay. YJJ previously good with the Sheriff, but not landed this time around. But I was just thinking towards the Odin spam, particularly on the defense side, this B main will be so hideous to play inside if that medal gets invested with the Odin.
Oh, big swing there from Hitbox, doing really well this time. Ide going down. So the clutch queen has been removed. Fugu, the one with the rifle, going to be eliminated. This is rough now. And yeah, well handled by Hitbox. Team Spain taking a stronger lead now. And see if the international side has much to bring to the plate here. Otherwise, where are we at for Mimi? Mimi's still a mile away as well. But you're right, some of those choke points, Mike, are going to be really
I mean, I'm just starting to think now in terms of, you're talking about utility synergies and where there are choke points around the map. What's the AoE of the medal versus the smoke? Is it larger than the smoke, or is it about the same size?
It's pretty similar. I think it's 8 meters, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
So slightly larger than the KO fragment?
I think so. Maybe. I don't know. This is a quiz.
Yeah,
that
I know. Look,
I'm
Mike,
failing right now.
The problem is that you've started Mike off.
Yeah.
Like normally, Mike's
I'm thinking
just,
lineups
already.
already.
I need to get the
block?
server.
You could block line of sight of it.
Yep.
Yeah, usually when I'm at work, I just go look. You know, I just go
Yeah, I
check.
guess it helps,
I
right?
can't do that right now. I'm standing up over here.
So we'll ask the players, like, can you just line them up for us so we can see? But again, Fugu, clean. Oh!
Down A.
Nice from Fugu. Mixwell still has that ult though, so keep that in the back of your mind.
Oh, one question I was going to ask as well, with the ultimate, can you retrieve the spike?
Ooh, God,
I'm getting the hard hitting ones now.
I'm not 100% sure on that. I don't think so, but I could be wrong.
We'll harass you on Twitter.
Yeah.
I can find out.
I can check. First thing off the flight to LA.
Done. Yeah, this is gonna be all online. Sergio. Oh, the little peek. It's perfect. Jisoo.
Ultimate though.
Yeah.
No flashes, no TP, no decoy.
Oh, this angle. He's got the. Oh, Jisoo! What a snap! I thought Sergio had that every day of the week.
So yeah, that would be a really interesting interaction to see if, obviously, the spike will fall when Clove dies, and then the ultimate's activated, whether or not you could retrieve that, potentially get it back out of harm's way, back into a safer position to recover, potentially.
Yeah, I think usually because the timer is so short at 2 seconds, you want to get somewhere and then fight.
Yeah.
If the spike is down, I think if you're trying to, like, you know, jump off of Split Heaven or something and chase that thing down, you're probably already in a kind of tough spot.
9-8. Oh man, we've actually had a good game here, which is wild. Like normally, it can be a little one-sided show matches, but whoever picked these players, picked good. Oh! Again, Mixwell still with the ult, so even at a player disadvantage. Oh my God! Look at why JJ just sprints away.
Can't get out.
The damage, the ability to just close down gaps. Kaide with a belter right back, but still. The ability to close down, and again, this is just spurring Mixwell on. It's almost snowballing a little bit. You can see it fully in action. Here he is back once again, spammed out. Yes, Mimi puts him to the grave this time. For the second time of asking. More to be done though, having to respect that lockdown for a little longer.
Mimi gets 1 kill here, she'll have not dead yet.
Bring it back, let's go. Again, just heard the ult come out from Jisoo, I believe.
Yep. Run through, find some information here.
Gotta get moving.
Yeah, time is ticking.
I saw a flash, but there we go. Leviathan gonna find Fugu. Is now down on the side. That's fantastic from Jisoo as well, but time. They should just about have that. Yeah, not a problem in the end. I was about to say not a problem, it is close. No, I think they got it. They got it. Oh my god, they don't! That looks so on!
That looks so on.
Look at the time! Mike, I went by the method of the little boop dip.
When the boop blips.
The bloop. I thought we were in the time frame.
What's the official term for the bubble?
Mike, why are you around me?
Oh my god, I'm shaking now. I think boot blips is probably as good as I've got without looking at the files.
Let's get that in turn. There.
That is crazy.
Like legit, my brain didn't. I thought they had that because of the boot bipping, you know? But
oh yeah.
Here we are. Here we are, close as you like, 10-8 now. Mimi ult is ready. Yeah, okay, but they're gonna surely just run her down here. Trying to run into the loving arms of a supporting teammate, Fugu, but it doesn't matter, overwhelmed
Up
there.
in heaven.
Yeah, wait, what?
TP invested here and committed.
Nuts.
This was a set piece coming out from Spain.
They've been running.
Hang on!
What? Why, JJ, where have you just done that from? What the hell's just happened?
As well.
They could do some serious work here. Just getting towards the right spacing of this. I think Hitbox is... Okay, Hitbox is down towards the lower side of things, and YJJ is still looking for some more here. Leviathan on the other side, though. The timing, excellent. Just dipping around that smoke, put into play. The lockdown is there, though. Kaide, what can one player do? That's fantastic. Oh, I thought she had it again. Not this time, though.
Beautiful timing on the smoke from the grave, though, keeping really, really good situational awareness over what's happening. But Mimi, unfortunately, caught off guard here. The sort of situation, again, if there's a teammate swinging onto this, that window is short. It seems a little OP, but the window, it's not a get-out-of-jail-free card.
Yeah, we wanted to make sure there was teamwork involved, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
You have to strategize around this ability, that it's not just you get to do whatever you want. Yeah, sometimes you mess things up in video games. That's life.
The official dev line.
Yeah. The Q hits your teammates too, you know.
Ah, there you go. Right, as it stands though, 11-8, Spain's trying to take the lead here. That's an incredible round so far though. Already Hunter's Fury just getting posted, actually catches. Oh, YJJ's kind of nuts.
What? Nearly catching Black as well.
A free haircut off of that. Go on the corner, Fugu. Clean with it too. Ults galore here. Mimi creeping. The close up. YJJ though. Keeping control here. And they're starting to dwindle in numbers. Down to 3. Spike should be going down soon. Looking at Mimi. Coming around, still plenty of kit to play with as well.
Scanning ahead.
I think YJJ trying to play Mimi in here. The synergy off
Perfect
the
bait,
charts. Love that. Again, we were worried about the comms, but looking pretty clean. So you're trying to themselves a shot on this. I don't think I would have caught all the players, probably just 2 at this point, but still, nice shot there towards YJJ. Mixwell looking to try and get involved again. No ult in play here, so that's Mixwell in this. Kaide creeping closer. Sergio again. Oh, it's lovely. Mimi, you got something for us here, though. A 1v1. Mixwell, Mimi. It's gonna be Mixwell here. Overheal, knowing what he's doing. Just really starting to enjoy the agent, it looks like.
Yeah, you could tell he de-peaked, realized he still had the speed, and was like, well, I guess I'm going to go wide now, and took the fight straight to Mimi.
Planted. Last player standing.
Now we're starting to get towards the end of it. 12-8 here. Now the question is, do they close out? Does Team Spain have that?
OT?
Don't say that, Michael. We've got a final.
The crowd wants it.
I know, but...
What's the time limit, do you think, on this?
Because they'll start panicking. You know, I'm going to start panicking. I'm going to lose my job. It's not going to go well if that happens. But you know what? I'll take it. I'm down. I'm down to clown. If I get to see more of the agent, I get to see this matchup, the audience, hell yeah. But again, opting straight in for this A-take. All players present. It's going to be down to the international squad to try and retake this one.
Doors removed well ahead of the plant here, so not sure if Mixwell's timings on the smokes regenerating here. YJJ taking a ton of damage.
Smoke back towards heaven. Kaide, great impact to
huge.
trade though. They're going back into it. They're winning out the fight here. And now down to 1. Jisoo gonna have to do some serious lifting here. Well, this one is done.
This is a 1v5 too, Mixwell with not dead yet.
Oh God, you're absolutely right. The odds stacked so heavily against them. Trying to swing in, trying to find a fair fight, and none of it. No! Not the knife! Oh,
Let's go.
What a way to round it out. Team Spain, home ground, picking up the show match victory.
A fitting end. And actually a taster for the crowd today, Lon, as well.
You love to see it. Mixwell looking comfy there, up on 24 kills on the brand new agent. Great to see the crowd having their home team to cheer for. But the other side, gotta say it as well, Kaide putting up numbers today, looking solid. Mimi showing off a little bit herself as well, but YJJ was a firecracker during this series.
Yeah, it was a real Sova and Sheriff spotlight out there on some of those rounds. Really, really nasty. Awesome double shock entry. You don't get to see that often.
No, you absolutely don't. So again, a real pleasure to get to watch this, to get to see Clove in action as well, seeing some of that capability and possibility. And this is after, I mean, I think these players have had
some hands-on time,
yeah, a little bit, but not much. You can only imagine what pro teams, pro players are going to be able to achieve once they get the ability to really play this agent, get their hands on, and get, you know, considering, I said, Mike was starting to nerd out towards the end. They go, well, what about this then? Wait, no, I need you to tell me about this specific thing. And I can imagine the players at home will be doing the same thing here, but
I think we're quite lucky though. We have most of the kind of, I guess, the surface level scenarios or circumstances in this game, but yeah, definitely going to be very interested to see how Clove fits into the meta. You know, what are the synergies alongside some other utility? Because it's actually the trajectory of the sorry, can't remember now. The medal, sorry, apologies. The trajectory of that, it's very easy to set up fast utility combos, kind of off spawn barrier topping.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like it was putting in work. Honestly, Metal was looking really good.
You happy?
Yeah, I'm really happy. Yeah, I had some sick trap plays, really well coordinated. Honestly, I felt like that Mixwell smoke for the Sova drone also just really well timed. Made that Killjoy push on the timing super awkward. So I think that just kind of shows what those kind of comms can help you do in those clutch situations.
I was about to say, it must be somewhat nerve-wracking to see these players pick up something that you've had internal, that you've been working on, and then seeing them get their first real chance in front of the audience, bringing it out to the wider world to see what Clove is capable of. That's got to be a little bit nerve-wracking. So,
yeah,
you're happy enough with the result though, right?
I'm extremely happy about it. Honestly, it went far beyond my expectations. I think no game designer out there will ever be like, oh, players learned things way slower than I expected. It's like, especially in a game like this, you know, our players are so good, they're so dedicated, they put the time in. So I really felt like the character shined really well today.
No, I'm incredibly happy we got to see.
Excited to see more.
Yeah,
honestly.
I just want to see what happens, because, like, again, when we see characters added to games like this, you're always curious to see how it's received. Is it viable to, especially competitive play, because there's such a different cutoff to that aspect, and I think there is a real viability here. I'd be very surprised to not see it.
Yeah, I mean, even just here, theory crafting, there are so many possibilities alongside a double controller, composition, obviously, alongside other initiator utility, but also, I mean, the fact that you can just play super aggressive as a controller and still have the ability to contribute.
Yeah, this has been an exceptionally fun day. Thank you so much for joining us here. We are going to hand it down to the interview with Kukuka and Mixwell.
¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estamos después de este maravilloso showmatch? Vamos a coger unas primeras impresiones de lo que ha sido este agente. We're here to grab some first impressions by the first people who get to play it here on the stage. I'm with Mimi and Mixwell. First, Mixwell, congratulations on the win. It's lovely to see you back on the stage. Why don't you start giving us some first impressions on what the agent can do, what you think is very strong?
Okay, I'm gonna speak in Spanish, so Mimi can speak in English. Mis primeras impresiones de Clove es un personaje muy diferente a lo que hay. Es un personaje muchísimo más agresivo, que puede entrar con el duelista y morir para poder seguir tirando smokes en el afterplant y ser muchísimo más proactivo. Así que es un personaje que yo creo que muchos duelistas que no quieren jugar smokes van a acabar jugando.
Parece que es un guiño a alguien específico aquí en el torneo. He was saying that it's a very aggressive smoker. For all of those players that do want to be in the duelist but have to play a smoker, this would be a perfect addition because of the wrestling ability. Now you, Mimi, do you think that there's going to be a place in competitive for this agent, first of all?
First of all, I'm gonna put my controller, Vanya, on this this agent because I love it. I love it so much. It's gonna be so much fun.
Okay, then follow up with that one. What other agents do you think you could combo it with?
Amazing question, first of all. I'm not sure, honestly. Anything that has a like a Raisinade or a like KO Molly or something that can combine with the with the DK.
Yeah, perfect.
Exactly.
Le estaba preguntando si creía que es una gente que se va a utilizar en el competitivo. Ella dice que Vania, una de las jugadoras de su equipo, en cuanto llegue a casa le va a poner a practicar y que hay que combarla con alguna gente que tenga daño en la utilidad, como una granada de race o todo este tipo de habilidades. Okay, last question is going to be for you, Maxwell, and it's not actually a question. I'm just going to give you some time so you can address the stage here in Madrid. Te voy a dejar que digas lo que quieras aquí al stage de Madrid en este pedazo de evento que estamos teniendo, sobre todo para crear un poco de hype en la final que se viene ahora.
Hola a todos, chicos, ¿cómo estamos? Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias a todos por lo que habéis hecho por mí. Sin vosotros yo no estaría aquí jugando hoy, así que os agradezco de corazón todo lo que hacéis por mí. Sois los mejores. Y ¿estáis listos para la final o no? ¡Más fuerte! ¡Más fuerte! Así me gusta. Nos vemos ahora.
Muchísimas gracias a todos. Un corto receso y ahora mismo volvemos.
Like we live for it. Now that I'm waking up to how we missed the bar, fading out like an old song that never got a hit. Trying to tell me I was picking a fight. Should've known that it was just a gaslight. Now you got me faded, jaded. All that time I wasted. Now that I'm waking up to how we missed the bar, fading out like an old song that never got a hit. All the time I wasted. Got so comfortable here, I couldn't give it up. Getting high off of the mess that you would not throw out. Done with getting a fix and giving all my love, just to watch it get forgotten with everything else. Trying to tell me I was picking a fight. Should've known that it was just a gaslight. Now you got me faded, jaded. All the time I wasted. Done with getting a fix and giving all my love, just to watch it get forgotten with everything else. All the time I wasted.
Just 2 days ago, GenG and Sentinels met on this stage in one of the year's most hotly anticipated matches. The Pacific squad shut down the America's #1 seed, sending them back to the lower bracket. And now we find ourselves here at the grand finals for the runback of all runbacks. How will the story end? Well, just go ahead and find out. I'm Golden Boy, you got me, you got High Pocket. This is gonna be awesome. Look at this place. It's
Dude,
to the brim,
crowd during the show match was absolutely bonkers. What a warm-up for them for the grand final.
And the game hasn't even started
Yeah,
yet.
exactly.
And they're already this loud. It's already this full.
Yeah, it's unbelievable stuff. But regardless of what happens on this stage here today, history has already been made thanks to the players on GenG. History-making performances bring them to a grand final. And not just a grand final, Hypoc. They're up from the winner's side. So they have control of how this competition is going to unfold.
Yeah, and I guess the team, there were a couple of question marks about them coming into this event with, well, a little bit of a strange journey here to defeat Paper Rex in the fashion they did. Was it an off day for Paper Rex? You know, what is the real GenG? But they've just come from strength to strength here in Madrid.
They've won 9 matches in a row between this tournament and their own kickoff. And if they win today, if they could lift that trophy, they would be the first ever Asian Valorant team to do so. It's history in the making.
Hey, when you think about the history and what we've seen from Korean Valorant all the way up until this time, Hypoc,
we've been waiting.
Is this it, bro? Is this it?
I didn't think it would ever be anybody else other than DRX, I guess, after the last couple of years, but I'm so glad it's GenG on basically the brink of achieving this, because they have been such an exciting team to watch, some fantastic individuals and personalities as well, maybe.
And the thing is, last time we had a Korean team this deep, it was new turn. They went out in the upper finals all the way back in the first ever international tournament for Valorant here. I mean, it's wild that it's taken this long for a Korean squad to come back, but it has some of those same pieces. Lakia, after barely attending international events, after kind of falling off the radar, going down to tier 2, has come back to another international and is now in the finals. And Solo, who was on that new turn squad, is now the coach leading this GenG team to the run that they've achieved.
Yeah, what a journey it has been. But for more on GenG, let's go ahead and send it over to Yinsu, who managed to get some words with Munchkin.
Hello, Munchkin. Welcome to your first grand final. Of course, you're the first Korean team to make a grand final here at a global event. What is the plan for today, and how do you make sure you bring a trophy home for your region?
Nothing. We just play our own game.
Well, it's worked so far. Thank you very much.
Well, it's their game that brought them this far, and it doesn't shock me that Munchkin's coming into this one with a ton of confidence. But here's the thing. Yes, there's history on that side of the field, but let's actually head over to the other side of the stage, because it has taken TenZ almost 3 years to get back to this spot in a global final. And Mike, this could be a massive achievement for a guy who started off his career in Valorant white hot.
Yeah, I mean, as the chosen one, we keep talking about being the chosen one, but this is a player there was so much hype about, so many questions about when, you know, there was a little bit of a drop-off and a few iterations of this Sentinels roster. But so far, so good. Looking absolutely, well, godlike, to be honest with you. Back to the original form that we know and love from TenZ.
Yeah, but the thing is, he's not playing the same roles. He's not doing the same things. Back then, he could lock Jet, dominate every map, and win every single game. They didn't drop a map on that run. But this time around, TenZ making it to a final, it has been the hard road. It has been every third map. It has been every lower bracket game. And it's been him playing on new roles, becoming so much more of a team player than he was 3 years ago.
Yeah, we have definitely seen the evolution of TenZ throughout his career as a Valorant professional. Actually, here's what TenZ had to say about the squad during yesterday's post-match interview. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
I think this is the best iteration that Sentinels has had for a roster. Just, we work together, we get along, we're great friends, and I think we trust each other, and that's what matters the most.
Best iteration of the roster, but I think we all can agree that most definitely is the case here, Mimi. I mean, it does feel like this Sentinels team, like, just rose back up like a phoenix from the ashes practically, because it felt like they were pretty much, dead men walking at one point in time, and now here they are in a grand final.
Yeah, it's been 2 years of struggle, 3 years even of struggle for this organization to make it back to this point as an international competitor. But they've taken the time. They've invested in rookie players along with the veterans. They've brought on a coach who has instilled such fantastic fundamentals and has really built a team that is incredibly cohesive. And Sentinels have never really had that to this extent before.
Yeah, and that's what makes it so impressive, this run that we're seeing from them. But of course, Tens and Sasi have already held global trophies above their head, but the other 8 players on that stage today have not. And in fact, two of them are here for the first time ever. They literally showed up, and then now they're in a final. It's Karen and it's John QT, which is so incredible, because John QT doing this as an IGL has been utterly impressive, but then Karen genuinely is a god.
Yeah, he actually is, well, a ranked god, to be honest, pulled straight from the depths of the Radiant ladder. But yeah, he's looked absolutely phenomenal individually, but also just in terms of, I guess, his macro kind of input as a controller for GenG has been absolutely pivotal to their success.
And on the other side for John QT, this is a guy who has been grinding at it since the beginning. He's played in EMEA, he moved over to North America, he grinded in Tier 2, even meeting Kaplan back then. Then Kaplan gets this chance with Sentinels. He gets his opportunity on Tier 1, and for a young IGL, he goes absolutely nuclear. His first ever international event, and he's led his team to the finals.
And it's not even the performance of the calling, it's also his gameplay.
He's so clutch. I still think that clutch on Split, one of the coldest we've had here at Madrid.
And it's the same for Karon. Both these guys, they're young, they're new to this pressure, and they're both stepping up, winning clutches, popping multi-kill after multi-kill. It is ridiculous what these rookies have achieved.
Yeah, it has been mind-blowing without a doubt, but another player who has actually been shattering our brains is Zekin, and he's actually standing by with Yinsu to get some words as we get ready for this matchup.
Hello, Zekin. Welcome to the Grand Finals. You've had such a great tournament so far. Tell me, what's been the secret and the reason behind your individual success and performance?
I could lie and say that it's hard work and dedication, but the truth is it's all through the SEN bundle. It really gives me the ability and the power to play well, so please go and buy the Sentinels bundle.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Capitalism is what powers that young man there.
Maybe a little bit of hard work and dedication. Maybe just a teensy bit.
I guess Zekin's just had the commission changed in his contract as well. It's matching Celsius,
My guy's making plays out there. Make sure he getting paid. In any case, though, folks, there's so much to discuss regarding this game. We genuinely can be up here the entire time. But for now, though, I want to turn the question over to the community. Earlier on, we asked you wonderful people about our MasterCard fan poll. Who do you think is walking away a Masters champion here in Madrid? And it is Sentinels, but you know what? I'll take the 38.1
I'll take
for
38.
GenG.
I thought it was going to be worse than that, to be honest with you.
I really did.
Yeah, Sentinels are the fan favorite today, but you have to give this GenG squad so much credit. I feel like they've silently made a run here at Madrid, beating team after team. No one was super excited about them until suddenly, they're in the upper finals. Oh, they're in the grand finals. This team just plays fantastic, fundamental Valorant at a very high level. All of their individuals are in white-hot form. It's time to stop doubting these guys. They're on the precipice of maybe lifting a trophy today.
Yeah, and I think talking about it being, quietly along like the sidelines to the headline, which is Sentinels returning here, looking in great form. They have just played some really clean Valorant. It's bread and butter. There's not an awful lot of flair to it, but they've just looked fundamentally solid.
But the thing is, for Sentinels, right, if they were gonna lift a trophy, it would be the hard way. They played every match possible in Americas. They went down to the lower bracket. They played through play-ins. They had a long offseason. This is a team who has really dedicated themselves to the grind. Since the beginning of 2024, they have played every match possible, and it's the reason they're so good.
You know, I have to say, though, something that has been very impressive on the other side of this stage has been GenG's, well, overall attitude about this event, just their performance as a whole. It genuinely feels like this team, something that we have noticed before, like when DRX would play, or even PaperX, you felt that pressure. For some reason, these guys are cool as a cucumber.
They look like naturals up there.
Yeah,
it's
like they belong there.
Yeah, like it's not a big shock to be on the international stage and facing off against teams like Sentinels, PaperX, Loud, for example, some international veterans.
And I love how proactive they are at getting up, at talking their talk, at at just feeling the game.
Absolutely.
Once they get in control, once they start getting dominant, I feel like it's so hard to stop them because just like once players are yelling, once that vibe is up, like who's going to turn that off?
Well,
they seem unstoppable.
Well, actually, I'm really glad you bring that up because then my eyes kind of turn to the guy who's won a world champion on that stage.
Sure.
It's Sassi. And even though his tournament has been a little up and down, a little topsy-turvy, if you will, Mike, I do feel like at this point in time, you got to lean on guys like Sassi, guys like Zelsis to keep the attitude going.
Absolutely. You dial into that experience, but also Sassi has been heating up. Last few series, been way more impressed with his individual performance, but also his contribution to some of the executions around his utility, which have been, I'll be honest, the burning questions, not necessarily the numbers he's putting up, it's the value that he's bringing to Sentinel.
Yeah, also, when he's in the server, even if he's not putting up numbers, he's putting up great supportive utility. One of the reasons why Zekken looks like the best in the world right now is the Gecko or Sky player who's Sassi behind him. But on top of that, it's the emotional leadership, too. He brings that world championship attitude to this squad. He lets them know, we can do this, we can win this trophy, and it's the same for Zelsis as well. They have guys who will keep them in it today.
I don't know if you guys could tell, but your boy's sweating up here because it's hot. I love it. I'm all about it. I want to know, though, real quick, who we got taking the dub here?
I'm going to predict Sentinels. With a double map ban for GenG, it's going to be really tough. Ooh. But if it's the hard road, I can't doubt them.
Okay, Sentinels is what Mimi says. Hi, Pac, what about you?
GenG walking their way to a trophy today.
Ooh.
I'm telling you. And do you know what? We had this conversation before this event started.
I think GenG wins.
Dude, I'm not buying it, and you're like, just watch.
Yeah.
I'm all in now.
I was confident when I saw it, man, and I won't lie, this is a tough one. I'm curious to see where we end up for the maps, but genuinely, I could see GenG taking this and hoisting a trophy for Korea and for Pacific.
They absolutely could. It would be history for them walking on here with rookies, with a roster that had no expectations to make it now to a grand final, to have a chance to beat Sentinels and lift a trophy. It would be an incredible moment for their league, for their country, and for all 5 members on that stage.
Oh boy, I hope you guys feel it. The electricity in this room is palpable. Everyone, I mean, basically the seats are packed. This is going to be a banger, and the wait is over. Today, someone's walking away with the trophy. It's GenG versus Sentinels, a best of 5. The Masters Madrid Grand Final starts right now.
He's going to hear this. Did he spot him? Did he see him? 2 already in the round. A 3rd would be needed. Mind Freak's not stopping. He's got to check. And he does! Sentinels are going to the grand finals! It's good to see them back as well. It's been a while.
Looking back at my career as a whole, things don't always go your way. It's not always a perfect road.
Hopes and dreams of building a dynasty this year left in tatters. The Sentinels are sent home.
They only win a single map in the entire stage. Super disappointing. That's been the story of their year, really, hasn't it?
Sentinels are out of LCQ.
But I am thankful for the opportunities I've been given. Just the path that has allowed me to be the person, the player I am today.
Sentinels are going to be your kickoff champions.
Tens. It has been 3 years.
Sentinels take down Newton on map 2 on Haven to take the series to move forward to the grand finals. Newton surely got rocked here by Sentinels.
일단 건강 문제로 되게 힘들었었고요. 힘들었고 포기하고 싶었던 순간은 당연히 엄청나게 많았지만 네, 결국에 끝까지 제가 프로를 시작했었던 첫 이유가 이제 엄청나게 큰 무대에서 우승이었기 때문에
History for Korean Valorant as GenG 13-3 Sentinels. They booked their spot in the grand final.
Estamos aquí en directo en Masters Madrid. Los fans acuden del mundo entero para apoyar. For my premier team, I'm the IGL.
Are you planning to make it a pro? Is that
Yeah, that's the plan.
I actually came here from the United States to come see Masters. First Korean team in the grand finals.
진짜 너무 팬이에요. 와.
공부하러 왔다가 원래 한국으로 3월에 가려고 했는데 급하게 꺾어가지고 경기 전부 예매했습니다. 이거 먼치킨 선수 신발.
신발을
이거는 나는 라키아 선수 옷이랑 선수 옷백이 안 가져오셨다가지고.
진짜 개꿀. 감사합니다.
일단 저희가 팀 창단 첫 초기에 되게 저희들끼리 친목을 중요시했어요.
특징을 잘 살린다.
저희가 운이나 그런 게 아닌 진짜 피땀 나는 노력과 그리고 마음속에 쌓여져 있던 응어리들이 늘 전부 다 해소하면서 여기까지 오게 된 걸 알아주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
I always kind of dreamed about having Kaide at an event, being able to watch me win it. Just the fact that she's present here now, it means a lot to me. This match is redemption for us.
I've been a fan of 10 since 2021 when I watched him in Reykjavik. 3-0 Sentinels, I'm calling it.
Go Sentinels, Sun City.
Go Sentinels!
GenG, they changed their setups to be specifically against what Sentinels does to entry. So meticulous.
젠지 화이팅 대왕제.
아직 자랑스러울 순 없다 생각하고요. 트로피를 거머쥔다면은 어찌됐든 자랑스러울 것 같습니다.
It's not always a perfect road. I'm just really thankful. May the best team win.
Hello everyone, hola a todos Madrid. Es un placer estar aquí con todos vosotros. Aquí, a Madrid, llegaron los 8 mejores equipos, los más en forma, representando a 4 regiones. Y ahora es el gran momento. Es el momento que todo el mundo esperaba. Y la pregunta, ¿estáis listos? Bienvenidos a la gran final del Masters Madrid. difficult road for both of these teams, from failing to make an impact at the start of the VCT era to now being in the main event. Only one will hold a trophy over their head, and it's now time to determine who walks away as the inaugural champion of the season. Is it the America's #1 or the Pacific #1? We're ready for war.
It's been over 1,000 days since Sentinels and Tens hit a grand final stage at an international event. After grinding it out, finding opportunities for year after year, they've made it back. But they're up against GenG, a team that has already made history. The first Korean team to make it to a grand finals and a chance to win the first trophy for their region.
And here is your Omen map select, and we're going to see what we're playing in here. And a smart decision for GenG. They have both of the bans. They decided to get rid of Lotus as well as Sunset. Good maps for the Sentinels.
And to start things out on Breeze as well, maybe looking for a little confidence booster if it's even required to start this series off.
It was 13-3 that GenG won that map last time. Their double controller, Jet, Yoru comp ripped Sentinels apart.
This is going to be an epic battle between two teams that not only have crossed paths before, obviously, but for both of these squads, they're really trying to see where are the margins of victory, because neither team, I'm suspecting, is going to be giving anything up. But I'm really looking at that Breeze to be the tone setter of this game, just like what Sentinels did to Paper X yesterday on Lotus.
I think the tone setter, but then you've got to look towards Split. The question marks that have arisen recently around Sentinels. Actually, this doesn't even feel front-loaded for GenG now. Can they ride on that previous victory once again?
Kaplan did say that Sentinels were ready for anything, that give them Breeze, give them Icebox, they just want to play. They're trying to focus more on their own game today, and that's the same focus that GenG said thereafter. Still, it's going to be brutal. Back-to-back BO5s, game after game for the Sentinels, while GenG has had time to study their opponent and prepare for this rematch.
But one has to wonder, though, that lower bracket run, right, gives you the confidence, especially taking out a Paper X team that I think were just shooting out of their minds in this tournament, especially toward the later end. One has to wonder if that kind of warm-up, if that initial battle could actually pay off for them here in the grand final.
I mean, scorelines aside, it's an exhausting series to play against a team like Paper X, but whether or not that now, kind of puts them in a position to be ready for what GenG is going to pull out here in the grand finals.
You really have to focus on how incredible it is that Sentinels even made it here right through that BO5. This is John QT's first international event as an IGL at this level. He played Ascension before, fell flat there, but now he's managed to keep up the calls for so many matches on end. Is it enough today, though? That's the question. We're into the agent select, and there's no surprises. Both teams return to their same comps, but I imagine Sentinels gonna have a new game plan today, Mike.
I mean, the other thing being there's some tape now for this GenG composition. There's an opportunity to go back and study where things went wrong, where there's some possibilities or opportunities to really make some impact on the side of Sentinels.
So we know that the Pacific teams really do like this Breeze. They like to play aggressive. They like to catch you off guard. Very loosey-goosey.
I think the strong suit for GenG in their last match was how disruptive they were in their post plans, fighting forward, not letting Sentinels play the set structured retakes that they love to play. Sentinels, honestly, I feel like have a chance to kind of get dragged down into the chaos here by GenG with this comp. It's going to be tough for them to take home Breeze, though.
Well, this is it. It's now time for the Madrid Grand Final. And let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. It's your boys, Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very much. Let's get this one started in the Madrid arena. What a stage that's been set up, man. The scintillating SEN City trying to pave that road for a bit of redemption, but they got the pride of Pacific on the other side and a hell of an advantage waiting for them. That double map ban looks brutal to try and get through.
And it starts off here on Breeze. A rematch of our upper bracket finals, and this was the decider. Instead of to close, it's now to open. Side swap though. So what can SEN learn? They barely played any defense the last times that these two teams clashed, but there is footage out there. And another thing to note, Bren, GenG won all 6 pistols last time they played. That's an almost insurmountable advantage.
Something that's got to be turned around if you are Sentinels heading into these series. They've mentioned that they're putting a lot of focus on themselves, not too much on the counter-stratting. I think that might be wise as well. Breeze is going to be a map that really comes down to a bit of form factor. Can you hit your shots? Can you try and take down the big dogs that is GenG? Because they got some heavy hitters. Munchkin now setting up for the wall. Looks like a bit of an A split.
Going straight into John QD's setup.
John QT just crouched behind this one, still flash. Molly coming through, trip as well, and the counter play in order. There it is. Deleted him. Trip kill. Never seen that one before, at least on the big stage. Here it is, though. It slowed down GenG to a crawl. Lakia in through the back of the site, though, and there's the response, the return of firepower. Zelsis left to pick up those pieces, but already a site has been gained and granted. Shock dart kills, 2 versus 2.
And now, as GenG have to return to grab this spike, Zeken's gone to make the play, wrapping all the way around. He's got a Sheriff favored for long-range fights. And that shock not quite as successful as the prior. Sassy's been locked out and has given away his position, and Caron, new to the big stage, so aware, but he's missed the timing.
Just barely. From ranked to rookie to tier 1 stage to the chance to lift the trophy, Caron looking like he might take that first contact dart. Supportive util, Sassy finding it difficult to really get himself into the position. Second, walking wide, now the dart finally ready, clearing it. At least onto one position here, but time's starting to work and tick against them. A face from all of them. On top now, Sassy versus Lakia. And they're all players against one another. It's Lakia who cleans it up for the pistol.
And another one of those pistol rounds going the way of GenG. The individual skill on this team is so high. Even after you see this ridiculous opener for John Cutie. Clearly anticipating an A-split from coming through, Sentinels simply couldn't capitalize on it. Lakia, one of those players with a lot of focus on him, was there to open up global events in Valorant. And is here now at our most recent, looking in incredible form.
Looking like he wants to have that second shot of revenge. I mean, he's already got it the first time in the upper bracket. Now a chance to really knock them down and deep. Now there's a flash play here with a util. Still is happening on multiple sections here with Meteor falling
the
down.
push down holes,
yeah.
Push down holes.
Trying to squeeze them now with the drone close quarters. Combat might be in order, but again, there's that long sight line and team's finally coming through with the right clicks. Finally, left clicks getting it done. Shot does pulled out, maybe a bit frantic in terms of that approach. Sassy getting ahead of himself. Zelsis doesn't choose to peek his cranium out wide. Still going to be playing his life now.
It feels a little bit like a con was missed there because the spike was dropped, and yet TenZ is going for a repush elbow, almost anticipating that GenG would pick the timing to rotate, but they had to recover that spike and had to be cautious doing so. Has TenZ read this play perfectly, though? Guardian in hand, and the rest of GenG are coming towards him.
Can this be something here? And he's going to be hearing it. Again, the rumble of the footsteps. He tries to take the timing just before anybody was set up for it, and they run him down. All grouped up now, 3 players. Munchkin taking that forward angle. And what could have been a possibility now is just looking just more unlikely.
Zelsis with the Outlaw. Everybody dies in a single shot, but it's a 1v3.
He's already been spotted out. Beautiful work from the IGL. So 3 players surviving. Making it nice and clean here for GenG off the back of that pistol round. A map that, again, have to iterate here that they are favored in this situation. They've already played SEN on this map here. They absolutely trounced them.
That was a dismantling. One that had Dappling claiming full responsibility for the choice to end up here. Had no choice whatsoever when it came to the grand finals, with GenG having that double map ban. Heading into the bonus round. Meteor not too far away from being able to get close to his Yoru ult, which is super effective to be able to get into these sites. Even the information alone, little jump up, Zeken.
Yeah, he's pushed up deep here. Not too much to support him, not too much to trade him, but he sees it, hears it, and there's the kill. Collected onto Munchkin, but it's offset. Immediately onto the other side of the map. No fast pace increase here from GenG. Happy to just play for that pick, play for the orb, and now slow it down once more.
And not prioritizing the orb on Meteor, as I suspected they might, to try to get the dimensional drift online. Instead, just going for texture. And SEN have been picking these kind of timings in the first 2 rounds to go for little explorations to see if they can get some more info. Instead, though, Zeken and Zelsis doubling up over towards A, anticipating that this would be a re-hit, just confident that John could hold down the other side.
Just that, though, massive map control that's been lost here for Sentinels. You can feel it just through the positioning of Sassy. He's having to watch halls in case that lurk comes through with 40 seconds left. GenG now fully grouped up. Starting to hit into this side. John QT is going to be sitting side by with his rifle. Might have to try and put a stop to this one, but it's difficult. A lot of adversaries to try and overcome here. Still not showing his hand. Dart potential there to set that one up, but finally a few shots fired and Rattle. Texture's been creeping and crawling up onto the angle. Finally there and releases it. The trigger straight to the dome there. Sassy dropping into the back of the site. 2 left standing here for Sentinels. Disadvantaged position. Gonna watch that one though. ADS second. And that's 8 seconds left. A round-winning play perhaps, but now a safe plan position for Meteor, tucked right behind the pillar. We'll be able to get the extension into the round, but can he survive the 1v2? Already through and second. Nasty work there.
Zekken got shut down completely in the upper bracket final when these two teams played against each other. But you can't keep Zekken down for long. What we saw him do to PaperX, he tore them to pieces. 3 out of 4 of the maps, he was clearly the best player in the server. Dominating not just on Raze, as he has been doing all year, but also finding his form and his footing on Jet, especially with rifle in hand. The timing on the Cloudburst dropping, just giving him the perfect moment to deny the plant. And grabbing 2 on the back of it as well. Enormous play, and also demonstrating once more, Bren, that SEN are looking to play this defense aggressively. Not at the beginning of the round, not trying to force the fight, but looking for those mid-round timings to soak up a flank or a bit more info. And Zekken is going to be crucial to that.
It's a good adjustment as well, something to just upset those timings. But GenG, they play pretty close together.
Look at this. Drone into elbow really makes it feel like Zekken could be pushing behind this. So everybody on GenG scared. Instead, the double push coming down halls. Great distraction play from Sassy.
Meteor, though, potentially getting some of that information over towards the one side with a nice Blade Storm. Running them through, and the IGL dropped. But now a scurry and scatter. Everybody running over towards that A site, seeing if they can at least reinforce Meteor's position. He's going to be tucked close.
Can they get a double face going with Zekken updrafting? Instead, just choosing to face it.
TP with a gate crash, not going to be baited out from that one still. Lackey is also getting a move on through halls. Could be that late lurk play in that position. Meteor going to be cleaned up there with the trade still. A tap. No one forced out wide. Lackey, though, gaining that kill and closing the door in front of him. Neural theft. Giving the info. Texture. Now the emphasis placed on him. A dash to the side here, but a pull on line, not half. Onto the spike. Could be a big difference maker. Could be a massive one, in fact. GenG have got them surrounded on almost every single front right now, picking them apart, the threads unraveling, leave it at just John QT, but again, the time ticking away. It's just far too late for it. GenG, themselves up nice and easy onto that third.
John not even able to secure the rifle, which could have made a huge difference for Sentinel's economy. If he had been able to keep it, perhaps they would have still been able to buy into the next. I love the play at the beginning of the round from SEN. I think it's really smart. Fake like Zekken's pushing in one direction, get the pick over towards halls. But they also just allowed Meteor to run in with his ult and get the plant down. And he essentially did that just all on his own.
Yeah.
And once you're in an afterplant situation and GenG are walking all over the space, it's much more difficult to clean up. And SEN's retake protocols do not look as good here as on some of their other maps.
Definitely tell it's a map that's just been, less honed over time. From Sentinels, just missing a jump there. I mean, a deep dart, I believe, broken early, so Zekken didn't want to take the peak timing. So they're just holding down towards elbow. For GenG again, happy to play this one nice and slowly.
I believe Texture's positioning, he would have heard John Cutie use the aggressive cam over towards B. And that info may well get relayed to the rest of the team. Yeah, you can see it being pinged out here, actually, on the mini-map. And so they're expecting the stack to be over towards mid and A.
Incredibly deep positioning here. Hunter's Fury going to be offloaded from this particular position. That's Lakia returning it, see if he can get a kill, but only the one tag, spotting out the positioning of Zelsis. Interesting usage of the ult, but with 50 seconds left now, Sander make their way, meander over towards that B side. Cosmic Divide will cut this one up nicely.
Paul aimed for where John Cutie has been anchoring in previous rounds. And this composition has so many different ways of getting into B. The Jet and the Yoru, very difficult to deny, especially when you have so many smokes online. That pit did not cover the spike.
Oh, and a lot of respect as well being showcased as well to a weaker buy of Sentinels, but Zekken, see what damage he can do here. Still with the rifle in his hand. They found the first one, but again, a lot to get through. It's murky territory, a blight onto the B site with that pit, but they really wrangled control of this one. They found Charon, but again, Munchkin is the player that needs to fall to really stand a chance into this one. Yes, it doesn't cover it. Texture alive and kicking, working his way around, but he's being found. Sassy drops him. And one player left to stand as Lakia crouched, cowering, fear in his heart. He cannot face them. A thrifty win for Sentinels.
That is a bizarre one to start us off with. With a pit being invested as well, you think GenG have just got that wrapped up. It's a gorgeous flash recon play that catches Meteor, but then there's just a lot of timing plays all around the spot. Oh boy. All of these GenG players dying whilst looking the other way. Not being able to use the eco advantage that they had, and actually the pit there ended up hurting them. Not something that's that replicable, but certainly one that SEN can take to the bank.
They will be moving forwards now, plenty of money left waiting, and a lot of equipment comes with it. Full weaponry. Zekken, so damn aggressive. Now, seems to have an inkling that maybe Karon's there, possibly from a cam aggressively getting broken.
Yeah, for sure. John Cudy's cam got broken in that spot. Now he knows where Karon basically is. The rest of GenG working their way up mid. One of the things that SEN said in their press conference was it was difficult playing against GenG, hard to isolate your ones when they travel around in such a pack. But GenG are running a 1-3-1 D4 here. Smoking it up, looking to take a little bit of mid. But TenZ has gone walking all the way down halls here, getting good info for his team.
That's fantastic info. He's going to be hearing the scurry of the footsteps from Munchkin, maybe even seeking to punish, but he's going to be calling this now for his team. Look at this.
Sassy starts to go.
Yeah, good maneuvers all around the map. Can really follow those sound cues and follow them well straight towards the B side, but it's going to be setting up for that B split. Through tunnel.
TenZ has got to be careful here not to overflank. He just needs to play to contain. He grabs one,
no
grabs
way!
two.
And the heads will roll with all that space gained. And guess what? GenG just sent rattling now all the way. Well, the movement looking clean with it. Texture's got something to say. Still, only one blade left. Rest of them finding it into the back wall, but there's the refresh and shut down. Traded time. Really, really quite low. Only 11 seconds left. It's going to be barely able to get onto the side, but Karon has to clear a little bit. He might just have some time spare, barely a second. And yes, we'll be able to get it here, but Sentinel surely don't let this one slip for 1v3.
Karon, though, is going to be able to reposition slightly, and TenZ is weak.
Really weak. He's got so wide. Zelsis needs to be ready. Karon! The movement impeccable, the aim on top. And he's brought it to a 1v1. Yes, damage has been done, but this guy, ranked to superstardom all the way on the grand stage, he does not seem phased at all. Zekken to face him now. Again, slow walking onto the angle. The noise and information just being cut away entirely. It could just come down to chance. Cloudburst straight up into the air. Zekken diffusing. Drops down. Fight taken at one. Karon! A menace to him. The scourge of Sentinels rips away the chances of that round.
That's an absolutely monstrous, heartbreaking 1v3. And the aim and the precision is pretty natural. It's just, you do not see that. With a Phantom at long range, on Breeze, ripping off heads. Yes, the timing on the trade is not perfect. It's not a double swing from SEN, but they don't expect the guy to be holding that and winning that.
Karon is just that guy. I mean, he just seems unshaken throughout this entire tournament, throughout all of kickoff. Doesn't matter the obstacles that you've thrown at the guy. The entire team as well have just been persevering. Sassy is going to have a hell of a lot to deal with here. Drone gets all the info he's looking for, possibly seeing multiple targets. Now the Hunter's Fury of his own. That is going to be let rip, and look at the targets! It just cleaved right through them.
What a perfect counter to what GenG were going for. Immaculate stuff from SEN. And still throughout all of this, they're looking to go aggressive in other places. TenZ has gotten deep. He's going to be able to hear rotations. I think that's such a pivotal part of SEN playing in this finals. GenG love to rotate around the map on their attack side and their defense side, getting people into good positions like that for info. Impeccable.
Seems like a clear game plan, just disrespecting them.
But also Sassy, really, the playmaker there.
Of course.
I thought he was going to get overwhelmed. You saw him get the tag onto Meteor, and I thought that SEN were going to get baited into the fact that there was only one there. Clearly, a better read than it appeared. The Hunter's Fury obliterated them.
A few layers too. I mean, Celsius, the bodyguard, playing inside the smoke, making sure
30
that
seconds
there was
left.
no punish in sight when Sassy was ulting.
Yeah. It's very solid stuff. And GenG are just going to go for a save here after Karon got them a 1v3 to start their economy flourishing. SEN making sure it dampens just slightly. I don't know whether they saw Zekken's operator this round. they didn't really interact
Yeah,
with it
I'm not
very
too
much.
sure.
Because he went for the peak double doors at the beginning. I have a feeling that GenG don't know that this is online. You can see he hasn't even shot a bullet. So that could certainly be another twist in the tail as we head into the next.
They're not revealing the hand that they have purchased that one. They might be able to check the money, at least in the follow-up now into this round, but yeah, here's that play before as well. I mean,
it's so lovely.
Vulnerability as well.
Yeah, especially with
playing it up.
Zelsis throwing the snake bite.
Real nice.
Zekken is going to be here to try to receive this hit if it comes through A.
He's taking a gander through double doors, at least looking like he wants to. Wall.
I feel like this is going to be so difficult when Meteor has his Yoruba online.
5 tags though. 2 found. Deep control of mid. Now Karen is playing a really far back position here. Just seeking to contain. Oh my god. Against the wall. Could just be walking straight into it. Shot missed though. It's a jiggle. And guess what? The entirety of the site has been gained. Given up entirely here just from that dimensional drift. Out of it now. Meteor with the plant.
And this is
securing
brutal.
it for texture.
This is brutal. You're going to end up having pulls on this. You've got people running, you know, Munchkin's got lineups that he can throw. Off-site post-plants buy time for post-plant lurks to come through, and this is the game plan for GenG. SEN are not in a position to play this quickly. They have to clear so many areas and then put pressure so deep to punish Karen and Munchkin.
Already the lineup sailing across. Dart not quite broken. Reveal onto multitudes of targets. Again, this all causing issues, and it is too much to overcome, too much to clear. Ults are being rattled off here. Texture from the high ground, eventually traded, and now the flash, pop flash, round the corner, Tens, it was all dodged. Meteor! Massive play. Second sticking inside the cage, broken. Destroyed and dropped. GenG finding that fifth, but you're right, Josh. It all began just how long it took SEN to really get their ground, get started onto the retake.
Frankly, the push into main, I have no problems with. Ten's doing a great job, but how is Meteor turning this and still getting a double kill out of it? If you remember back to the defense side pistol that SEN ran on this map against GenG, they flash peeked second in, Meteor dodged it, got the kill. I'm just getting flashbacks of that again. The GenG players are so skilled and have demonstrated that all year. You think you have them dead to rights, you simply do not.
Slight edge being held now for GenG. Rounds have been oscillating wildly back and forth. It follows the trends, it's SEN's turn. GenG playing quite split up though, 2 players. Texture and Caron. A dynamic duo, been making waves. See if they can do any damage, at least focusing on that. That was a potential reclear being called there by SEN, and it does just go even.
And no flash peek being used there, so that was just a dry double swing. 1 for 1. And Munchkin's wall not going to be available to them if they hit A, so that puts more pressure on Karen now. But he still has the ult to be able to work with, so not a major problem for GenG.
Aggressive Tens is holding this angle. Not a far back position. He wants to hold them before they can even get themselves into the choke. Locking it down, deep dart, potential setup. Waiting for the sound cue, doesn't get broken.
Yeah, I think if that dart had been broken, he was looking to flash peek in there and make the play to win the round. The time is getting so low. If they can play in front of the Cosmic Divide, oh, Sassy goes down.
Head rips clean off, dart through into the back Cosmic Divide. Gives him the perfect exit strategy here. Pop flash through, but Texture, he was aware of it. Facing away or at least dodging it. And any chances for Sentinels into this round crumbled once more before our eyes. Again, GenG in astounding control.
Commanding position there. Having lost the Viper early on, to still be able to deal with that A-main aggression and come out on top is pretty excellent. GenG, we're talking about the fact that their composition, honestly, they're happier with it on the attack side, or at least people expect them to do more on the attack side with this comp. And that was what blew us all away when SEN played against GenG last. Now we're really seeing how comfortable they are in these spots. It doesn't all have to be fast execs with the Jet and the Yoru. Zelsis would love to keep the weaponry.
Oh, no way. Flash through.
He spotted Texture.
Plenty more players though. Texture spotted him. QT, last one left, slowly being hunted. We'll push back the enemies and adversaries, so they do keep at least 1 gun into the round, but already you're looking at almost similar scenes here. Here's that opening when they try to re-clear out through.
An unbelievable shot onto Munchkin, but the trade's still coming through. The level of quality in terms of the rifling in this match is unbelievable. But we didn't get to see it in the upper bracket final between these two teams. SEN talked about, Kaplan in particular mentioned, the atmosphere was bad when they began that game, and they crumbled on split. It set the entirety of the series off on a bad note, and SEN, though they tried to recover it on Lotus, ended up going out in a flop. Now we are actually seeing Zekken, TenZ, hitting really nice shots, bringing it to the GenG players, making it more of a game that's about how they play the macro and how prepared GenG are rather than just running over them with the individualism.
Because that's the first step, right? To conquer GenG, you kind of just need to be matching them pound for pound with the aim.
And man, how difficult that is, because Texture, Meteor, Karon are all up there with the best players in the world right now. In terms of form, they might be like all three in the top 5. I don't know who else you would put up there, because you watch Texture, Meteor, or Karon in a 1v1 against anybody else in this tournament, you have to favor them.
Yeah, you do. I mean, they're just cerebral. The way they move, instinctual in nature, really. The way they tackle and handle a lot of those clutches, and just the aim and the movement on top of it. It's all there, perfect package for a lot of those players. So that is the first obstacle that SEN have to remove. Getting that confidence back, at least. Making moves now towards mid, though, here. Creeping once more and crawling.
It's a kill trip, but with no one really to play off it here.
All given up, so Meteor once more building up towards Dimensional Drift. On his way through, he'll be able to clear out most of this side as well. Basically, the human drone just spotting out these trips. Kill trip lucky. Oh. Wait a second, John QT is there onto the angle in time. Gets the punish onto Lakia. Karon, the chance really for him to clean up, but no, the crosshair placement just wasn't expecting that one. The deep contact play and push out from Sentinels. One of the first times it feels like they're in a really advantageous situation.
Yeah, definitely. They're realizing the fact that Karon and Munchkin are going to be playing in very passive positions. They found them both. They even isolate Munchkin, who's so far away. And yes, this has taken a lot of time, but it's set them up in a great situation to win the round.
Chance of playing the lineups anymore for Munchkin. Meteor, Texture have to go absolutely massive, but he instantaneous there with the trade and shut down in time. So the Sentinels are willing to make it that repeat of what happened last time these two teams clashed here. That 4th one on the board, steadily, slowly but surely, chipping away, trying to make it at least even at the half.
Look how John gets at it. It's after the kill trip came through, but it's this repush, not looking to try to go for the retake at all, fully waiting to try to flush out Karon and Munchkin before they ever go towards site. It's a great adaptation. It shows that they understand how GenG are playing the post plans. This is the kind of stuff that made Sentinel Split so scary. You know, we'll forget about the last 2 times they played it.
Yeah, I mean, they've had their confidence knocked there as well. You can tell that just from the way that the map veto ended up shaking out. Wasn't the first map that they ended up picking. Deep dive here. Texture want to take advantage of this one, but it's broken. Sassy using it. They did miss second. Hello, spots it. Up in the air. It's all about the reactions. Follow through there. Just a clone, but a shorty. Defending the area, and teammates flooding back in. All to his avail. Munchkin, though, has managed to get himself a gap into the A site, but the spike has been dropped down into the center of the mid, and it's all down to the individual plays. You can see Karon also thinking about the same thing here, and Munchkin. Full territory gain down into mid for SEN, but they need to keep their eye on almost every single angle here. And guess what? Plenty of backs facing away from them. Karon, it's majestic! And just like that, turned away, ripped away. What should have been a slam dunk, SEN left looking in every possible direction, barely able to get it, but they do in the end.
Karon with another one, another death blow, a dagger to the heart of SEN. Another round where SEN getting themselves into a hugely advantaged position, but because they played this specific style of using Zekken as bait and everybody flooding through from tunnel and double doors to try to help, they gave up the sights, and GenG are just too smart with it. They read it, they react so quickly and get into positions where their players can pull off magic like that. Final round, Zekken glass cannon operator. You're watching here as he tries to take contact.
Dodging that initial wave of utility. Won't be too many targets.
Now, once more, Brent. Sassy drones out through B main, making it feel like perhaps there's some level of aggression happening over there. They're trying to prompt the reactions out of GenG, but this team is so smart. They wait for a full commitment before they decide to do stuff like that. And Munchkin's the playmaker actually here, making his way all the way up through halls. It's not a full commitment on the A split just yet.
Not quite.
Trying to make a play or get some info.
Does like to take the initiative though. You know, player to watch for here, Meteor. Holding. Kibi's a util, potentially the flash there, I believe, in his hands, but thinking twice about it. And again, it's just pure silence. They're letting Sentinels stew, hoping that they make a mistake.
No real reaction though from SEN. They're not going to get baited into defensive aggression.
Now the drone at least should trigger that reaction with the knife. Down, cancels it! Reactions there from Zekken. Repositions there with a dash, but might want another go. I think still with the door opened wide, he realizes it is back. He's open to two different directions, and he's really got to try and watch this one here, at least get some help from the rest of his team. GenG are moving into the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, they're going towards Zelsis, who's reinforced with John Cudy's utility.
The players haven't budged, snared into space. Zelsis hearing that one broken, now wants to take the fight to him. Out wide, onto the wall here, Keron. He's worked and wiggled his way into the back of the side again. Back to it, reload! Oh my! 7 seconds left with the spike drop down. Sentinel surely are favoured, and yes, indeed they are. No chances here in the final round of this first half. Not for Munchkin. So maybe, gotta think it's a better look for Sentinels here on Breeze.
A much more competitive opening to this game on a map where most would write them off. GenG dominated this map when the sides were flipped last time we saw it. He had great awareness, dodged the drone, used the knife to cancel it, punished the player coming in. There was a trip there onto Texture. He had to kind of adjust in mid-air, and Zelsis caught him, plucked him out the air like a butterfly.
Absolutely insane stuff for the first half. Guess what? Plenty more left to go in Breeze. Let's send it down to the analyst desk to discuss everything so far.
Thank you so much. Wow, what a way to start things off. But let's just jump right into it. Our Verizon high-speed moment of the match came in the first half. We had multiple, as a matter of fact. It was kind of, you know, your choice, pick of the litter here, Hypoc, because Zekken, this kid's putting on a show today.
Yeah, I mean, just looks so clean time and time again in these high-pressure scenarios as well. Last alive here, like back against the wall to try and find a bailout round to really try and recover this. We're so used to seeing him now in this scenario.
Yeah.
And it's ridiculous because this guy just turned 19 in his first international final. He had that birthday while he was here in Spain, and the journey for this guy has been long. When we first saw him internationally, he was only 17 years old, playing with Exet on stage. At the time I talked to, his parents were there with him, going along to Istanbul, but they've been with him the whole way. This is a picture from Americas of his grandma out with him, supporting in the crowd. He's a young guy, but he's had his family all the way behind him throughout his journey here in Valorant, and now he's at a point where he's in an international final and really in that discussion for best player in the world.
Yeah, what's so impressive here about Zekken is just not only does he carry himself like an absolute pro, but the man is just so meticulous in the server, Hypoc. But he's going to need to continue to output more if this team wants to get back into it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Josh was leaning on this in the cast as well. You've got people on the other side, Texture and Meteor to really overcome. Karen obviously being the clutch master on that controller role. Zekken's definitely going to have his hands full today if he wants to continue frontline versus this GenG roster.
GenG's post plans got them a great half here, but their comp also excels in the retakes. They have a lot of util to bully Sentinels out. GenG looking strong in this first map.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult here for Sentinels. And for GenG, hey, it ain't going to be a walk in the park either. I'm expecting some fireworks in this second half. Let's send it back over to Brennan Sideshow.
The pistol round is where it really needs to start here for Sentinels. I mean, we've already been highlighting the real importance of it. GenG winning, was it 6 out of 6 when they last played each other?
So now 7 out of 7. And heading into the 8th, SEN need to be able to get some of those online. And this is the half where we saw SEN have no success. Kaplan said that they came in with an anti-strat that they thought would work, but called it wishful thinking in hindsight.
Always Meteor just taking that fight straight up.
Good punish though. A lot of damage. Yeah, it's not the kill, but they forced that back. Denied GenG a little bit of space. And now this drone's really going to make it feel like it's a commitment into B. Instead, the spike is going in the completely opposite direction. I think this is looking more like an A-split where you rely on the fact that Zekken has holes control.
GenG, they do play to those sound cues. Oh my, just missing a chance and the timing there for TenZ, but with the orb now bloomed and blossomed, can start to get a move onto the A side still. It's Keron. It's locked down into the corner position. Guess what? Zekken punishing the rotation, and 3 heads roll. Down and out here. Keron blinded as anything. Cannot win his fight out. Zekken, they're chanting for it. He can feel it, the roar of the crowd behind him. And he knows what they want.
10 spots him.
Munchkin spotted. Ow, what?
Denied, but that is the first pistol that SEN have put on the board in the rivalry that's blossoming between these two teams. And what a fantastic attack side strat that is. So much better against GenG than what they were pulling out in the third map of the upper bracket final. They call a fake, they use the advantage of having map control, they use halls against a team that has a solo initiator. It just ticks every single box to me. Learning from the failures of before.
Of how rotate heavy GenG play, I mean, maybe a bit of fakes and finesse might be just exactly what Sentinels ordered. Clearly doing that prep work here. Now the orbs can be farmed up, granted for them, without too much pushback. Of course, got to be aware there's always a chance that they could fight back.
There's a slight bit of danger in this round, Bren, because Meteor managed timing the recon dart that Sassy threw into mid, I believe. So they have no idea that Meteor is positioned this deep, but no one on SEN looks like they want to get into that area at all. SEN running a default looking a little more like when Loud played against GenG, not going for the early round group ups in A main, but happily now grouping up together to make sure that they can trade out the lower eco players. And like I said, I don't think they realize that Meteor is this deep.
Meteor going for walkabout as the face early on. John surely hearing this one now, facing him, but it's too much to overcome there. Meteor with that Sheriff, and again, a bit of stray damage through 10s. Let's try and at least lock this one down in to the side of the...
He missed it!
But they have found him. Right-click bundle diff, apparently so. 3 players still left to stand here for Meteor. Find that one, maybe could be a chance, but it does go down in the end. Traded with the nade, flushed out wide, and found in the end. There it is.
It is a conversion for SEN. It looked a little difficult to be able to get across the line. It's always going to be tough when GenG have smokes that you have to play around. They're flashing into the smoke here to blind Karon. Clearly they have a good understanding of how Karon's going to be playing. I think one of the key antis that they came into the last time on Breeze was that knifing Karon so that he can't use pulls. They thought that would give them easy access to the A site. In fact, GenG have way more layers to it than that, but you can start to see SEN looking to break them down. And now coming into a bonus round. Do we have another great strategy called here by the brain trust of John and Kaplan? And Drew as well. I should give credit to my kilt-wearing neighbor from the north.
You certainly should, yeah. Takes a village, after all. But it has been evened up in terms of that scoreline, 7-2-7. And like you said, the bonus round is where Sentinels will look to see if they can get over that hurdle here. Texture, Toast, okay. Not going to be able to play anti towards that one, and everybody playing inside this cloud. Burst, not expecting him. He pounces up. Already just locks that one down. These Sentinel players are left scrambling and wondering exactly where these players are coming from. Texture now with the dash. Smoke to play in 4-10s here, but how do you really overcome this? You just can't. It's just raw mechanical prowess on display. An easy one is what it feels like here for GenG, overcoming all sorts of obstacles that were thrown at them.
And I think that's an example of what was going wrong for SEN last time. GenG are just so good when it comes to defending the standard hits. And this is a very standard A split that Sentinels send in. GenG's crossfires are amazing. Karon can always play around Pyramid because he has smokes to dip and dive inside of. And then you have Lakir up towards stairs, Texture in that gutter. They've always got triangles going on that are extraordinarily difficult to break. The weakness with GenG's defense is to do with Lakia and him being overstretched, having to run around halls,
jump
a
spot
nest.
heard. Real opportunity for Zekken to get that punishment. You are right, it is that weakness. That's why they have to put bodies into it, but now a double walk up and face. Zekken, got to be ready for this one here. Is it going to be cleared? It's an off angle. Lakia in the crosshair, precisely on exactly where it needed to be.
Yeah, great reclear. GenG are going to go for those occasionally because that is the weakness of their composition and they need to make sure that they have info in that area of the map. Meteor going for an info peek when they're up 5v4.
Everybody's got their backs turned to every possible position. Texture, though, seems to be more aware of it than he is. Shuts down John QT. Sassy out in the open. Done into the back of the site, and it is traded and cleaned up by 10 still. Only 2 to left stand here for Sentinels. We'll get control of the B side and the plant online. more so to try and overcome. Texture, Lakia and Caron taking their time with it.
They know that Zelsis does not have the orb on the spike. They can see that over towards mid. So he's probably not playing post plants, probably on site with tens.
All up. Reclear. Just feeling unsafe, but they do take control of main once more. They can play this post plant from this position still. Smokes are available. At least Caron puts that one up, but a kill found still. It's down to just tens.
He's got to do it all.
Does have a nade, but still he's got to deal with this. And what a play to make. Texture so damn aware, but there's the shot still. Will the nade land in time? Lakia's sticking. Spam damage! He's just about got it! Unbelievable from tens!
That is cold! That split-second decision to pull out the fragment grenade and make sure that you have additional damage. What a 1v3!
That's on a knife's edge though, isn't it? Look at it. But my God, look at it slow down.
Oh, very, very close. He's drawn the game back 8-8, where SEN actually have the economy advantage, putting together much better rounds, using more of the map. And GenG, even though they're finding advantages, letting that one slip away. This time, Munchkin going wandering, tucking underneath where John Cudie's playing. This is always a dangerous spot. It's obviously a risk. If the player on window checks, you're just 100% dead. But taking a risk on a round like this where you have lower economy is absolutely worthwhile.
Oh yeah, it's the time to do it.
And of course, he will be able to hear rotates if they go heavy towards B. And he'll hear them early enough to call those defensive positions.
Back here with the Bucky. I think he's going to be going for a peek here. Still wants to hold that close angle. The dart broken, it's going to be pulling players actually. Reaction out of GenG, thinking that, okay, well, his presence there, but now the drone adds another level to it. A bit of confusion into the camp for GenG, wondering where the hell are these players landing with only 40 seconds left. Time could start to become a problem, but Texture, he was the real danger in this round, at least with those knives, and with him shut down, now it opens wide, but Munchkin immediately there. No command sent flying, Bucky gaming! Lakia dropping 10 straight down to it. Removes him from the fight, aiming control. Granted and gained, tucks it up and doubles up. Now with the drone over, an attempt to punish Caron, running and gunning. Zelsis time, 12 seconds left. He needs to find this kill, but the rifle has been handed over, and so is the spike. John QT, head on a swivel. Too much to deal with, too much to overcome, and surrounded, man, surrounded.
That's the value of GenG taking risks. I'm telling you, Munchkin tucking into that spot. You won't see him do it often on a rifle round, but what a timing to do it. And Lakia, he gets the perfect glimpse of tens right before that. But also, they had no idea that Caron had already pushed down through halls and was in this position. Tens is comment that there's only one person in A main there for sure, because they just had no clue that the Astra was also ready, holding Lakia's back during the drone. And just like that, all of Ten's good work in the 1v3 undone in a moment.
Right back at it with the economical disadvantage.
And from watching GenG, they love using Meteor's ult to help them defend sites. It might seem weird using the Oro ult. That means there's another player that can't.
Oh, hello.
Huge pick.
Against his adversary as well, the Nemesis on the other side of things. A clear win con is that Zekken can shut down Texture as a player. It's a fast reaction going to be called here with the Neural Theft, gives him a lot of information. Hunter's Fury, Sassy's hoping that he can at least set this one up. Meteor, out wide here with a Dimensional Drift. He was hoping for a chance to really get that punish onto Sassy, but it's all cancelled in time, and now the rest of his team flooding in. Munchkin spots it, just the shoulder, and finally the kill. Straight to the dome, a wider peak indeed, but this is going to be face down and sprayed through entirely. Tens finally deals with him. The pesky intruder to a site that should have been theirs. And Lakia is out wide, firing that util. A pull already going to be used and utilized. But 3 players left standing now for GenG. Meteor already in position. A 1v2 for Zelsis. Doesn't know where they are. Wall up, reposition spots. Caron, splash. Blinded himself. Caron with the follow-up.
GenG bailing themselves out of a rough spot there. But I think one of the key problems is that when Sentinels got in position to try to hit the B site, I believe Zekken's waiting for another piece of utility there. He's just delaying, waiting to peak at the right time and sets up Munchkin for the triple kill. If they had been able to move a little faster, had that set up a little quicker, Munchkin probably ends up just going something like 1-for-1. SEN are in a much better spot. Nevertheless, that was an eco round for them. We come in 8-10. Rifles again online. And SEN on an eco swing round with big ults for GenG.
Massive ults. So far this map, I mean, it's just been a tenuous tightrope walk, hasn't it? Either side, just Thrifty's making it nice and even, a potential chance, but overall GenG just holding that edge.
They saw Lakia droning through double doors there, so they should have an idea that there aren't too many players halls unless it's being pushed. But that's not where Sentinels are going. Looking instead to dominate mid and set up this line. Karen is sometimes going to peek that, but it doesn't look like this round.
Textures planted himself onto the half wall. He's locking directly down into the tunnel angle.
Can they cause a distraction in B main that pushes people into Zeken's crosshair?
Oh, Zeken. It's all about the reactions, but Texture, of course, he's favored. On LAN, already in position. It's all on Zeken. Celsius seeking to just sow that chaos and discord into the map, at least with the pit laid down. GenG, I feel it really imperative to try and clear this one, but they're already just losing players. Sentinels toppling like flies. Tens, he has worked his way deep. Gate crash now into the back of the site, so Meteor's going to be rejoining his team, and they have reinforced that area with 20 seconds left. What is the call? Jumping away and on high, but still they're surrounded with this pit. How did they even get themselves into the site? It's 12 seconds, time working against them again. Lakia to play, to do the most. Spoiler, there it is, finally spraying them through with 5 seconds down. No chance of sticking. I don't believe there's any time, and even if there was, Lakia could have absolutely sealed it up anyway. Beautiful work from GenG.
And that round should be the first nail in the coffin here for map 1. They're going to push Sentinel's economy down into a really rough spot again. And Texture opening things up. It just looks so simple from his point of view. All of these GenG players, they're so skilled, they make it look easy. It certainly isn't. Almost every other team has struggled to deal with Sentinels. GenG wiping them out. This is a map where they're favored. Sure, it's closer than it was last time. But it's remarkable as SEN take a timeout, what GenG have done with this squad. Yeah. This is not like SEN, where it's big, heavy hitters returning to the stage looking for redemption. GenG, this is a new roster. Sure, some people have been here before, but others brand new to a stage like this. And GenG are on a 9-match win streak, beating out DRX, becoming the top Korean team, beating PaperX, becoming the top Pacific team, and then beating every other team in Madrid playoffs to find themselves here with map V2 advantage in the grand finals, 2 rounds away from locking up map 1. To say the pressure doesn't faze them, I think would be an understatement. They look elated on stage.
Just having fun. They're happy to be here, absorbing it all up. And yeah, I mean, listen, the pressure probably would have gotten to some of these players a little bit ahead of time when they're playing against the top, at the time, Korean team. That was DRX, even in just the kickoffs. I mean, GenG, this is a squad that was put together and really had a tremendous amount of doubters. But they have slowly but surely knocked down every single obstacle they faced and more.
And now the pressure is on SEN's side. They've taken this tactical timeout, and it's going to be for this round. This is them forcing up, trying to stop GenG from getting to 12. Little jump peek there in case Texture was on the angle.
Deep knife. Cage to cover their cross as well, looking to try and split themselves into B. Now there are players here, great dash forwards with that flash. It's all combined and calculated. Munchkin layers it down now with the pits. Dropping down in this position. He's already found Celsius. Where's the follow-up? Where's the follow-through? It's not there. Caron, the supportive util, the smoke to just prop it up and divide up the entirety of the site. And now a tasty morsel has been claimed with the spike drop down. The advantage again, rolling its way to GenG. It's Sentinels that are forced to react.
Unbelievable play from Munchkin. How he's got the awareness and the composure to do that boggles the mind.
Here.
This is an almost impossible spot that Zeken and John find themselves in.
GenG are not giving them anything. Diligence off the charts here.
No crumbs.
Slight jiggles onto the angle, never overextending. 30 seconds remaining.
left.
Texture Stray shot fired here, potentially just catching a glimpse. Opens wide again, John QT, that was his only chance, but
there goes the op.
Is there, op down, still 18 left, and they have to deal with Munchkin. Smoke down, grabbed and out, dash forwards, but Munchkin again, they weren't expecting it, right from behind. It's the IGL Oasis. And credit where credit is due for this guy. Munchkin, one of the players with the most international experience. He's been to these events before, but guess what? On a completely different team. And the deepest runs he's ever been, 9th to 10th.
And now finding himself pushing up with an ace to get to map point in the first of the grand finals. And not just any old ace, not an eco ace, in an incredibly important round under so much pressure, pitting, running towards his opponents, making a mockery of them. SEN have to force up again, but it's odds and ends. It's not looking strong.
It's scraps, man. Pure scraps. Take flight. Gonna have to drag it into that territory to stand a chance in this round against GenG.
And I think they've found the most success when they've tried to find people, push people into aggressive positions, but that's almost impossible to feel good about lurking and then taking a 1v1 if your player has, you know, a bulldog or a stinger even.
Yeah.
You just don't feel favored.
Contacting as well into these angles with texture, opping. It's apparent, it's known. Puts that little bit of fear, that little bit of doubt into the back of your minds. John QT, it's all about the corners being cleared, and guess what? Doesn't look like he wants to open himself up to it.
He's not thinking about it.
Not thinking about it at all. Lakia, punishment is there in place, over the top with the knives, dodging, dashing, and away, but one blade left. And Verzekin needs that rejuvenation, he's got it, but instantly again, Charon, the trade is there. Fundamentals off the bloody chart for GenG, and this is it, surely, with the map pushed into the positions, already there. Clone revealed the position, flash through into the box, Sassy's out, wide and alone. Scared for his life, too much to deal with, indeed. GenG lead the charge here in our grand finals of Madrid, taking map 1.
Looking calm and collected, doing it too. It could be a long series, but GenG are going to try and wrap it up as quickly as possible. They had the double map bans, they got to pick the first, and they've set the tempo. Certainly closer than last time, but as soon as GenG got onto the defense side, it looked like some of the same difficulties again.
Absolutely, and plenty of questions up in the air as well. Bind is up next. GenG haven't played it at all so far at this tournament. What are they going to be coming out with here in our grand finals?
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Tengo muchas cosas que decirte ahora, pero antes de empezar quiero que le demos sin freno. Si tú quieres podemos empezar desde cero. Sabes que contigo yo me atrevo, yo quiero más y más y poder soñar
What a fantastic start it is for GenG. I'm now joined by their coach Solo and Jen to do some translations. Now, the last time you faced them on this map, it wasn't as competitive. They clearly made some adjustments coming into this. Did you guys also have to make some adjustments on Breeze as well?
감독님, 지난번 센티널스를 만났을 때보다 훨씬 더 접전인 경기가 펼쳐졌는데요. 센티널스도 많이 준비를 해왔고 또 젠지에 맞춰서 좀 카운터를 많이 준비해온 것 같았는데 젠지도 오늘 하면서 좀 즉석으로 전략에 변화를 주던가 아니면 어떤 준비를 했는지 궁금합니다.
저희가 원래 하던 대로 하려고 했는데 그 센티넬이 생각보다 라우드식으로라고 해야 되나? 준비를 잘 해왔더라고요. 그래서 저희는 라우드식으로 하면 어떻게 이겨야 될지 알고 있었기 때문에 그 후반전에는 좀 저희가 좀 더 수비적으로 해서 게임을 이긴 것 같다고 생각합니다. 네.
Well, in the beginning, we tried to play our own game, but Sentinels have done an incredible job coming in heavily prepped, and I feel like today they were playing more of a loud style, so we were trying to figure out how to counter that, and in the second half, we tried to be more defensive and less progressive, I guess, proactive, and trying to counter that loud type of style that Sentinels were pulling out.
Oh, that was a great game plan. Thank you very much, Jen. Thank you very much. Good luck in map 2.
GenG picking up right where they left off when they defeated Sentinels on Breeze last time. This time, though, you got a Sentinels that had a bit more up their sleeve, but I think it goes without saying, GenG, they knew exactly what the game plan was getting ready for this one, Mimi. They had to beat them on Breeze.
Yeah, I mean, like the coach was saying there, they absolutely did. Sentinels, I think, changed up a lot of their ideas coming into this, but GenG did a great job of adapting, slowing down from going for these forward aggressive plays on their defense, instead playing more of these set retakes with the Euroflash dart combos, and it worked really well.
Yeah, and I think as well, the key thing to know here is every time we watch GenG, the protocols, the fundamentals, they seem to improve time and time again. And Sentinels are the perfect sort of team to dismantle that sort of play style. And I mean, players like Karen, obviously Texture, Meteor, the ones that we time and time again talk about, these ones really actually reinforcing that play style.
Yeah, I mean, they're also, if we want to take a look at a specific round, round 17, I mean, this came off of a 1v3 from Zek and Mimi, and then GenG's like, hold my beer.
Yeah, I really thought that second clutch was going to be the turning point for Sentinels to maybe take this map home, but this Thrifty round was utterly pivotal. When we talk about GenG, we tend to really focus on the fundamentals, how good they are at converting advantages, being clean in their trading, but they win a lot of scrappy rounds too, and this in particular is a great example of how good they are at kind of disrupting those timings, getting weird in those Thrifties, and oftentimes coming out on top.
Yeah, capitalizing, being creative and reactive to what's going on is also something that GenG have excelled at, and really that comes down to Munchkin being the one to really take hold of, exactly, take hold of the mid-round and actually push the heat back onto IGLI John QT that we've kind of bigged up as that's where he excels, the mid-round, the reaction to information gathered across the map.
Yeah, of course. But let's go ahead, though, and take a look real fast at our aim lab shoot-around with 10s as we break down what we should be expecting here on Bind coming up next.
Yeah, the entry duo for Sentinels, second and 10s, did well this map. 10 and 4 in their opening kills. I think they were taking over a lot on the attacking side in a way they weren't in the last GenG series. However, GenG's really good at sneaking in, converting those advantages, making the hero plays when they need, and that's what won this map.
All right, well, I do want to hear what Coach Kaplan actually has to say before we get into map 2. He's always got to drop some nuggets. Let's see what he has for us as we get ready for Bind.
I'm now joined by Coach Kaplan from Sentinels. Now, you guys looked a little bit more comfortable on Breeze this time around, but looking at the rest of the map pool, no Lotus, no Sunset. So what other areas do you feel like you guys feel comfortable on right now and could potentially give you a map pool advantage?
I mean, we feel really good about Bind and Split. We feel great about Ascent after yesterday too. I would say Icebox out of the maps left in this series is our least comfy, so I was relieved they put Ascent ahead of Icebox for us. Yeah, and that's where we're at with maps.
Thank you very much, Kaplan, and let's see if they can indeed bring it back on Bind.
Well,
I'm now joined by Coach Kaplan from Sentinels. Now, you guys looked a little bit...
That's what we're wondering here, right? And I think, if anything, this is going to be the opportunity, Mimi, for Sentinels to really make the statement.
It absolutely will be. GenG haven't played this one since Pacific, whereas Sentinels came to Madrid. They debuted a new comp playing the Gecko and the Sky and implemented it really well, taking down a Team Heretics who were looking hot.
Yeah, whether or not GenG have a trump card to obviously pull out. Last time we saw was very one-sided versus PaperX, whether or not they're feeling as if this is the comfort composition they want to pull out. But it's interesting, obviously, in the coach interviews to hear, the allusion towards Sentinels prep? Actually, is this a question mark for them? Is this something maybe they're expecting to have to deal with very early on in this veto?
Yeah, he said yesterday, Coach Kaplan being him, that Sentinels was kind of playing for a 3-0, and that's where their prep was focused on in those first 3 maps of the pool, which they predicted. It sounds like what he said in that coach interview is that they're playing for the 3-1 here, that these next 3 maps are critical, and he's absolutely right. Sentinels have not played a ton of Icebox. When we've seen it, it hasn't looked great, and that has been one of GenG's strongest maps in this pool. So if Sentinels is going to lift a trophy today, I think these next 3 maps have to be where it happens.
Yeah, there's a method to this madness. You love to see it. There's a game of I mean, you know, there's the battle of the coaches and the picks and where we're going to end up in this game, and that is also part of this journey that we've been seeing both of these teams go on, where they're not just trying to, especially with the format, try and like counter pick against their opponent. They're trying to play their game, but in this format right now, you kind of have to manipulate it to your favor.
Yeah, I mean, but it's a big question mark for me. You talk about expected results and expected scenarios with the map pool. Let's not forget what's happened with Split, right? Even across the map pool, there's questions, sure, of how deep the strength runs for Sentinels, but if that's kind of the MO coming in, GenG were the team to kind of throw that off balance, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they were the team who dominated them on Split.
Exactly,
the map that has been their home this entire tournament. Even back in Americas, they looked incredible there. So honestly,
I mean, they rattled them so much that they gave them they gave Paper X the playbook when they played against last time.
I mean, it is crazy to think that Sen has lost their best map twice in a row now, and I'm not going to focus on hindsight because they were amazing at that map, and they still are.
It takes nothing away, but I think it gives massive credit to the teams that can dislodge that sort of statement.
And it really goes to show how close all these top teams are, that you can big up all the fundamentals, all the ideas Sentinels take, but it just takes one good day of prep, one good team showing up, and that can really change.
All right, well, we do have the Agent Select coming up here. We'll see what we end up getting. And again, I think really it's just, as we keep saying, you know, HiPoc, it's just going to come down to the margins really at the end of the day, the small details between these two teams.
Yeah, don't expect any changes here. We're not seeing any, obviously, GenG previously. Whether or not this is a comfort pick for them coming out of the grand finals. Only saw 2 occurrences of it regionally, but they look damn good at it. A close fought affair with DRX, sure, but that finals versus Paper X, this was the home stretch for them.
I think the struggle for GenG will be playing the solo Sky here, not having that refreshable utility that the Gecko gives you. Sentinels can re-clear extremities, can have that Dizzy back online. GenG, on the other hand, doesn't.
It's time to see who has the better ideas here on Bind. And let's go ahead and send it to your cast. You got Sideshow, and I had to say it, Bren, the birthday boy. Love you, buddy. Have fun.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Bind being a stage that has been set here between these two teams now for map number 2, and it's a series of unknowns really for GenG. I mean, we haven't seen them pull this out in quite some time. They are running the same comp as they did when they qualified for this event of Madrid, just before it all occurred in the kickoff. And yeah, some question marks really about their play, about Sen's preparation, how comfortable they are going to be heading into this. Now, clearly, there is some level of that. It was the first map the Sentinels got their pick off when they actually got to wrangle that map, pull that map veto out of the hands of GenG.
Pistol round again. Very clear focus. GenG looking to fight over Shower's control. That's where Tens and Second both are.
They are rapid onto the corner here. White face, 3 players though left to fight them. Tens hightailing it out of there. Backs away. There's a smoke drop down at his feet as well, just to cover that retreat.
Looking like they want to take another fight immediately over towards short. Tens just trying to make sure that nobody walked up behind the Viper wall. Risky to try to take that kind of play, hoping to catch a timing on Munchkin had he gone for that. GenG's approach here is quite slow. Sassy's already used one of his flashes just to let him know that Fountain was clear at the beginning of the round. But now Lakir and Munchkin gaining information, peeking into John.
John should see this, as you said here, with the jiggle. A little bit of damage done.
But John, look, not pushed off that angle. So still getting information that Hookah is clear. That's going to keep 2 players over towards A.
Right here.
So if GenG were hoping that that play would open up A as the weak site, it's not going to be the case. Zels is still with Molly.
Soldo will be about to be set up here. Now, what's the emphasis being placed towards this A side? With the dogs straight through to Molly doing a bit of damage. It has slowed them down. They realize Showers is open. The reposition now into the back of the site. Dizzy up and away. Broken in place. Sassy, good kill. Wingman with the swing. They are absolutely running over these GenG players. It was the fast TP and a wrap around. Shut down. Sentinels, a pistol round gained. And just in time for them.
Fantastic pistol. completely turning the tide of the narrative in the previous match that GenG were dominating all of those important rounds. And the player to watch there was TenZ. He did such a good job. That's a fantastic play from Sassy too, but I love the wingman usage. I love the double up with Zelsis and Zekken, and making sure that they catch Meteor. To me, when I watched GenG last time playing on the attack side on Bind, the player that stood out to me was Meteor. He gets so aggressive on Cypher.
Oh yeah.
A little Alpha Year-esque.
A lot of solo takes into Showers. This time though he's supported with the whole pack almost here. Still Outlaw. Nabskir meets his match, drops to the floor, and these are kills that you don't really want to be funneling into Zekken. Don't want him to get those showstoppers online, but with Showers control gained, peace of mind granted for but a moment. They still need to deal with potential lurks.
They've actually pinged out where John Cutie was playing in the previous round, and everybody on GenG looking to group up over towards Hookah. So perhaps, you know, because they found that positioning previously, they're going to look to try to punish it.
There.
Look, again, setting up, making sure the crosshairs are in the right place, but John playing a different angle.
Yeah.
Escapes without any danger.
Good jump spot from TenZ too. For GenG again, the whole pack just roaming around here, looking for those openings. Here's Meteor. Talked this guy up, bigged him up for good reason. His mechanical ability's off the chart and he can just solo open things up. Cool, calm and collected with the aim. Has to really steady the hand now through and out into the site. And they have dropped the players for assaulting the positions.
30 seconds
Karen
left.
spotted. TenZ holding position, just waiting for these reinforcements to come through. And it's looking fairly clean. Nicely done from Sentinels. TenZ building up to what looks like a fairly speedy Thrash, which could be a massive ultimate to work with. I think this is the dangerous side actually for SEN. When I was watching them play this composition against Heretics, bearing in mind that we've only seen them play it once, they've really adjusted their defensive setups, or at least did in that game. Whereas previously when they played the Yoru, they were focused heavily on Showers and B-Long. We saw much heavier focus towards Hookah, Shaw on defense.
Seems to be a return to that, right?
It seems to a little bit, but bear in mind we've only seen it once prior to this. So that could have just been their game plan against Heretics. This defensive setup, for example, much more reminiscent of what they've been doing early on in this game and more similar to what they've done classically on the map.
Here's the Meteor Classic. As I was talking about, I mean, the guy just likes to go walkabouts. Solo plays towards Showers. He tries to play off the timings as well and noise that the rest of his team makes.
And I would say that this is Munchkin's weakest map individually. I think that's one of the reasons that SEN will have picked this and felt confident about it too. GenG's map pool is just outrageously good, but this is probably down towards the bottom. If they're able to recover here and put up an X, might just be the GOATs. Who knows?
Let's see. Taking Gander now seriously at this bonus round as a call being made fast. Look at that Stimmy. TenZ following it through all the way into Lamps. Stunned up. There was that connection and they are just running and gunning. Current didn't stand a chance. A second go of things now. Dizzy. There's some value. Blinded up, but at least Lakia can stand his ground. Rooted into place with 40 seconds left. Time. Not too much of a problem just yet, as long as they do slow it down and pick off these remaining players around. Sassy, back at the site, Ghost, winning it, but now just facing all together.
30 seconds
Second
left.
realizing it, backs himself away now, up towards heaven.
Lakia has to plant here with 3 HP. Zekken has a nade. Is he going to be able to get into position to deny this?
Open himself super wide, but he takes the risk, actually just goes for the wider swing, and Lakia, yes, he does go down. Straight bit of damage, 140 to the chest and texture. Back at the site, not accounted for. Gun round earned here, and one out. So no bonus to get away from them. SEN don't get that luxury.
But they've done an enormous amount of damage, honestly. GenG's economy is not going to be in an amazing spot here. You know, Guardian, Bulldog coming into the next one. And there was certainly danger. I love this decision to fight back site. It was a little disjointed from GenG, but a nice call. SEN's defensive setup again prioritizes Showers at the start of the round of B-Long. Quite different from the last time they played against Heretics.
Certainly does. It's time to be split. Waiting out the molly, and Texture's just not scared at all. Look at this guy, wide facing. Not worried at all with the wall was down. Plenty of angles left and waiting. Flash through there, getting the acknowledgement. TenZ, what is the call to be made? They are really just out wide and open. If this wall goes down, they should know the timing for it, but it's going down. Flash through and out. There it is. Meteor falls, deleted. Lakia
How's he done that?
Away, I'm not too sure. Jumping up and hopping up. That was a trailblazer kill that I just saw filling up the feed, but the spike dropped down. Texture will seek to reclaim this one, and all this action has happened with still a minute left on the clock.
What is Munchkin's call here? Zelsis is still waiting over by Showers, expecting them to use that teleport, because Sentinels have lost B long control. Love the play from Sassy and Tens. Going for a fake B long re-clear and then a real one afterwards with the wingman. But it still left things in an even scenario. This is still looking like they could take the teleporter, but Munchkin's getting into more and more of a committed position.
30 seconds
Slowly
left.
now assuming correct positions, like they want to try and exec themselves into this site. Here it is. Munchkin has a snake bite, will send it flying. That's just to block off that CT exit and entrance. Still the face, and the fight is called. Munchkin, a lot more left to do now here with only a few seconds left. Removes the Seeker, was pesky in his face, a bit of a problem, but again, time against him. And with the spike in the middle of nowhere.
No time.
Clear wing cons, acknowledged there. Zelsis, yeah, he runs his way out.
Very well handled from Sentinels in this round, and Sassy stepping up. A lot of what Sassy has been doing on this team in this new version of Sentinels has been purely supportive. You don't often see him at the top of the scoreboard, putting himself in good positions to dominate in the same way that we saw him when he was on Loud. But this round, finding great impact. With the re-clear, with the swings as well, shutting down GenG. And all of that economic damage that Sentinels did on the bonus now really paying dividends.
Stacking up. It's a much weaker buy-in approach here for GenG. They're sending out that cross-map molly. Should be familiar with it by now. It's going to be landing onto B long. Allows Texture to claim that ground. Slowing it down. In the right moment, waiting for the team to back him up right behind him here. Classic playbook of GenG, just contacting in, hoping that they can take a fight and trade it out if it goes poorly. Sassy, he's the one to watch for here, and look at that Texture. I mean, insane awareness, shots fired and rattled, but there it is, Zelsis returning. A few of his own, the spam battle won out, or at least evened out.
Evened out, and Munchkin is looking to try to take this timing down short. He's posted himself in an aggressive position. Second and 10s want to re-clear.
Oh, theft. Molly was sent flying.
Oh, they missed it!
Oh, he missed it! Still walking into the Molly. How are GenG finding all of these kills are onto the A side already?
That is ridiculous! I thought Tens and Zekken had the awareness that Munchkin was there, and Zekken, he ends up getting caught as well, so giving away his positioning. He's going to have to pull out heroics to get this. It's looking awesome for GenG.
Yep, doesn't do anything there. GenG doubled up. Almost every position accounted for. Sentinels. Yeah, decisions be made for them. Backing away from this one.
Brutal decision that they have to make in this spot. But terrible economy on Tens, Zelsis, Sassy as well. How have GenG managed to pull that one away?
That's a confusing one.
It felt very similar, though, to that eco round that ended up swinging things when the score was something like 8-8, you know. I think it was round 17, actually, yeah, on Breeze, where Munchkin tucked underneath window over towards B, and he made that aggressive move, and he got rewarded for it. And this is similar again. There's a distraction play over towards B, and Munchkin gets into position. This opener is lovely, but I think what actually ruins them, oh, that's brutal. He just didn't hear the molly or realize. But this is the play that I think wins the round for them. Munchkin finds the timing to be able to punish Tens and opens up the A site for his team to rotate. SEN have been aware of that before. Tens was looking to re-clear, but they just didn't go deep enough down short to catch Munchkin hiding behind that box. Flips the economy on its head. But actually, GenG are taking 2 Guardians into the round. 3 players that'll die to a double tap.
Really just trying to min-max as well, that money. Keep it flowing. Face now out wide. Munchkin. Great awareness and even better aim. That's 3. Drop down red, filling up the feed. Sassy, yeah, of course he returned the fire, but guns being reclaimed out in the open. No chance left here, so GenG, all but certain now going to be that 3rd round. John, happy to do a bit of that damage, but yeah, guess what, Meteor, he's not letting him get away with that.
Punishing the gun pickup instantly there. And I said earlier that from what I'd watched in Pacific, I thought Bind was Munchkin's weakest map individually. And I also said earlier that when I think about GenG, I'm thinking mainly about texture, Garon, Meteor being the three powerhouse players. When Munchkin is finding plays, finding moments, and winning duels like this, I truly believe this team's unbeatable.
Yeah.
Because it adds that additional layer. Munchkin ended up top fragging on map 1. He destroyed them last time these two teams played split. He's been outrageous in this tournament.
He's doing it again now here on Bind. Nade off the Dizzy's contact and a fight as well out into the open. He's the one who's going to be coming up on top. Seekers here out. This is a little bit of chaos now. Strone really into the mix here with the orbital strike. Was committed. No kill from that one though. And GenG wounded. Be limping themselves away now back over towards that A site.
They know that Zelsis took the teleporter, so they know that there's a Brimstone around there with ult to be able to deny the plants. This isn't a round where GenG can just try to fight quickly. They actually smoked off the teleporter at the very beginning of the round as they took sand control, expecting a crunch from SEN. But instead, it was that double up under Hookah that did the damage and put GenG in this spot.
This mid-round by Munchkin, call to just contact all the way in, has done them wonders. Still, they do have to worry about that ult, and there it is. Sent flying out to the back of the site. Lakia, pop flash play, out and collected! All sorts of kills and damage, but then wide face of Celsius. Beautiful with the movement. He glides and saves the day. Leaves it down to that 1v2, still with the pit up. Munchkin, plenty of options left here. Is he going to be aware of this? Potentially keeps the pit up. Tap.
He actually might be able to tap here and use the teleporter even, but he's looking to try to take the fight instead.
Trying to make a play. Every angle needs to be watched for, and it is.
What a round by Zelsis.
Yeah, 5 Merchant in the flesh.
Impeccable play there, and I love what GenG went for too. The awareness from this team is spectacular. They're thinking about the fact that they could get sand crunched at the start of the round. Then they call the mid-round over towards A, tap, and look to flash backside to punish the players who are going to be trying to get into the pit at that time. Love what they did, but Zelsis shuts it down from his position on top in heaven. Very competitive game that we have here. And Texture has yet to really show his dominance on the entry, coming straight down mid.
No direct hit.
He got rocked.
Straight to the back wall. Yep, it's second. Comes out on top in that one here. Nade will get sent flying. Players seeking to try and plug up that gap as well. You can see them, GenG, trying to swarm that position. Mosh Pit does relieve that pressure, but okay, Meteor still alive and has dropped him down. Now the showstopper. Earns up and a bound. Zekken eventually claiming the kill, just using the gun this time. Here it is into the site. It's Meteor. He splits it up.
He's distracting. He's pulling 3 players over towards A. Munchkin, though, instead of rotating, decides to reinforce his player, who's in a deep position. But this crossfire looks impossible to break.
How do you break it? You just can't, surely.
Well, they're worried about a B lurk, so this might break it themselves.
No way. And
they don't swing.
The trade's late, the swing's late. Meteor, he's gone for seconds, you greedy, greedy boy. But spam down at a triple point, and now there's the call. Finally, a TP by Munchkin. Gives the indicator again, but Sentinels left worried. They've made the right read onto this one.
They have. If they double swing at the same time, they're going to be able to catch Meteor. Do they predict it?
Discipline, the diligence. Meteor can't land his shot. Still 30 seconds left. And again, it's a wrap around, the ring around the roses, straight through the TP. Munchkin, though, will be met or placed. It's going to be blocking them off, at least from being able to flood themselves back into it. But he actually didn't activate the orb.
And he didn't throw the snake bite either.
Bit of a misplay potentially, but now finally out into the open. A few bullets to pay for the price of that one, still alive.
SEN was so worried that Munchkin was fake tapping there that they didn't even get into backside in time. So now Munchkin's snakebite with the orb completely locks them off. They are worried, where could Munchkin be right now?
There's that misinformation strewn into the round. Now Munchkin has a snakebite. Can play it as the first point here. Sassy just sticking, holding with faith in his teammate right behind him, and you can feel it all the way through. Paranoia settling in for John, but still he lands the shot in the end.
Great call by SEN, and a right smile on Munchkin. Look at that. Fantastic positioning by Zekken, and he hops over the top of it. Playing jump rope up there. And Kaplan's happy about that one. SEN starting to pull away. Not doing enough damage to GenG's economy just yet, but they've got themselves in a great spot. Ults abound, their defensive setups are working, and another fight potentially here. They've got the read that Meteor just keeps placing Cam in similar positions.
That's why the fast face comes out, it looks like, from Sentinels, just making sure that they take away the cam, don't let Media set himself up into that spot. But John QT, his pit blocks off his one section of the B site.
The mid-round timing. I mean, Zekken here might be looked to be bailed out by the Thrash. Yeah, you can see this setup. But it's possible that if GenG have enough players here, this could just be Zekken in a one and done. And everyone is here, all four players for GenG grouped up.
Dogs contact.
Either going to be amazing or terrible for Sentinels.
Thrash being held on the Trailblazer. Here it is, SEN flying, but it's a little bit late. It's delayed, it's delayed, it's delayed second. Does he get out of entertainment? Right on time, Kieran. Oh, he's barely crawling away there. Death's door, but he will survive into this round. And guess where Meteor is? Go on walkabouts once more.
He made a noise.
So damn good at trying to play the map into this fashion. But yes, he did make a noise. And now the Seeker's being used. It will point him towards him. Has to break it. Drops down the cage. Direction. GenG turning in and facing over towards the B side. And again, Sentinels will be running and following them fast on them, hot onto the heels. Inside the smoke. Meteor dominates the angle and dominates the space of his own neural fifth down. GenG stand a chance and more. The decision to be made. They fight into the back of the site. And it is going beautifully for them.
Spike planted.
The pace from GenG is just far too much for Sentinels to deal with. This team reacts so quickly. The calls are amazing. The decision there, realizing that the solo play from Meteor had taken enough space to get in, and instead of doing something simple, like throwing Karen's molly over towards that smoke and stopping the SEN flood retake, they get inside it themselves. And I was seeing this all the time when these two teams played on Split. To me, one of the biggest issues was SEN could not keep up with the pace of decision-making from GenG. Like there, TenZ throws the wingman because he's thinking, I'm going to stop somebody from getting inside this smoke, and I'm going to get into it first. And he doesn't realize they've already thought of it and got there quicker. And these tiny adjustments in timing can be all the difference. Cool idea as well from Sentinels on that short hold. Just not quite enough. Look at it as well, the extra layer of flashing through the smoke. It's just so good. And while SEN felt like they were pulling away with their wins in round 7 and 8, it's actually them with a battered economy now.
Shoddy by.
Now Zelzis can still be a real difference maker with the judge in hookah. Do not count that out.
Oh my goodness, you do not want to be standing there.
Yeah, they're expecting somebody to be playing for the orb, but nobody's won away, so just a hard read perhaps that they were going to go for that on the eco. Sassy and TenZ set up to go for that re-clear down B long again.
Texture though, he's in an anti-flash.
Yeah, it definitely feels like GenG are aware of it.
Sassy's out wide here. He's jiggling all that information. Trailblazer, this timing could be absolutely everything. It's broken up close and personal. He knows that GenG have come knocking. Seems like they want nothing to do with it. Dizzy, flash play. But only around, they've called it to go back again.
Yeah, Dizzy only shot one person. So GenG might be thinking, right, they think we've left, let's re-hit B now.
Rooted in place. Maybe the noise. Dog taking ground there. Lakia faking like there could be more presence over towards it. Sentinels making calls of their own to just triple up into hookah, but with Lakia not spotting anything, now the call has been made again. Another pivot here by Munchkin. He's cementing this idea that it's going to be that open site for them. They're not worried at all, are they? Nade, almost a punishment on it. Caron gets out alive. Heal on line 2, so he will be topped all the way back up.
And this is where the judge and the stinger don't look so good anymore.
The post-plant position is immaculate. Munchkin playing a deep angle into showers, even just Lakia with the late rotate now doubled up with him. Too much to deal with here for Sentinels, surely. They'd have to just some absolute miracle shots, and they're already setting up and gearing up for it now. Out wide again, but guess what? Yeah, Meteor is too fast onto the approach. Inside the smokes, inside every possible option that could have been there for Sentinels, and Zekken, the only thing is focused on his mind is trying to get out with that gun, but even that is denied. 5-5, GenG making it nice and even here.
I'm loving this attack side calling from GenG. I think they're playing the macro game really, really nicely. It's been one of the things I'm most impressed with this team. And one of the reasons is I had no idea Munchkin was capable of this. No. We've seen him at global events before, but bear in mind, nobody on GenG has previously been in a position to do this kind of thing. They are not the creme de la creme of Korean talent, at least not until this year. They've always played second fiddle. Munchkin and Meteor were playing in Japan. They didn't even have the option to, you know, get those opportunities on top Korean teams. Lakio languishing on the bench. Texture off Duelist. Karen not even a pro player, for God's sake. And every time Munchkin had turned up, there'd be a language issue and the attack side calling didn't look very good. This team has come together with HSK prepping the roster, setting the groundwork, and just exceeded every expectation, even the coaches.
And then the respect region-wide. I mean, they've come knocking at multiple opponents. They've always knocked them out. #1 seed of Pacific for a reason.
And it's not so much, in my opinion, that they're standing on the shoulders of giants and building on what Pacific have done before. They look to be straight up leapfrogging them.
Oh, yeah.
How many times have we seen DRX and PaperX try to break through that glass ceiling? And yet GenG, what ceiling? Wait, you guys couldn't win before? Why not? It's actually kind of easy. It's unbelievable. Double outlaw here for GenG on the attack side, predicting the fact that SEN are going to be on an eco.
Maybe right. It would be right. Deep smoke dropped down here for Sentinels just to try and at least hold on to control of bathroom showers. Up towards that A-long angle, but B-long have a question entirely here because, again, walking slowly up towards it. Reactions on point for Texture. Just sit through the wall. Sassy barely survives.
Very lucky for Sassy there. Does Meteor have a read that Zekken's in this corner? Zekken trying not to make a footstep while staying agile. No damage on Zelsis.
There's noise being made all over the place here for GenG. Just, I mean, how difficult it must be for Sentinels. They see the dog go up B long, the shots fired off towards A. Flash sees nothing.
That's ridiculous.
Flash sees nothing.
Anti-info and Sassy's leaving. How has that happened?
That is ridiculous. I have to see a replay of that one later, and it's already just being sold even further. Nades, snake bite, full combination. Terrible concoction. John QT, the sole defender, just needs to hold down his little portion of territory. But Meteor just seems so damn aware of it, he is. Hunts him down, sniffs him out.
Brutal situation for SEN to be in. This site's so difficult to retake Lakia. Oh, body block there for a moment.
Surely no chances though with the gun advantage for GenG. They are just cross-fired up out the wazoo, making sure that they can beam down anybody who tries to step past that mark.
Zekken will take the death to be able to, oh, the kill, sure, to be able to get his ult online for the next round. But it's just all focus on round 12 here. Oh, and they're just playing with Sassy.
Dude, I thought he was going to go for it. I really did.
And any danger in the round for GenG, completely upset by that bird telling lies over towards B long.
Let's see this one.
Yeah.
Way to go. Not
Flashes
too
around.
sure.
I mean, it just goes into garden, but everybody's playing an anti-flash position. I'm not sure on purpose there, really. Just happened to give terrible information. The bird disappeared without a whimper. A canary in the coal mine as Sentinels quickly did the same. 3 ops online for GenG here, looking to try to close things out if SEN get aggressive.
Okay. Let's get silly.
They've all got rifles, I would assume, to be able to pick back up as well.
Round 12, final round of this first half.
And actually a really important one, I think, for SEN to be able to get online. You know, they've got the ults here. Zel's is one away from having an orbital strike too.
All it takes is one misstep though. One opened up body, just trying to gather the information from Sentinels. It might just go down to it. Zekken again, jiggling. Meteor, eager for the fight, eager for it indeed! And there it is! The first punish online. I mean, operators across the field. It's Kieron just plucking tens out of the picture.
And that reaction trying to set up the showers crunch where Zekken could re-ult back onto Meteor. Didn't realize Meteor had already left. They'd read the play and punished the reaction.
Hiding inside the smoke, doubled up now. They want to flood back into this one, trying to catch that timing, and here it is. Doubled up high-low, Sentinels. This might be the right read for them, but Lakia is brute force and barrel through Sassy. So damn fancy. Might have brought them a window of opportunity, a chance, very narrowly. Nade rebounds, but not enough to stop this one, and Zekken still has the rocket showstopper available. Pit now going to be dropped down here with the rocket to clear through and out over the top. It's lifeless. Baron in nature, but he snipes him anyway. Expected a position, Sentinels claiming the 6.
Zekken takes over in the 11th hour to tie this one up at the half. But if this is where Sen thought they had the biggest advantage over GenG, this first half has taught them that they are not going quietly. This map pool, it's an ocean for GenG. Lovely play from Sassy there, utilizing the brim smoke, ducking, dipping inside of it. But this is anybody's game.
Right. A series of unknowns really as we head into that second half of Bind, despite it being Sentinel's map pick. Absolutely insane stuff. But on the floor standing by, we have a special guest, a very special interview.
I am here joined by Valorant studio head Ana Donlan and obviously our global head of esports, Leo Ferreira, Madrid. Uno de los motivos y las razones por los que estamos hoy aquí es gracias a ellos, así que os voy a pedir un fuerte aplauso para darles la bienvenida y las gracias obviamente por este pedazo de evento. That's just for you guys, so thank you for this event. Now, Ana, I want to ask you, today we just introduced a new agent to the pool. What can you tell me about them?
So Clove is something we've been working on for a really long time. I'm so proud of the teams back at Riot. They really pushed themselves on this agent, both from a design perspective, creatively. I think they are so vibrant and beautiful, and it's going to do so many great things for the game. So I can't wait for everyone to get to play them next week. I thought the show match today was amazing. It was so good. Congrats to Mixwell and Team España. That was amazing. And yeah.
Okay, we love that. Thank you very much. Now, bueno, obviamente creo que lo habéis entendido, ¿no? Que tiene muchas gracias de que tengamos a Clove entre los agentes, que el showmatch ha estado genial y que solo en una semana ya podéis estar probándolo y creo que va a estar muy, muy guay. Now, Leo, of course you're on the competitive side. What do you think about this gorgeous, gorgeous event here in Madrid?
Oh my God, we are so happy to be here. We've been dreaming about coming to Spain for a very long time. This is our first time here. You all have been incredible hosts. Thank you so much for embracing VCT. We love you. This is just the first event of the season. There's a lot of VCT to come in 2024. We're gonna jump straight into stage 1, and we're so happy to be here, so thank you all again.
Nos da las gracias por estar aquí, por ser tan acogedores. Esto para los que no habéis hecho el workbook. Pero la verdad que lo estáis haciendo genial. Obviamente todavía nos queda todo el stage y todo lo que queda por llegar en 2024. Recordad, cuanto más ruido hagáis, más conscientes serán de lo que necesitamos estos eventos en España. Pero obviamente esto no ha terminado, así que seguimos con el partido.
Do love a bit of crowd work. People riled up here for the second half of Bind. Full importance. Keeping our eyes peeled now onto this pistol round.
And I know that Sentinels have changed up a lot since the last time they played Bind against Heretics with this composition. But when we saw them play, it was a lot of short execs with late showers backstabs. Have they got more in their arsenal? Are they prepped against what GenG are going to bring out here? This is a must-win map for them.
Lakia feeling the heat now and the pressure from that one. Bundle of util going to be used. Trailblazer holding his ground just for a moment, baits it out the shots, but he does get the info that he was after.
Oh, Ten's taking the ult up there when I think he was aiming to pick up Wingman.
He'll be happy with both.
Yeah, didn't get punished for either. GenG are so happy to follow the noise and trust the read with their defensive rotates. This is such a key thing when you watch them. They stack sites like nobody's business. You've got to run fakes against them. And now, Trailblazer coming down short, trip broken, that starts to pull Texture away. But only for a moment. He realizes there's nothing following it, and they trust their gut and stay on B.
30 seconds.
It's so difficult to sell a fake against these guys.
30 seconds left.
But I think Sen have just about managed it. The B control actually turning into the fake, looking to commit down short again. And I said, these 4-1 execs, they were bread and butter for Sen.
Meteor, is he going to be spotted? He's playing deep tucked inside that smoke, and he could again be the difference maker. Guarding, body a wingman, orbs picked and placed back up. Plant down here for Sentinels. It's all about how he gets played into the post, but Meteor, he was spotted out. Wide into the smoke, Nade flushing him into the back of the side. He is down and low, but hopefully a heal online, potentially there still. Need to hold down onto this ground here for Sentinels, in through lamps, and GenG, they are methodical in the nature, the way that they approach a lot of these retake situations. It all comes down to the minutiae, these tiny little details. Flooding now, front of the site, shots found and kills finally online. The GenG team and the defuse, Caron half already. Has he bought them time enough potentially for GenG here with 2 players left? Lakia, the orb, at least there, another kill, found and out and defended. You're joking. You're kidding me!
From the first Masters event, coming out here in the most recent Lakia, so clutch. These shots are unbelievable towards the end. Defending from every different avenue, popping off.
Oh my goodness.
Lakia himself said in a recent interview with Pedro Romero that his biggest mistake in his career was joining DRX, then known as Vision Strikers, after having that success in his first Masters event.
That is gold.
Yeah, imagine that.
Gold.
And now, he's overtaken that team that he ended up joining and having more success here in a grand finals.
Potential off the charge, but Sentinels is a great charge out wide and open. Look at the molly, the damage all combined and collected. Growled into it. GenG obviously favoured. He's got the spike and he's in their spawn.
It's a weird one.
It is a really strange one.
Actually, if Karen ends up going down, although I don't see how he possibly could.
Not with the judge, surely not.
But the A site would be open. There is simply no way.
Just understands the timings inherently.
All left on Zekken.
They knew his backside. Call being made from his teammate. Second. Earns himself a plant at least here. Really shouldn't be any opportunities for him to win it out. It'll have to be a bundle of mishaps and mistakes here from GenG to really topple this one. So
and these are just the consequences of GenG winning a beautiful pistol round here. They get themselves up to 8. Lucky is going to take the defuse. He's now only 2 away from getting Seekers online. They know that Karen saved the judge into this as well, so might anticipate him being positioned over to Hookah for the next. Normally, that's going to be Munchkin's job, defending onto Hookah. And when I was watching GenG playing Pacific on defense, they loved to push. Not in a coordinated early round manner, but just looking for those mid-round timings, trying to abuse the fact that on Bind, teams don't tend to be as spread across the map, watching everything all the time. Of course, SEN's comp doesn't have the Cypher to be able to rely on. Those trips are not going to be there in market, so if anybody finds the mid-round push timings, they're good for it. And it is Munchkin looking to cover Hookah, while Karen picks up short.
Sentinels.
Clearly aware that Munchkin likes to play that aggressively. I think this side is where we've seen weaknesses from Munchkin before, but he also loves to take fights so much that if he's on fire as he has been today, and he was in their last match, he could easily be the win condition for their team, in fact.
GenG looking like they're calling for a reclear in through Hookah, so they're going to get information pretty rapidly at least.
But Bren, if the judge wasn't in Hookah, where else is it going to be other than short?
Now they're walking right into it. Caron. Too much util, the dog doesn't clear him, but he does break it anyway. Kill trip! Lands a shot. Good adjustment in the end, but Tense does return that fire. Now a flash blinded. Texture still only for a moment. Sen's line an 8. Now there's 45 seconds here for Sen. Collect yourself and cool down your senses. Enough for potential pivot to a different area, but they've committed the smokes. And they want to know what his last play is. That Texture! What is that? Pulling away. Trip's still not dealt with. Lighting these players up. Yeah, John QT is right there again. TP through. That was only Zelsis. What is the call to be made? Bonus from GenG finally, full committal, but they're going to be walking again into Munchkin. Never losing his ground here, always holding on to this space, and now Meteor doubled up crosshair setup. This could be nasty, this could be brutal. Obliterated! GenG just have such an immaculate read. Every position, every scenario, it's all accounted for.
It's these defensive rotations again, Brent. GenG are so far ahead of it. SEN think that they've got the timing to be able to go through the teleport like that. GenG have already got Meteor not just over towards B, but already set up a crossfire with Munchkin. And beautiful little bait play there. Munchkin letting himself be seen first and dragging them into Meteor's crossfire. When you watch GenG on defense, you would call it over-rotating if it wasn't winning so often. They have such a trust in the read. This nade to push Texture away from his position.
Nasty one landing right on top of the box. Satchel. Second setup now with this Bucky forward position, but Meteor. Oh, Meteor. Oh, what a snap to the side. What's the wrist breaker there from Sassy, and hello, what a time to come alive here for Sentinels. Much needed, much anticipated now. Texture trying to dodge and juke that timing here. Entertainment onto Lakia. He's back to all of them, chasing them down, hunting them down. Sassy wants even more, offloading the Seekers. Why not? A winnable spot, a winnable position. Charon all alerted to the presence, but he picks up the rifle almost with the pre-fire. Still 2 versus 4. Spike has to get planted here, so Sentinels will at least earn that.
Everybody on SEN inside lamps. It's a really unusual post-plant position.
Gaps to be played within. Sentinels cannot let this one slip, not after losing previous gun round, not after losing most of the scenarios where they had that advantage. Thrash off that tap. Satchel over the top here and a seek to punish. There it is. Texture, last one left, last one alive through the box. Nade earned again. But tucked, hiding away from the position as Sentinels trying to play this one just with a little bit of intelligence. And John gets that information. And a shot to the head. Thrifty here. MasterCard well earned.
What a timing for it too. Definitely felt like GenG was running away with this game. And this is a must-win map for SEN. This is where they felt the most favored. This was their pick of all of the maps they could have gone to. And as the desk was mentioning earlier, they're kind of playing for the 3-1, hoping they don't even need to get to Icebox. Incredible shots being hit there, and Sassy on fire here on Blind. We expect to see those a little more, I think, from the GenG players. But here it is. Texture, Texture with an operator looking down B long.
Yeah. He's got himself onto a really nice forward angle. Spotting out this operator is going to be pretty key and essential here for Sentinels, but they don't have anything concrete to clear it out. Look, even the Dizzy just clears it. Jump spot from second was really out wide, but giving up that space. But GenG putting such a heavy premium on control of just both B long and Showers. Even got a cam set up. Munchkin willing to hold it down.
Yeah, and they've actually not really heard much on either side. Charon goes for the gamble over towards B. I'm interested. Munchkin didn't quite find the timing to take a duel, but he's now tucked in a position, going to get cleared by that flash.
Yeah, certainly should be. Zekken eager to take the fight there with a boombot just right behind him. He knows the rough position here of Munchkin.
Charon's back immediately over towards A, so there's still 3 players defending this.
But only 30 seconds roughly left here. Moshpit sent flying over the top now as well, trying to take the space. It's only 10s and he's left alone to his own devices. So for the rest of his team here with only 25 seconds. That's a spike drop down on top of it. It needs to be heroics and it needs to be masterful play at that. Munchkin almost going down to the stray Satchel, but it matters not. Overwhelming aggression from GenG. Full lockdown in approach and play. And seconds dwindling down to nothing. It's GenG up to 10.
The stack, the crossfire, way too much for SEN to deal with. And not just that, GenG fighting close. Not trying to hold into backside and rely on the fact that, you know, they'll give SEN the play and try to push through smokes or anything like that. They fought almost even before Meteor was taking contact from the short trips. Look, they pick off 10s here. They're looking to try to fight them in short. They mollied off Showers as well, so Zekken couldn't help. They picked that apart and fought aggressively. There's a really interesting quote from HSK, actually, during another interview where he said that GenG tries to make the plays that other teams would hesitate to make. That's a very conscious thing that they've come into this year trying to do. We are going to try to be the team that picks that timing and fights you.
Been working so damn well for them here. GenG
Look at the rotates, Brent. Look at the rotates.
Set up and
There is less than 10 seconds into the round, and they're planning to 5-stack B.
Second showstopper. Loose here, was vulnerable, but up close to the corner to clear. Lakia! Blinded! What? Found what? Snaps it! Sentinels, they found an advantage, but it's about converting it now into a round win.
And they've got an inkling that there's a ton of players here stacking the site, but they're not fast enough to pull the trigger and go for the rotate through the teleport, which would have been a play to open up the A site for a free plant. They found themselves that player advantage, and now GenG, with the players stacked, looking to re-explore.
Man, look at this call to contact re-clear. Are they going to be ready with the rightful play? It needs to be online. It is Sentinels. Clean sweep there, out towards it, forcing GenG out into the open. That slight pause keeps them alive for now, and it was really necessary, Josh. I mean, you end up losing that one. GenG up to 11. The economy just been dwindling. Sentinels getting rocked left, right, and center.
But what is this? The timing on that Dizzy. It just blinds Lakia
so
right. Yeah. Well, he was 1 HP, I think, after he went through the Viper wall as well. Yeah, so just, but still, caught down extraordinarily low. And the crowd here behind Sentinels, willing them forwards.
Not easy rounds that Sentinels are winning.
They're not at all. Again, GenG had 5 players B.
That's fast though. Second. It's in front of the snakebite as well. A little bit of damage, almost a kill onto Lakia. It's good damage. It's going to be permanent. There's no heal online. At least he can't heal himself. Now the Trailblazer for the re-clear. Munchkin, you can't be calling for that one again. He just goes down with it.
Yeah, and these are the times when Munchkin ends up getting punished, and it's looked rough for GenG. We haven't seen very much of it. Munchkin's been playing a superb game, but that's the kind of stuff that was happening in Pacific, and SEN have taken full advantage. There's 3 players very close to key ultimates as well, though the orb is not here. SEN put another pause in the round, maybe hoping that GenG would do another exploration. They've got to be cautious about Texture's ultimate, and Garon's, for that matter. The more they let the time click, the more that those ults could just win it for GenG.
Josh is waiting for the fuel here just to prop both of it up, make sure he can clear some of this util. Trip. Spotted and broken. Not be pulling any of the GenG players away. It looks like positioning is being shifted. No, still a reclear of Texture. He's happy to hold this close angle.
30 seconds left.
This when he has the rocket available to him. Another trip. This time. Noise pressure on either side. The TP rotation is now core with 20 seconds left. Guess what?
What about
gone now?
What about Caron's ult?
Caron's ult, yeah, it's not really going to be handled here at all, and that's going to be sending it out with Wingman. He's going to be broken. No! They disabled it correctly, but it does catch on the second. So the plan is online. 4v4 though. A must win for Sentinels. Must win indeed.
The flank.
Fast wrap around flanks on flanks. Lakia punished for it. At least recognizing SEN the weaknesses of their own compositions, but is immediately answered and evened back out.
Celsius got
Even
ult.
So advantage now for GenG here with the ult. Here's the first tap, but he's waiting for the second point. Karen's fast onto him! Karen's fast onto him! Already approaching and expecting that position, and he just has to let it rip anyway before anybody even taps. GenG so fast with the moves, yet Sentinels shut it down!
The tension in those kind of rounds when it gets down to a post plant is palpable. Sentinels were so close to major ults getting online, and I think if Celsius hadn't found the kill to be able to get his up, there was all the chance in the world that that round was going towards GenG. Tens with 2 gorgeous kills towards the end, off the back of the Dizzy. And GenG forced to take a timeout. Their first of this map. Frankly, it might be the first in the match that we've seen. I'm not sure whether they threw one in on Breeze.
Certainly a rarity. You don't see them often. Calling for that timeout, cool down in the play here, because this is Sentinels actually making a very decent go of it. Yes, they won here and there, a couple of half-buy rounds when the economy wasn't too good, but that was, full-on gunplay occurring.
Remember, though, that this should be the map where Sentinels are the most favored, and they're still behind by 1 round.
Yeah.
Even though they're favored in the next, due to the economy advantage, it's not clean sailing here, not by any means. GenG fighting for every inch of this. Not willing to give up any of these maps that they so carefully selected. Now, in terms of what GenG are going to be talking about in the timeout here, I think it's going to be about those defensive rotations. They've been stacking the opposite site to the lurk. So when John QT goes and puts pressure and breaks that trip, If it doesn't feel like an exec down short, they still keep players on B. And this time, John QD took the space and called for the rotate over. So that's kind of the opposite, I think, of what GenG were expecting. And it's possible that Solo and HSK are just addressing that and coming up with a slight variation in how they play the defense. We'll have to keep an eye.
Lakia now eager for this orb, looking one away from the ultimate, but again, might just earn it himself, he does, with him dropping, sent to the spectator seat. He's gonna have to sit on the sidelines and really fester and wonder about what went wrong there. Now it is explosive. Second, through and out into the elbow position, spraying down texture. This is explosive into the back, the side. They try and stand their ground, but they can't hold their candle. Not against the weapons.
Huge one, clean one. SEN tie the game up. And those ults that were close to being able to be put online a couple of rounds ago, where Zelsis Orbital Strike made all the difference, now look at them. Huge tools available to SEN. If they're able to lean on those, it will knock the GenG economy once more. And the game, which GenG had under some level of control, will start spiraling away from them. GenG
Machine just churning them up now.
The stack, 3 players over towards B to start, and Karen in a very committed position.
Super committed, but he backs away now with the knife out. Close tucked here. Sentinels.
I mean, this is looking like you thrash to try to put pressure on people, yep. And Zekken follows it up.
Osh and Seekers with a thrash on top, like you said, Josh here, sending it flying. Zekken is eager for the engagement, even more so, spots it out, Munchkin. First one to fall, fills up that feed for them nicely here, but GenG might even look to just try and fight back with the pit down. Something has to really dislodge this one here, maybe even a few stray bullets. Sassy finally planting, elbow control for them. On top of that, it's Hookah.
They didn't plant though. They're still getting it down now, and GenG are taking elbow control in the meantime.
It might work against them because it has cut off these angles, and the core made to contact works out beautifully. Thrash through with the flash as well. On top of it, it comes down to how can they win these kills out? Second, as the Rango the Beast, that is his rifle, lit up like beacons, but it matters not. Sentinels. It feels like almost the first time here in this series. I'm sure it's not, but they get that lead, at least by 1.
And relying so heavily on getting those ults up. Look at this play, Munchkin stuck while the rest of his team ended up playing for retake. He was just hoping to go 1-for-1 in this spot. But Zekken's entry has so much to help him. Seekers coming from B long, a thrash, nade into backside, smokes to cut off all the angles. SEN just decided to drop the nuclear codes and just send that one into B. And it's a great time to do it too. Oh, the punish on Lakia. Huge. Great read that he was going to be going for the ult orb at the start of the round.
And that's play, just going their way.
Yeah, that's what you need. You need to keep these anti-ecos clean for SEN if you want them to start building up. Because GenG are super dangerous in these kind of moments. You cannot count them out. They're so apt to take risks in these rounds that have paid off well in the series so far.
Completely ignoring Hookah. It's a smart call as well. You don't want to walk into those shotguns, but the trips close will cause some issues here.
Zelsis has just used all 3 of his smokes, one, I believe, to drop off Hookah, so they've got to commit while these smokes are up.
Fine with a trip, get any values, just over and above the top of it here. Second satchel now to see the 4 position with Meteor down. Really no more danger. Sentinels, they are steady as anything here. They can feel it on the precipice of getting that 12th round here. A critical map in the juncture that is this series.
Texture and Munchkin really with no chances in the round. Though Sassy looks to take the fight instead of relying on the double up.
Zelsis, safe pair of hands there. Rifle in them, make sure that there's no funny business.
And Munchkin, you can see the motor mouth popping off there. Just gonna save and take this time to address with his team what the game plan is once rifles get online in round 23. Because this is crunch time. GenG need 2 in a row to just drag this to overtime. And they do not seem happy with the idea that SEN are going to be able to win on their map pick. There is still a chance for GenG to get back into this one, but these recent rounds have all gone the way of SEN. A reminder, though, that they did it by using ultimates. Even here, Zekken pops the showstopper to be able to get into B. So GenG, do they actually need an adjustment?
Wow.
Not just the save for Munchkin to talk. Now a timeout called, the second of the map, to allow their coaches a bit of input too. But Bren, what I'm saying here is, yes, it's been 5 in a row for Sentinels, but crucial rounds have been won off the back of ultimates.
Yeah.
And Sen do not have access to those anymore. I mean, they're one away from getting Seekers back up because Sassy is frying. But I think GenG's game plan has not necessarily been the issue so much as them fighting an uneven war.
And finally, there's going to be a bit of that parity. Even guns on GenG's side. Sentinels running out of those ultimates. I think you are right. I mean, you're right on the money in terms of just talking about the game plan for GenG. It hasn't really been going amiss. They've just been getting ran over, steamrolled almost by just that sheer ult economy that's just been churning, generating constantly for Sentinels, but it has run out. And GenG have to put a stop to it here if they want to stop Sentinels on their map pick.
Yeah, and we're talking about it running out, but Sassy could certainly play for the Showers Orb here. It looks like Sen are set up for a fast Showers take. And unless Meteor's able to pull off some magic, because he's going to be vastly outnumbered.
Let's see it.
Seekers are going to be online, surely.
What have you got up your sleeve, Meteor? Team needs some magic. We need it now. He's backing away. It's just that aggressive cam.
He's been putting that there a lot, though.
Yeah.
They've already seen that in a couple of post-plant situations. Sen are going to know. It could trigger some kind of Showers crunch, though, so they've got to be a bit cautious. Look. Tens, Zekken, ready to punish the players that might come through the teleport, using Sassy as bait. And now they walk forward, get Seekers online.
Texture. Close, up onto the angle, dog broken. Boombot as the first layer of contact.
Munchkin
here.
pushing out through
at
sand,
his feet.
Brent.
Is Munchkin, and he's been doing this at least in the qualifiers. It could be a punishable element. They have to be aware of it. Gaps in the play for Sentinels, and it looks like Celsius is seemingly clearing most of this. But they've left that tiny, tiny window.
These are slow rotates. Zekken, though, making a little bit of noise. Munchkin's going to make the call. Look at these rotates from GenG. All come in, beating the rotate.
No way.
Getting into B.
Flooding back in.
And Munchkin has not overplayed his hand. Makes sure that he just feeds the info his team needs. And what a call this is.
Gets the hell out. 30 seconds. This is going to be a full committal. Straight into the moor, out wide. They're not expecting it. GenG players holding their ground, rooted and snared into place, but they're willing to just fight tooth and nail. Spike dropped down, Molly's at the feet. Nobody can advance, nobody can step over the line. There's gonna have to be those shots, gonna have to be that firepower. But again, is it enough? Is it enough? It's not! Meteoric from Meteor himself.
And what a call by Munchkin, man. We saw him go for those sand pushes all throughout Pacific, often getting punished for them, but played this one to perfection. Sentinels have got to be scratching their heads after that, thinking, how on earth, when we were fairly quiet the whole way over towards B and had made noise throughout Showers, how did they get the read? How did they know?
Let's go.
Incredible play from Munchkin without really even popping up on the kill feed. All just based on getting that deep positioning and hearing the footsteps and calling the rotate. The defense side rotates from Munchkin are just phenomenal. And to make that play and just push the very boundary of what you can get away with in a round that now makes this feasible, that we could be heading to overtime.
That's why Sen are calling this time out here. It's the last one that they've got, at least in regulation, and they understand the importance of the round. You don't want to go to OT, not against GenG, not when they've been making these adaptations over time and correcting towards it.
Yeah, and not just that, Bren, we were talking a lot about the ults being on the side of Sentinels. Well, now the coin has flipped. Munchkin still has access to that Viper's Pit. Charon, one away from being able to get an orbital strike online. These are ultimates that in the middle of a round can change the flavor of what's happening dramatically. Oh my, GenG are going to start the stack on A with 4 players. What a gamble to push them through into OT.
4-1 setup. Don't see it. Looks like they're going to try and set up Munchkin for that deep pit in through the main choke, and he is going to layer it down. Needs to be defended in time, but here's that Showers fight. Molly drop down. GenG walking, GenG walking, but losing the fight. Initially, it's up to Lakia. Hold it down and stand his ground.
Short players.
Away the short players, and Lakia comes up huge. You're joking. Getting away with murder.
It just flips in an instant. GenG not happy to just sit inside the pit. Pushed outside of it. Managed to get a kill, too, up towards short. Outrageous decision from Munchkin and the GenG coaches coming out of SEN's TAC timeout. And now funneling the final 2 survivors straight into these trip setups. I mean, this just looks absolutely brutal for SEN to deal with.
Dire straights. Not only the trips, got to worry about Charon's ult, denying. Meteor himself as well, he's just tucked. Safe position. But out wide, there won't be any punish onto these trips, but they're not going to walk into it anyway. It's just concealed, but that TP through Munchkin.
They just know.
Just got to read. I mean, they just know. Now with the camera, spotted it all. And look at that, Charon sends it and splits them up. For OT, all the way here, GenG not going to be denied it at all. John QT dropping to the floor. And let's go again, shall we?
There's a perfect example. I mean, look, let's let's look at this for starters. Second and Celsius trying to hold the push and just got minced. TenZ as well, not realizing that Lucky was in the corner, despite the fact that he caught a little bit of chip damage. But for me, that final moment where Munchkin just comes, all right, there's 30 seconds left. We haven't seen them over towards A at all. They've got to be taking B. And they just went through the teleporter. They're not worried about the fact that it could have been a late A hit at all. They just trust the read. Something that a lot of the coaches have been talking about. I mean, defending champs, Potter and EG talk about that all the time, trust in your gut, and I feel like no team embodies it more at the moment than GenG.
Yeah, full committal into the calls that are being made here, but the sides are swapped around now. Opening round of OT. Meteor. They're going to go with this one here. Cam attacking, but already through the choke point. Still, they deal with him. Pesky intruder out towards, and Shower's control is going to be essential. What is the call now for GenG?
A plan for backside here and taking control of the defense spawn seems like a good idea. But GenG don't want to commit to it just yet. Now, Karen's got one smoke to play with. You can smoke off Heaven, you can have somebody watch over towards pipes, but they're not making a decision here. They're slowing down and they're kind of trapped.
Waiting for Munchkin.
Yes, but what is Munchkin really going to do? TenZ is on a great angle at B long.
It's just all hinging on this, isn't it? It's an off angle at that.
I just don't see how Munchkin clears this.
Yeah, an ADS. Spoils it for Munchkin here, TenZ.
It's weird though, because they don't know where GenG are. They could be all the way up Heaven, all sorts of spots.
It's going to cause the push out here by Sentinels, meeting them right into texture, but he wasn't waiting for it. As a trade attempt by Charon, he will fall too. Everybody topples, Sentinels. Flawless here, the first round of OT, and another chance to seal up this map.
Rare moment of hesitation, I think, from GenG there. Munchkin clearly wanted to take matters into his own hands and was hoping that GenG would find Sentinels making a mistake, going and re-exploring A for information. But SEN was so happy on B. Just one watching spawn, one watching B long. Very good patience and diligence from SEN to get themselves up to yet another map point. They've got to start closing these, though.
It's integral. You look at the overall map pool in this best-of-5 grand finals. It's an uphill battle almost all the way through. Bind is a necessary component that they need to take away.
Brent, Munchkin's in a really committed position here at Hookah. I don't see how he dodges Boombot Dizzy.
Here it is. He's out wide anyway, just hates to fight to him. No way. How are you doing something like that, Munchkin? The two best players, arguably, on Sentinels, put down like nothing.
Finds that timing before the utility's used perfectly. This is going to get scrappy, though, because they want to fight over the spike. They're not content with just playing the numbers advantage.
He's willing to join them, but he has cut off that angle here with the Trailblazer not broken down. Is he actually going to be stunned up? Bullets raining through TP. Core texture is right there, fast in it. Here's the reinforcements. Here's the whole bloody team. Everybody joining the fight and the fray. Fast rotation, stimmy, evacuation.
That's an amazing read by Sentinels. They know that all three players are there, and this is a race that SEN have won. Rare for them to be able to beat the defensive rotates, but
wait a moment.
A rare mistake as well from GenG. They
Here
haven't got the plant down.
Sassy hears the noise cues, but he just pre-fires and guesses incorrectly. The gamble not paying off still, not willing to give up that space, but finally here, Mazaus is out in the open still. The kill found 2v2, running and gunning to just retreat and cover that section. Now the defuse, Meteor sticking all the way. Spray down, have earned, but that will be it. Sentinels Even it up 1-2-1. And I said it was necessary, and it certainly was necessary.
To the elation of the crowd, SEN, a grueling win for them, forced into overtime, but they do it at the final moment, converting a 3v5.
Absolutely incredible stuff so far. Plenty more action where that came from. Do not go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Listen up, says my teacher. In front of the class, he says if you're not a believer, I've that's on you. Better shape up and pay your dues. I've with you, that's on you. I'll be on a flight soon to the end. I sing you. Gotta know all this propaganda. How do you do? Better get away my own medicine for you. Never gonna make them think I'll stand there. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. And I don't know lose. Don't mind if I do. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. And I don't know lose. Don't mind if I do. Free as the wind and as strong as a piece of amber. Give me a breath like the fire you'll soon remember. Ooh. I'll be on a flight soon to the end. I'm singing. Ooh. Gotta know all this propaganda. How do you do? For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. And I don't know lose. Don't mind if I do. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. And I don't know lose. Don't mind if I do.
Well, folks, we got ourselves a game, 1-1 tied up, and there you can see the Vibe Merchant himself clocking in for a hard day's work. An incredible run from Sentinels in overtime. Took some heroics 100%, but goodness gracious, did GenG make them work for it, guys. I mean, Mimi, that was just, what a game we were just treated to.
Yeah, I mean, GenG was looking incredible in the first half. It seemed like all 5 of their players were stepping up and having moments. Lakio winning clutches. But once we got into that second half, Sentinels execs with this double flash comp were incredible, Mike.
Yeah, their ability to really slow down the tempo. And I mean, Josh kept talking about the rotations and stuff being absolutely key for GenG. But what was crazy was Sentinels continued to slow things down. And that's those sort of rounds where you're looking at it and you're thinking, yeah, GenG have got the reads. They're going to have people in the right place at the right time.
Yeah.
Sentinels were the ones to actually dictate that. And they came out on top. That string of rounds was absolutely insane.
Oh, it most definitely was. But let's not forget, though, that there were some brilliant calls. That actually takes us to our HyperX Reflex moment of the day. A little bit of a different one this time around. Mimi, why don't you go ahead and walk us through it?
Yeah, so this round, I think the real reflex of it is just showing how good the timings on utility is for Sentinels. Zekken using one satchel to get over that molly and then waiting for the second one. But right as that happens, you see that Sky Flash Dizzy combo coming in from long and from short. Perfectly catches that player in hookah and blinds everyone on site as well. So these traders from Sentinels can swing out together and win this round. Their synergy on those are incredible, and it really relies on these two guys on your screen, Mike.
Absolutely does. I mean, Zekken, we keep talking about how he's so explosive. I mean, no questions about it now. The most explosive player in terms of impact, in terms of what you see him doing on screen. And I think so far, it's 51% overall round win rate for Sentinels. It's 70% when Zekken gets the first blood. He's dropping, literally, there's a 1 in 4 chance of him getting a multi-kill. He has over 80 multi-kills already at this event, topping the charts. It's just insane to watch.
And I love watching him and Tense play together. No matter the agent, that duo's synergy is absolutely on point in the server.
But you know who I got to give some love to here? I got to give love to my ball brother over there, Sassy. My guy's holding it down. This dude seriously has been impressive, Mike. And this is a question mark coming into this. How is Sassy going to be? How is he going to perform? And I think in this one, he proved exactly why you want this world champion on your squad.
Sure, and we said this earlier, top of the show, Sassy maybe not numerically, has had a couple of rough performances, you got to say it, right?
Sure.
You're bottom of the scoreboard.
You'll be the first one to tell you.
Yeah, you're lacking the value from utility, but particularly with this composition, like you've just noted there, having that second layer, particularly for some of these slow mid rounds, has been absolutely crucial. And Sassy, in my eyes, this has probably been one of his best maps so far at the event.
And exactly when it was needed. We're already into the agent select for Ascent, and this is a map where I think we really go back to what we've prided both these teams on, their excellent fundamentals. They're both going to be playing the default comp, but I think we have to put some extra pressure on this map, because for Sentinels, in my mind, this is a must-win. If they lose this map, they'll need to go to Icebox, where they are absolutely not favored, where they haven't had time to prep. They really need to take home Ascent.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. And we've also still got the concern of split. That's
right.
Behind Ascent as well. So talking about aiming for the 3-1, looking for this to be a little front-loaded, this is the one you've got to follow up from that bind victory.
If GenG can win this one, they have a real chance to lock in that trophy to win the first for Pacific.
It's a pivotal map 3. We'll see how things land and send it back over to Brennan Sideshow.
Even more important with this one here, getting us started. Ascent in our staging ground. Territory left to be claimed for both of these teams in a best of 5. Constant back and forth.
There's so much weight on Ascent. And so much uncertainty, I think, in terms of how these two teams are going to perform. It's a map that SEN like to float. I recently saw them perform incredibly well in their recent game against Paper Rex. Zekken in particular, starting on defense. GenG grouped up over towards tiles. Both teams, when we saw them play against Paper X, did a lot of the defensive set plays. But I think that was a specific ante. I don't know whether we're going to see as many of them here. It's a trap play in mid for SEN. Turret to watch contact over towards B.
The question is, how do SEN pivot now that the turret takes a contact? It's going to be Zekken eyeing it up onto the angle. Orb kicked up, now a smoke.
And this is quite nice because once you break the turret, you actually break the trap setup in mid as well. So SEN's setup that was dangerous to walk mid on, dangerous to walk cat on, now gets dismantled a little. The macro game continues to be played really beautifully by GenG.
Taking a bit of a wander now, straight down mid. Got the alarm bot to notify them of this one here. Sentinel's potential chance of the reclear, but no, just a shock dart. Bit of damage now onto Munchkin. Now steps going to be made with the alarm bot broken. Here it is, the flurry and rush from the Sentinels players. They have to really
flash.
Back them up. He does have the flash. Paranoia goes wide and does not connect onto the necessary target, and that is second still with that dash. Spraying away, quite praying as well. It's all Sentinels. Collecting and colliding. Only two left to stand here for GenG, Munchkin, Lakia. Side by side. Now, there is damage done, but the door has been broken into their face. And with only 12 seconds left, Spike drop down and spawn on top of it. You have to make a good go of this if you are GenG, but you have to take liberties. How's he got away with that then? Time? 4 seconds, barely enough, but now broken in place. Zekken slaps him down with that one. A pistol round now granted here for Sentinels.
Zekken gets the cleanup on the final two, but his positioning tucked behind the box. Getting the pick on Meteor, I believe it was, who tried to push lane. That's the one that's huge. This kill right here. If he ends up losing it, Celsius is under pressure. Suddenly the B side looks like it's going to fall a little. Very good setups from SEN. From the pistol into the adjustment. All looking good.
Somebody to keep an eye on as well. I mean, Second does seal it up onto that pistol round here. Getting a bit of acknowledgement, but we'll be taking a gander, that head-to-head, him versus Texture. Texture, have a great map too on Bind. Seeing how that made manifest. Will there be a continuation into the series? Yet to be seen. Now GenG looking to just take control, maybe get an orb if they can, but they're really just being fought over this every step of the way.
Yeah, mowed down. Not really funneling the ult orbs into the players that would want them most. That's a silver lining to what has otherwise been a very simple round so far. Trying to bait out the second shot so they could punish. Good movement. But second with the ghost as well. Yeah, knocking that one out.
So that is flawless.
Yeah.
Sentinels can now set themselves up going into that third round here. Really critical one.
And I think this is where we'll get to see, are Sentinels going to go for the defensive set plays and that aggression? Because this would be the perfect round to try something like that.
Yeah.
You know, flash recon into mid, have TenZ teleport into a smoke or something like they've done before, or even go for a tiles crunch. It kind of looks like they're set up for a tiles crunch, except that there isn't a flash in mid. Maybe just a bit of aggression over towards B main instead. Doesn't particularly matter anyway, because GenG, all 5 players grouped up as if they want to go for a fast A.
Stacked up. No time wasted with that one, just a flash to get them control towards A main. Deep knife. Quite deep enough, actually, really. Looking to tank. Or it does, in fact, actually, now, but the turret's going to be broken with the Nana Swarms. Still not deaded.
Yeah, nobody has gone to close the door, so the Nana Swarms haven't been used. Now they're popped. Karen took one of them out and gets a safe door down.
Insane pathing by GenG, just avoiding all that Sentinel utility, but it does set it up now for the 5v5 retake. Now, of course, guns not on the side here for Sentinels, but they do have the util. They have been clean with it in the past. Texture wants to take the fight there, but caught out in the open with the Paranoia tucked tight into these positions, being flooded and swarmed. Not enough with the bullets to spray them down. Reflank attempt now in through it. TenZ, he spots it, but doesn't expect the second player. Still, Celsius not being able to stick that defuse. He can't even get second onto it, and the damage has been done to all of them. Sassy has to really stick this one and pray for his life. Not enough. Barely over the line here for GenG.
And they lose Lakia too. So that's a very expensive round to get on the board for GenG. I like the idea that they went for there. 2 players, Munchkin calling it, going for the wrap, back down through Catwalk, and then playing it one at a time, so TenZ thinks he's dealt with that post-plant lurk. And Meteor's able to pop through. At the end of the day, though, I think that's a win in the column for SEN. It's not technically, but they've done quite a bit of damage, kept the economy under control for GenG, and got themselves the Odin, the op. Big tools to work with.
Massive tools. Essential, really, to any good hold of Ascent on the defensive side. Zekken took an early peek down mid, but thinking twice about it, I think, off the back of all that noise that GenG are making. Open for a bit of a tussle here. Now, the drone does tag. Will there be any danger for TenZ inside the position? This time, Texture aware of it. Flash through around the back as well, but he can't quite lend a second one. At least his teammates can. Lakia cleaning up duty for him, and now retaking with the operator. Zekken, a stray shot. A gamble in that position.
Spike planted.
Oh! Ridiculous. I think this is one of the situations where you just need to save the Op and Odin.
Yeah.
Get out of there. Not a fan of that defensive hold. The smoke that TenZ is using, got no problem with that. The one-way used to be more standard, but plenty of teams running the full smoke that blocks up A main. It's really annoying for the attackers to deal with. You're seeing that Lakia is investing the drone pretty much every time. And actually, if they start to get the read on that, you know, TenZ or Zelsis could start dominating that smoke and trying to spam him down when he's going for the drone.
Standing ahead.
There are little counterplays that you can do, but just not a huge fan of the timing that TenZ chose to try to get back into the kind of A main cloudburst that Texture had thrown. The attackers are going to be in there a little faster most of the time. All right, so SEN, silver lining, they still kept the Op and the Odin. There it is, that entry. And it just puts a lot of pressure on Zelsis then, backpedaling. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair and honest, Valorant.
We have the devs in house.
I'm sure they're working on it as we speak.
Yeah, we'll see. SEN have managed to at least, you know, scramble a bye together ever so slightly. It's half armor and Guardians.
I think this is going to be fast here, Brent. I think Zeken's going to want to look for an aggressive position. Or are they going for the one-way and tucking into wine?
Gearing up for it, and that didn't tag.
Yeah, but it did onto TenZ, who was thinking about using Paranoia.
Now mid. Name of the game here for GenG. 4 players waiting. Zeken, too much to account for here. Wow, still gets out and still has a dash as well. In fact, is he going to use it? Yes, opts for it. Can't hit it with the readjustment there still. Now he nails it. Body's hitting the wall. Texture though, he's so rapid. Look at this guy. He's all the way up into heaven, but he is going to be shut down in the end. John QT, good awareness from that one. It's about trying to keep up with the tempo. Can't let GenG run all over you. Lakia, sole survivor. 1 shot left for Zeken. Shot dart. Pushes him out.
Great punish.
A lot more to do. He wants to make a go of it.
Lakia has been astoundingly clutch, but he's not going to get anything this time. Zelsis shuts it down. What a round from Zeken with the operator in hand.
Oh, yeah.
When we saw him play against PaperX, barely pulled out the op on defense, actually. Mostly rifling, mostly going for those defensive aggression plays. Now he's just allowing people to walk into him. Gorgeous reposition onto some of these angles, too, playing around the utility very well. Bit of a question mark for me, honestly, how Zeken was going to play with the op. We saw him absolutely dominate on this map. But, like I said, mostly with the rifle. He's looking very good to open here.
Hello, jump spot. Real chance here. Doesn't anticipate it. Texture. What the hell is that? Ferrari peak.
That's amazing, though, playing with that. Oh, and look at this, Carol. So deep.
Oh, through, and he gets the punish there onto Zelsis, looking for that information inside the smoke. One of his own making. Drone clears through, and now he can just retreat back into the site tucked. What a play by GenG.
Incredible from both of those players, Texture and Caron. Now SEN. Got more than they bargained with. And a player disadvantage retake.
And they got on off. Very difficult.
Nothing to write home about here.
No, GenG could really be in an advantage position, yet Texture goes down. Close quarters action for Meteor. Action indeed, but he does go down to the follow-through, spray-through of Sassy, anticipating it. The reflank now, just a re-clear into mid, and now regrouping up here for Sentinels. Damage done, but so is still on the opposite side, Zeken. You respond with that one. Need to deal with these players though. Anchoring, tucked, close Caron, he's gone. Lakia, Hunter's Fury available. Indecisive though in terms of how he wants to play this one. Sassy's just sticking this, and it is watched. Get down, Mr. President. Sentinels. I mean, pulling that one out of nowhere. I'm not gonna lie. Player disadvantage with the operator. You shouldn't be winning retakes.
But it's Zeken again who actually finds 2 kills. One by peeking heaven, if I'm not mistaken, and the other, they throw a recon dart that forces a swing, and he gets this kill kind of for free, but good awareness. That is bonkers that they've turned that one around, especially when Lakia had the Hunter's Fury to work with towards the end there. You're right, it really did seem like he wanted to set up a shock dart play or the Hunter's Fury and just realized, I have to swing this.
Yeah.
It's a tide turn.
It certainly is. Still danger though. Knife going to be stopping a few of these GenG players in their tracks there. Caron, he actually can't get out of here, but it's a knife on either side, so there's no util to flush him out of that spot. And finally, they get their abilities back online. TP's out of dodge. While all this has been going on, GenG happy to take that B main control. We're going to try and set up Lakia there in the meantime.
Yeah, looking to just try to farm the ult orb, Meteor 1 away. So it's entirely possible that they're playing for that. Second pushed away. They know that there's no op over towards A. Texture clears out the entirety of A main. This is going to allow, I think, Meteor to get his ult online. They might really want to go for this with the lockdown.
Consider it.
What is going on here, though? GenG retreating away, but they haven't picked up the orb. So they can't use the lockdown to fake towards A. They've just got some kind of read here. And to some degree, they're correct. Second was hoping towards mid. Now he's picked up Heaven. You know, they are hitting the weaker site.
Texture sees the barrel. Oh my goodness, what a timing for the ult. Rips away the knives, and now Texture, weak as anything, declawed in the mix. Has to back away and high.
That might have been based off a flash that Munchkin threw over towards A. Are they expecting this on B?
There's Nana swarms.
Look at the minimap.
What the hell is going on here? Still, the adjustments there with the flick of the wrist. And GenG again left scrambling.
There's 15 seconds left and they don't want to survive.
Don't want to keep these into the next round. I mean, Texture's got nothing. You don't keep the blade, so you don't keep the ults. Flash, pop through round and aside here, spamming and spraying. A reload, no punish. 5 seconds left. Plant online, maybe enough. Maybe enough. It's going to be going down to the wire. And they do get that continuation, and Meteor gets the kills. Added concatenation, man. Round to the back, it's watched for. Texture will get shut down, and flanks on flanks need to be managed. Paranoia now. Doesn't break the door down, but both players blinded. That is perfection, immaculate placement. Meteor with 32 health, and nothing but dreams will be fading away. The Sentinels win a rather scrappy turnabout round.
I've been praising the macro from GenG all match, but that one boiled the carrots for too long. Now turned it into mush. I think they could have played it a little more simply. I mean, Munchkin almost gets an opportunity to get in there, but Zekken makes up for it with a gorgeous refight with the operator. And he's frying, by the way. If you want to talk about individuals, Zekken's looking just as good as he did when he played this map previously. And Texture's not really finding those openings as easily.
Of course, it's harder when you're the attack side Jet. I mean, you have to be set up with util. Not going to be favored into a lot of those fights, but
also it's Texture.
Exactly. You kind of expect more from him. Here's a fast play though, Texture. This time not shying away. There's a dart over the top that sets us up on either side here. Texture now is into the site. He's worried about backside. Still, he could seek to deny. There's no one watching the back here of Zekken, but he does dash away and out of the fight here with the smoke. Covering it, 4 players spotted. Good information here for Sentinels, but Texture again needs to be this playmaker.
Karen teleports in over towards lane, only with 30 health, and they use the lockdown as well, but look at the lockdown positioning. It denies mid and market. It's so good for keeping control of site. Karen dies, but he'd already stuck that plant.
Zekken will get detained, will slow them down just a tad here with the plant down. A potential difference making. Look at Lakier's position. Again, he's got that Hunter's Fury. He's going to be waiting for the right time to strike. Same with Meteor. Takes up that space, but he was blind as anything, and John QT, a little bit delayed, but eventually getting that trade. Hunter's Fury now is being used proactively. 2 tags, no kills, though. Damage being done. The backside players, they need to be dealt with. Hopping through with the flash. Texture, putting them down side by side. Tens will follow through. Time has run out entirely. And another's been bought here with all of these plays. GenG barely pulling that one out from the jaws of defeat.
I really can't believe that Lakia decided to send that Hunter's Fury instead of playing for the time, because time seemed like it was the biggest asset on GenG's side. That ended up being the deciding factor anyway. I was worried there for a moment. That aggression from Meteor is so classic to the way that GenG love to play as well. The Pacific teams, Paper X do this too. Not happy to just fall into backside B when they play the post plants, always looking to contest.
If they think they've got that timing, they will take it.
Okay, so GenG get their 3rd on the board. A recon looking to push away Zekken if he was playing around mid.
Very mobile though.
Yeah, he got smoked off, and now he's going to pick up mid at the same time as the recon dissipates.
Seeing a player move over towards Cat here, it's going to be called out. At least it should be that awareness. Double tap, they can't hit it. No way! No way! Tens! My God, man! And the follow-up, the backup arriving in the form of an ultimate. Couldn't have been better.
You give him an inch, he'll take a mile. They just whiffed on him for a moment, and he readjusted his aim and took down 2. He looked completely caught there. The game plan worked for GenG, it's just... they just couldn't land the shots in the moment. 2v3 though, and we've certainly seen GenG pull out rounds like this before, especially when SEN lose info around the map. You know, Karen could be in a position here where he just shoots them all in the back.
Yeah, reminiscent of Breeze. There was multiple scenarios where Sentinels they threw away those player advantage situations because they didn't know where the enemies were, and now with the plant down.
Yeah, do they go for the ult? If you ult, you kind of have to just sit there and defend it.
Down online, that's what they were waiting for. Here's a lockdown, pushing the players out wide. Caron,
you have to defend
forced
this.
to make a play. Yeah, you do have to defend this here. He's not going to be detained from this spot. Here's it. Zekken not adjusting for that angle. Not even expecting it here. Now they have to worry about this crossfire setup, but JongQT is halved already. Onto that defuse. Sassy responds with the fire, but here he does not know. Finally, shock dart fired. Sassy tapping, forcing out wide again. Lakia this time prevails.
Monstrous in the clutch. Time again. The enemy of Sentinels. They had a player advantage, but they had no information about where GenG had disappeared off to. Another great play for TenZ that ends up being wasted somewhat by his team's inability to capitalize on those advantage situations, and GenG using other advantages, map control, info denial. They don't need the players online.
There's a fast play though, already setting up. Flash in hand alongside that Tar Texture might just be blinded fully. He's playing inside the smoke, he dominates it. TenZ have been playing this one before, but with the Odin spam at least potentially evened out, but not quite. Lakia straight there in the fight, side by side. Advantage now for GenG.
A massive advantage with JongQT falling. That's all of that Killjoy utility over towards B that's disabled. SEN are going to have to make a proactive call here. They can't just wait this out.
GenG are just doing the exact same, waiting. Yeah. Hoping to catch that proactive call. It's a great read. Celsius might just walk and wade right into it. The crossfire of a century, and look at that, the call to 3, 2, 1, peek it down, tap, 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 Zekken! Right back at you. He's got plenty more to deal with now. Yeah, he wants to make a go of it.
He's got two, but might be too little, too late. He has read this though. He might be able to get into spawn at the right timing to cut this off and get another for free.
Doesn't break the knife actually, yes, and he's got the dash back online.
You just don't think logs here though. You just never think about that.
Don't expect it. It's going to have to be reactions and adjustment potentially there. Still close to the corner. Jiggling from Lakia. Decides to take the timing and a fight right to him. So 5 to 5. Even up now again for GenG. And this is a really good spot for them. Attack side of Ascent. We've got to imagine it plays out a lot more typically.
Sentinels going for their first piece of defensive set play aggression there. And it's dominated. They already used this. It was round 6, I believe, the last time they played on Ascent. And TenZ that time was able to get into the smoke before his opponent, dominated it, and got the win. This time, Texture just a little faster, just a little sharper. SEN knocked down onto an eco and going for another set play by the look of things.
You have to take risks here. I mean, when your money's so dire, if you're letting GenG take the lead on their attack side. Ooh, missing the silent jump up. Zekken is giving an indicator.
Good awareness, though. Here. Yeah, it doesn't do any damage, but it indicates that Zekken is not going to get away with his Bucky play.
Movement, enough to survive. Doesn't even use the dash.
One of those rounds that GenG would love to keep clean. While there's a little moment in the round as well, 5 rounds on attack side Ascent is looking pretty good.
Yeah, it is.
It has been somewhat even. SEN have in fact actually been pretty good on the attack side too.
Up through mid. Gap is spotted here by GenG. Now a fast play, approach, trying to slam into these anchoring players, but it's on them to try and hold their ground. Sentinels standing side by side here, but again, the weaponry just not ideal for the job. Now, Texture feeling it necessary to really clear through a lot of that. Hello, Karen spotted and an upgrade here for the anchoring players. Again, close, tucked to Dice, but there's no trade and no swings. The anchoring players out back here with the Sheriff, JongQT, but not expecting it away with the Bucky! Gaming! No! Can't land the shots, damage done to it, 10 set up, it's a 1v1. That's such an important one at that. The money was dire, 10s, 6 bullets, accounted for! Exactly what he needed.
Another miracle. Ritualistically brought down by the crowd, willing it into existence, I think. How are they doing these?
No shot.
What a timing. to be honest with you. I thought it was over when the Bucky didn't deliver those 2 clean one-shot kills.
I mean, I'm shocked that Zekken didn't one-shot them.
Yeah, he was so close, but still able to finish one of them off. The other week, TenZ wins a 1v2 towards the end after opening things up. So many rounds like this. It's a Red Bull clutch, but it's also economically upset the tide.
Ever so slightly for that final round, but still the knives online for Texture. Bit of Odin spam, got to respect that one with the dart coming through. Counterplay in order. Back here, not to be dissuaded away from it. He's going to be earning his ult as well.
And Sentinels have got to be thinking about the fact that Texture would love to do some kind of updraft dash engage into B now that they have B main control. So, you know, you're playing retake B at this point because you don't want to challenge that. He's got knives. But you've also kind of set up for a bit of a retake A approach. Now TenZ and Zellsis looking to re-explore perhaps.
Right here.
Pinging out the alarm bot, important. GenG have to make sure that nobody followed that drone up.
Walking up now, Sassy. It's all about when you pick your time. Is a counter spam. Almost gone down potentially there with the damage down, and out of here with the drone. Everybody lit up, but the shot goes wide and just goes amiss. Second though, he's still alive in the fight here, but a TP into the back of the site now. There is that danger facing, but cancelled. Only 30 seconds left. What is the call to be made? The reposition backing away. Hunter's Fury. And Lackey is hoping to set this one up for the rest of the team. They're going to pivot. They're going to A. 20 seconds, indecisive.
They're going back to B.
Running back to B. Can't be making plays like this, man, but maybe just getting hectic in those final moments. TP engage, Meteor. He's lurked his way in. Damage done, and another kill found. It's all being added up. Right click. Kills here. Needs to stick in. Right click. Gamble incorrect.
Oh, the body block.
Oh my God.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Telsis 1v2, 1v2, 1v2. Rushing entirely into it.
I don't think I've seen a round that chaotic the entire tournament. GenG didn't know where to end. What a way to finish that half. They pulled it out of the back of Meteor getting in. TenZ went for an ult play, cancelled it for info, got caught. And then they have to body block Caron to avoid him being caught by Zekken. Look at him getting in front of the Classic. Ludicrous. Munchkin, you crazy little raccoon, how have you done that?
6-6, that's where we stand here on Ascent. Absolute insanity, but standing by on the floor, some of Sentinel's biggest fans.
It's another great half of Valorant here in the grand finals, and I got two very special guests with me here. It is TenZ's mom, Valerie, and Sassy's wife, Sophie. Welcome to the grand finals. Now, every map has been so close so far. They were so pumped on stage when they won Bind. I wanted to know what was going through your mind when they managed to close that out. I'll start with you, Sophie.
It's crazy, actually, but it's a 6-6. We're even. I think we got it.
Oh, I like it. I like it. What about you, Valerie?
I was a little nervous, but I feel good, and I think they got this. I think they're bringing the trophy home. I could feel it.
Oh, well, it's been, 1,029 days since TenZ first brought that Masters trophy home. So tell me, what's it been like to follow his journey and support him all the way back to the top?
It's amazing, entertaining. I love it. I'm in awe of him all the time. He's awesome.
We think so too. Come on, guys, give it up for TenZ. Come on, come on. And for you, Sophie, you won there in Istanbul when Sassy became a world champion. So what are your emotions right now to know that he could potentially win a trophy here with you in the audience?
I think if we get the trophy, it's going to be a really step up in his career, and the boys are amazing. I love them all, and let's go SEN!
Come on, you guys know what to do. Sentinels! 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 Well, let's see if Sentinels can close this one out on Ascent.
Crowd certainly rallied up here. Right behind Sentinels, trying to get it done.
And a reminder, it is only TenZ returning to the final stage for SEN, but Sassy also making his third time here, both looking for another trophy. An elite group. There's only 5 players, I believe, who've been able to lift the trophy twice, and they would be looking to join them, TenZ and Sassy. We've also never had somebody win a Masters and a Champions before.
Sassy, he ended up overcoming this grand finals against the Demons that is GenG, would be the first player to ever do it.
Pretty incredible.
We spoke about the importance here, getting the rounds up online, sent with these compositions, you know, by all metrics, from what we know, it's not an attack-sided map.
Standing ahead.
That puts even more importance now onto this pistol round for Sentinels.
And I think, again, I'm looking at the GenG defensive rotations and how John tries to play with those. Because GenG are just so happy to trust the read. Look, I mean, at the beginning here, Caron getting info in A main. Oh, like he's going to start calling people back over towards B. They were thinking it was A.
He's out open. They could be fast onto him, but they're not really going to be quick enough here. Just waiting for the drone now with the shock darts through as well. A lot of damage. Tagged him up. Zekken. Slight pause into the play. Slight pause into the angle. Waiting now. What is the call from the rest of them? A flash play into the back here, but they're just waiting for the right time to strike, potentially, but now jumping right, leaping into his face. And there it is from GenG, calling their bluff. They want to fight it. The front section of that side of Paranoia is good, and it blinds them all up. 3 players tucked to the site now for Sentinels, and they still don't have that plan down.
I feel like as soon as Zelsis goes for it, GenG are going to explode, and he thinks the same.
A dink, stray damage. It could come down to anything. A few stray shots now. Paranoia flying forward, still no spike being planted. One-way smoke.
30 seconds left.
Oh, Caron? Has he got a pixel? No, not quite.
No, not quite at all, but waiting for it. Now the knife. Takes away the abilities, takes away the threat of this one, and as the turret's getting broken, they swing right into it, GenG. Surely not, they're doing it again. Wonderful, wonderful patience. And capitalizing off the right moments there.
Certainly. They look great with it. As soon as SEN put pressure on the player backside, that is instantly turned into Texture dashing into a smoke to take front sight. So as soon as they know that Sentinels are focused not on them, they go and get themselves into a retake situation and start putting pressure even before the plant is down. They are looking good. Taunts being thrown across the stage. And a great way to open this up on the defense side.
Yeah, GenG going to be really quite happy with this one.
It's all the fundamental stuff. The timing is excellent, they're confident, and they're doubling up together in these moments.
Disrespectful from Zekken. Tagged up by the knife, but still decided to just try and take that fight close to them.
You're hoping that GenG players were not posted on an angle and trying to take a fight aggressively, when actually I feel like that's the way that GenG plays. They're not afraid to try to challenge angles. They're not the kind of team to just drop back and keep giving up room over and over again for free. They like to disrespect utility a little bit and post up.
Clear game plan here though from Sentinels on their eco. Can use a flash to re-clear into A main, make sure that the orb gets loaded up there onto Zelsis. He's only a few away from his ult, so they're just thinking ahead here into this round.
Yeah, but they are still quite a way away from this. Right? Because there wasn't any damage in this round particularly, Zelsis is still going to be 3 away from getting that online. It's not particularly going to be helpful. At least not in the short term, I should say.
Yeah, now they're going to be hoping for a bit of a plan here, but a Paranoia sent flying, TP forwards, lighting him up. Caron, 20 HP surviving, strenuous in the approach, but look at that, just a collapse. Straight into the fragment nade and the bullets. Sent flying, so flawless, everybody surviving for GenG.
Beautifully done. Now this is where I want to see what GenG have got planned. You see Texture buying the operator when the rest of his team is going for the bonus. It's not too crazy, lots of teams that end up going for that. But do they have a game plan to set him up? One of the other things that stuck in my head actually from listening to an interview from HSK was that he said one of the things they've tried to focus on is snowballing the game by utilizing their aim and aggression. Right? Not by trying to make smart game plans necessarily, but by putting pressure on their opponents, by wanting to fight in moments like these. And Texture looks like he wants to take the op for a walk off the back of Sova utility. That's great information, knowing exactly where John is. You don't have to be worried about other sight lines.
You're really worried. Turret broken. John, still in the lineup here.
He almost got caught, didn't he?
Almost got caught, but look at it. I mean, the dash still active. Texture can smell it, blood in the water.
That's the same pace and anticipation problem that I was noticing before. GenG are quite a bit faster than SEN expect.
First used to just try and cross Sentinels now. Scurrying away, trying to take control of A, but then there's a paranoia. Goes flying, actually missing onto Sassy. No clear connection, but he still maintains control of A main control.
Yeah, 10's caught. Sassy dropped as well. This is looking like a monstrous bonus.
I mean, this is beautiful for GenG.
SEN never had an inch in this, never had an opportunity. You had both of the Flash players, Karen and Munchkin, looking to lock down Tree, and even as SEN tried to make some approach in that department, TenZ was the only player A main, threw a paranoia, got caught in a smoke, and it's over at that point. You're in a 5v3, it's just done. He just wanders into this smoke, assuming that Karen must be focused on Tree, because that's where he threw the paranoia. And again, the anticipation from GenG is just so much better. They throw the paranoia and they're like, right, this is the timing that the A main player is going to take. Let's stop them. The awareness is so good. And again, from a player, Karen, who has not been a pro before joining GenG.
It's insane.
He played on an amateur team, and basically that was a long time ago. He frankly just got picked out of ranked.
Ranked player on the big stage, but he's really performing. Unshaken against it. Flash repeat. Karen knows to respect that one. He's going to be using the TP just to get the hell out of there. And a call is made again from GenG. All stacked up.
Yeah, look at them. I mean, Meteor is already starting to rotate away from B. So confident this is going to be an A exec.
Probably util expended here though, with the dart fading away. Karen shuts that down, doesn't he? TenZ forward with the Sheriff, but again, not too much you can do, not without the rifles.
One enemy remaining.
Sassy weakened down, full awareness of the positioning here. This is GenG, not just in control, they're running away with this map.
It's GenG's map pick, but it's one where Kaplan earlier in the coach interview said they were feeling very confident coming out of their game against Paper X. And the implication there that the desk picked up on is that they were going for a 3-1 win by winning on Bind, Ascent, and Split. This is looking less and less likely the more rounds go on. I want to see John start messing with the defensive rotations. It's not something we've really seen. You need to be faking at least half as much as your opponents are over-rotating, and so far, they're nowhere near.
Texture seeking out to ruin them here with a flash. Okay, return of the fire. Zekken, right back at you with the nades, rebounding. Meteor dodging over and around. No way. Zekken was blind as anything, dashed forward to try and punish, but Meteor is tucked into this corner, and there should be that punish online. Karen seeking to relieve it. Zelsis dropped down onto his knees. I mean, is there going to be any chance of even just a res to pull him back
It's going to get punished. They need to be aware.
Surely picking him up. Zelsis there, but no, spamming through the wall, but no kill collected. John QT.
What a play.
Meteor cosplay in effect. This guy has found the gaps and more. And another one to the collection. Sight opened up right when the team needed it.
That's incredible. What a read by John. Getting himself tucked into logs because Meteor went down early and that was open to them. Huge play. Not exactly running a fake, but just challenging GenG for the map control and beating them. I don't think TenZ is going to survive this interaction. But
Never doubt him.
Well, I'll shut my mouth. Not the world's most important kill, but a funny one to end it. There was a bit of a disaster in the middle of that round, though, with Zekken getting full blinded. Was that a team flash, or what
Looks
even
like
happened here?
Perhaps.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of a team flash play. He just full stares at Zelsis' flash. Bit weird, but didn't really hurt them whatsoever. John bailing them out of that situation. Not necessarily with his macro calling, but with a great solo play. Reading the game.
The bankroll runs deep here for GenG. Sentinels that need to dig even deeper.
To spread default to try to start the round. Not over-investing over towards A, but certainly making it feel like A, right? And this is where you start to see the defense pulled towards that A defense. It's only luckier over towards B. But now as there's a little bit of mid pressure, you see things shifting around, and Texture with an operator looking to take that pick through mid.
Directly down mid, they might just walk into him.
Texture's quick. Is he there before Zekken? It looks like it.
And now he's found the timing. It's just so damn instinctual! And again, a difference maker. Zekken. He's left Texture reeling. Back-to-back rounds now.
That is a ludicrous swing. Perfect pre-aim. I mean, pretty much a pre-fire, I think. There's no time to react to that. He just knows exactly where the jet is going to be set up.
Grouped up, gathered. Lakia from the shock dart. Here's that one now at a close.
Almost got it.
John, yeah, he was a critical target. It needs to stay alive with the lockdown now in play. What is the call to be made? GenG, how do you fight this one? Split up across the map here. I mean, it's just really only Munchkin, and they're just trying to get Lakia out of there. Hunter's Fury through and out into the spawn, into the location. 12 seconds left. They need to get this spike down and planted. Maybe to push this one back and away, but GenG, they're out of there.
It's only John in an aggressive position in the post plant right now, and Sassy's miles away. Doesn't have that ult to work with.
Doesn't indeed.
He's not going to have shock dart lineups from there, so he needs to find some way of having impact.
Start clearing the paranoia here. Still close quarters enough. It has revealed, and they have cleaned him up. With John down, finally a kill found. Second. Not going to be blinded up by that one, but still emanating out with waves of the suppression. He's dropped to his knees. Meteor, last one left, unless he can get Munchkin back alive. A tap. Fading out the spray here. 3 players left out in the open. Sentinels running over them.
That was a difficult situation there. John getting caught in his aggressive position. Sassy way out of the fight. Zeka needed to step up, and he did it. This opener is sublime. And then he also follows up by being able to punish Lakia and to stop Munchkin. It's an amazing round from the star player of Sentinels. I say the star player. One of the superstar.
Plenty to pick from. Plenty to pick from.
So SEN is still making a go of this, even though GenG are in the lead.
In the lead. Arguably still favoured, but they are starting to put a dent into that economy for GenG. The loss round here. GenG, vital for Sentinels. They're going to be hoping for a flash repeat.
Yeah, another jet duel.
Dash just fades away. They're going to be using util of their own now. Paranoia even layered on top, spamming away. An exchange of lead. No casualties.
GenG not over-rotating this time. Keeping a couple of players in mid, realizing that it's not a full commitment from SEN here. They're just fighting for map control. You could consider this a win, though, for Sentinels, because they're going to be going into a site that only has 3 players on it.
Yeah.
And that's assuming they commit to A.
Munchkin gathering that information. As the nade ready here, as time runs short, John QT, hello. Flash forwards on top of it here, backing away, will get cleaned up eventually. The air is sprayed down. Fragment, nade, texture, and Munchkin all combined. And they have shut down his approach.
Tens with ultimate is going to try to get into the B site and get the plant down.
Yeah, it's an open site for him. Still rapid.
Sassy get there?
Approach. Sassy, he's picked them apart. Texture onto that rotation, but he's alone now. Tens is going to do a hell of a job to try and hold on to this one. Keron sticking, no way. Up onto it, just gets that information. Now 2 players assaulting the position slowly, surely.
Sassy's so far away.
He needs so much here. Sassy is miles away. Reinforcements are lacking. Lakia seeking to disjoint it. That dart, it was fantastic though. Still playing inside the smoke. Lakia shuts it down, but time has been bought. A tap, Sassy. Does he think it's open to the fuse? Spamming away. Counter spam from Munchkin, sticking from Lakia. Full defensive setup. 11 now on the board.
It's a nice try there with that dart, seeing if he could assist Tens while still being positionally a long way away. I think it wasn't quite planted in a spot where he was able to get the wall bang there. It's this triangle set up again over towards A, stopping Sentinels getting in on the A splits. It looks really nice from GenG. Anytime SEN have tried an A split, the A main players have not been able to have any impact. Yeah. They're just sending a drone in there and they can't actually push the players from GenG who are killing the people on cat. The A splits are being defended immaculately. But look at this, SEN are so convinced that this is going to be defensive aggression in this round. They know that Texture had to pop knives. And they are ready for the Hunter's Fury play, a classic set play that teams would love to do.
Really far back.
Has pulled 20 seconds off the clock here.
With how time has been playing an issue for Sentinels, it's little moments like that might make the difference in the round. Grouped up now with Texture. Fast rotation to try and back up the rest of his team out towards the A site.
Love this positioning from Lakia as well. If he stays over towards Market, he'll have a perfect ult line, but instead he drops back towards B. Spotted people in mid and maybe just worried that it could be a B split.
50 seconds.
Time certainly is ticking here.
Decisions need to be made. I mean, you haven't pulled out good util from GenG. They can just stall you out. Right, they're going to be showing some presence, but with the knife tags, Zekken.
That doesn't give you too much info. It could be a cat push, could still be a B split.
They're going to get destroyed, but they're trying to fake A presence, perhaps. I mean, the spike is in the middle of nowhere. And certainly they are fast. It was Zekken. He's rapid on the uptake texture, even more so. And the Hunter's Fury to punish. Alarmbot chasing them into the top section of mid. That's TenZ. He's got to try and get some value in. He's got to try and get some kills.
The lockdown.
It's really just absolutely brutalized them, slowed them to a crawl. They can't break it. They have to fight it. TenZ here onto the angle again. They're swarming into the position of behind them. Texture rips them to shreds, rips them to pieces.
Has to stick.
And there's no chances, not anymore. GenG up to 12.
You watch what Texture does on defense, it's so good. He gets pressured here with the paranoia, instantly updrafts, kills the player, dashes forwards to re-fight that. And he immediately notices it's a fake. If he dashes away there, they don't get the info, and those B players might not have stayed on B. But because Texture is so confident to take the fight, to dash forwards, to look for the others, he gets to come to the rest of his team. This is cap, guys. They ain't coming.
Absolutely. It's looking disastrous, to put it lightly, here for Sentinels on this map. Now, of course, it's not like the whole series weighs on there, but I think that every single map matters, and especially early on, you know, going back to what we were talking about. I mean, Kaplan in that coach interview saying they felt comfortable in the earlier maps in this series, Ascent being one of them, Split coming up. And it's Icebox, that territory where it gets a bit messy. If GenG end up taking this map, they're forced to win out on Split just to continue that series, and then they will be forced to play on Icebox.
And bearing in mind, GenG beat them 13-5 on Split, dismantling them. And does GenG look like they've taken any break today? Does Texture look like he isn't performing incredibly today? I don't think so. The SEN players themselves shooting back a bit more, but I think they're also just getting outplayed. The teamwork, the way that GenG are playing off each other, and their confidence is just getting them so much more info to play with on their defense side. This defensive Ascent has been lovely to watch. Certainly feels like there could not be a better moment for Pacific to pick up their first ever global trophy. And GenG, if they get this one step forwards on Ascent, they'll be one step closer to hoisting it.
On the precipice. In through mid, that's Sentinels. All eyes on that now. Second with the knives. Grouped up as well. Might be looking for a flash peek through. Drone. And forwards here, just showcasing. Oh, doesn't break it in time, so it actually spots both players, and they're already up through mid as well. Paranoia misses, Texture. Clean shot, rips it away, and this Dreams being dashed out and away. John QT, maybe a chance. Turn with the one kill, but it's still a player disadvantage, and they don't know where the rest of them are. Into the corner, hello, finding Lack here. 3 versus 3, Munchkin going walkabout. Celsius dropped dead to rights, 2v2, still Spike in the open. And a control gained and gathered. Munchkin follows through with the fire. Doubled up now, understanding the win con. Smoke to block it off. It's all on Sassy.
They know he's not close. Karen is actually looking the other way too. They've split up to form 2 1v1s. Could Sassy be given anything? He just doesn't expect them coming from spawn.
No, there's no way you expect this, and this could be it. This should be it. The map done and dusted. GenG edge ever closer to that title, ever closer to that trophy. But it's not done yet. The job isn't finished.
They said that themselves when they won the upper bracket final. Just because we won here, they said, doesn't mean that the job is finished. But they're in a great spot.
They're in a fantastic spot. It's yet to be seen if Sentinels can fight back. Don't go anywhere. You know you don't want to miss it.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Ooh, yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies. A
preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic. And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro and iPad and Apple Watch SE all on us. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Life hands you bad lemons, try and make lemonade. Easy on the sugar cane, switch it to agave. Gave it all I have left, I can't do agape. My conditions written out, take it up a God, hey.
You can pay me for my time though, and it all on the high note. I don't like to say goodbye, found out I'm probably Irish.
Deep down, feeling down, hold a smile like it's all good. Seeking answers, all I found is
You can't tell me what's good. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's.
If everybody jump right now with the world crack. Feel the bang in your head like it's whiplash. Can you feel that? All this back and forth to be free. But you can't tell me what's good for me.
If everybody jump right now with the world crack. Feel the bang in your head like it's whiplash. Do you feel that? All this back and forth to be free. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good.
Everybody moving scared, don't know what the answer is. Told myself I say the word, speaking like a prophet did. Shit just feel like stranger things, upside down and overwhelmed. Chaos just to set you free, chaos just to set you free. Deep down, spinning down, hold a smile like it's all good. Seeking answers, all I found is you. Look, man, I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing either. All I know, I'm doing what's right for me. That might not be right for you.
You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good.
If everybody jump right now with the world crack. Feel the bang in your head like it's whiplash.
Can you feel that? All this back and forth to be free. Cause you can't tell me what's good for me. If everybody jump right now with the world crack. Feel the bang in your head like it's whiplash. Can you feel that? All this back and forth to be free.
GenG is just one map win away from making history. Not just for Korean Valorant, but for the Pacific region as a whole. It would be absolutely monumental if they were able to pick up this win, but they still have one more map ahead of them here, and that would be Split that we're going to be seeing in a moment. And oh boy, this could go either way.
But I think GenG is on the course to win a trophy. They have two maps coming up where they have looked great thus far. That Ascent win could have been the make or break in this series.
Yeah, undefeated on Split so far here in Madrid, and they've taken down Sentinels, the ones we hyped up as the best Split team in the world. It would almost be poetic to close it out on Split.
Well, let's talk about some of the great ideas that we were seeing from GenG, because honestly, it just feels like Munchkin Mike is just making some brilliant calls, and on top of that, the plays have just been immaculate.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a perfect example here. Just a real slow burn pistol round. There's two opportunities for this to actually slow down and go back into Sentinel's favor, but GenG just make the right decisions time and time again. There's a second freeze here where actually in the post-plant situation, they wait for the turret to come back up. It's just so composed.
I think the way that GenG plays like pace is like no one else in this tournament. They can have rounds like this where they slow down twice, they take these pauses, they force their opponent to make a move, and then they have rounds where when they have an advantage, they're pressing it, they're going hyper-aggressive, they're relying on the aim. They're so good at breaking the timings, but also going back to playing this super standard style of Valorant that just makes them so hard to call against.
Yeah, it has to be the most difficult thing for John and Kaplan to have to make these plays work against a GenG squad that just seems to have the playbook.
One round you're playing against PaperX, and the next round you're playing against a better DRX.
Yeah, no, real talk. That really is a great way to break it down. Of course, though, one player that we have to highlight as we, well, could maybe see him make history here for the region. It's Lakia, who, you know, he's been in these positions before, but now not like this. This is going to be monumental for this young man. He's able to pull this off.
Yeah, in particular, I mean, he comes under flak occasionally, but here he's the second leg to kind of Munchkin's mid-rounding. The way that they use his utility in these reclearance, being proactive, we come back to that composure as well. Their ability to swing mid-rounds back in their favor. When they concede a first blood, nearing on 50% of a 4v5 conversion comes down to players like Lakia.
And imagine if he could win a trophy now. He was there when Korea had their next best placement at an international event on New Turn all the way back. He has been grinding since then.
Full
had
circle.
Multiple opportunities, joined DRX,
Wild.
it didn't go his way, went down to tier 2, but now he's back in the tier 1 in the first final that his country has ever made in Valorant with a real shot at winning it.
Yeah, I mean, look, the odds gotta be on the side of GenG, and you can even see it in the poll. People are starting to come to their senses here. Don't get me wrong, I love Sentinels, but GenG's cooking.
Have Sentinels ever lost a Twitter poll?
Well,
regardless.
Well, they're making a comeback now.
Oh, they're making a comeback now.
But it's going to be a lot harder for them to make a comeback in this server here.
This is crazy. The fans have no idea where this is going to go.
Yeah, it's wild. Sentinels honestly shouldn't be winning this because they're going into Split. This has historically been their best map. They were excellent in Americas. They were dominating the early stages of this tournament, but GenG's on a 3-map win streak here, and they figured them out last time. The way they varied this place sent some really hyper-aggressive pieces with the Raze Jet double duelist combo. Took Sen by surprise.
And the concerning thing here is actually, I think we've been talking about a couple of times today, GenG have been the ones, the benefactors of controlling the pace. And that was the story last time. Sentinels just seemed 2 steps behind GenG every single round.
I think the biggest change for Sen needs to be on their defense, doing a better job of handling GenG's disruption.
Yeah.
What they were doing so well was fighting forward and shutting down Sen's set retakes. If they can't make that change, if they can't come back on a map that has been their best, Sentinels will be out, and GenG will hoist that trophy.
Will we go to a map 5? I know the crowd wants it. We want it, but let's go ahead and see if we get it. Bren, Sideshow, the floor is yours.
For our 4th map here in the grand finals, it's up to Sentinels to really steal their hearts. You gotta imagine despair settling in. Think about it, GenG with a better rhythm on this map. I mean, Split that used to be the bane of many teams when they were up against Sentinels. People arguing, why didn't they fight back? Why didn't they ban it?
Yeah. But I mean, you look at what GenG have been able to do this tournament on Split. It's been fantastic. Early ramp take to start this one off. Paranoia being thrown, countered as well. Everyone blind.
No way, Tensi can't get away with the kill.
Okay, but Sen also realized that that's a bit of a fake. It's not everybody in that area.
Second gets off the line for just a moment, and now he's going to be faced with an absolute onslaught. They rush his position in still, walks away with 2. Return to fire. Sen not leaving anything to chance. They want to try and funnel and rotate everybody towards him, but yet still GenG have played right into their hands.
One enemy remaining.
There's no health.
Low on health indeed. Meteor forced to scatter and back away. I mean, we are talking about the opening 35 seconds here. And now grouped up side by side, looking to put a pistol round on the board.
Sen are getting antsy here, though.
John QT out wide, Tens wide face! And definite chances, but Sentinels, necessary beginning here for this map on Split.
definitely is. That's a great opening. And you saw from the very beginning, a lot of actually GenG's attack side. The last time these two teams faced was dominated by A-ramp fights. Yeah. And kind of that fight over A-heaven, actually even in the post plan. So TenZ uses the paranoia instantly to try to stop anyone from scaling. They realize that instead it's coming through mid. Zekken does an amazing job at picking up 2.
Got to remember, this is still Sentinels before getting smacked around by some of the APAC teams. Still one of their better maps here. They might just try and jump onto this one, but Celsius spotted out, backs away, not getting caught out into the open. Still, a few stray shots in. One of the key real win cons for GenG I found as well when you were revisiting, the split map when they last clashed and played against one another, was Celsius kind of getting caught out in the open. On top of those mid fights, or at least the A-ramp fights that you were talking about earlier, Josh.
Yeah. I mean, in the previous time these two teams faced, they tried to set up a high-low in mid and just dropped the orb and faced into 4 players. Yeah. It was brutal. This time, not going to go for something that risky on the follow-up after the rifle, after the pistol.
Have given up a lot of space, though, to Cam. Spotting out the tippy toes.
And this is a very classic position for John's Cam. GenG are going to know that. They break it. Zekken's the only player here. He's got to get safe before the wall goes down. And Munchkin, almost getting caught in mid, will die to TenZ.
I might be looking to swarm here, just a wide face and peek. John is under attack, and finally he's going to have some reinforcements. Just allowed into the side here, but everybody survives. Could have got dangerous, could have maybe got expensive, let's say.
Oh, but it's a good, clean finish for SEN. John Cuty's been fantastic in an anchoring spot. TenZ always sends a really nice smoke, and John's got cages he can play around, traps to catch people. It's very effective.
Yeah.
What doesn't work is when they lose the early round fights right off the rip. GenG now with rifles on board, looking to try to dominate B main by the look of things. Meteor was acting a bit as the lurk. And it looks like he is again separated from the pack.
Good time for SEN to try and cook something up here in their bonus round, and fully grouped up this time. Nothing to chance, is it? Flash through, no connection, with the orb dropping down. Well, not expecting it, but he does dash into the open. There is that follow-up. Now the reaction. GenG fast on the approach. TP forwards by Karen, and they have cleared out that B site.
I do like the way that GenG balance between pushing aggressively in post plants and waiting for the flood defense. This one, just waiting to see if there's a reaction from SEN. They know that the economy's weak, expecting the flood.
Danger spotted. Nade as well, he's stunned up entirely here. Sassy, so fast of it. Zekken combining with that approach here out wide. Munchkin seeking to at least relieve that pressure and damage and offset that disadvantage. Still locked down onto the pillar angle. They wait, a pause, but now the paranoia allows them to play it a little bit deeper here. Smoke now, propped up.
Zekken is one, he's got to be healed.
He's going to top back up to a bit more health still. Got to think GenG, it all comes down to the way these fights get taken. Zekken from the side. Temple taken out of Charon inside the cage, dominating but cleaned up. Munchkin in the back, 1v1! No bullets, no chance! Munchkin with the sidearm saves the bloody day.
Well, that's an extremely expensive round again. SEN on the bonus, creating pressure, applying danger. Pretty disastrous dash there from Meteor, actually. A player who has really impressed me with how much smarter he seems than on previous teams.
Yeah.
And then grouping together to try to flush out these people one at a time. Just a little unfortunate that Zekken didn't have more loaded in the clip. That economic damage is going to mean one Guardian for GenG, so it doesn't even have that much effect.
Potential for another large fight.
Now, GenG were fighting over A-ramp with 4 players a lot of the time, the last time that these two teams faced off. This one, though, a 1-1-3.
They pause, and now they make the play here with the paranoid just a little bit too delayed. Rocket up and over, up trap saves him, but not from the bullets. Meteor falling, damage done to texture. Nade nowhere closer. He will survive, and Lakia's in mid.
Yeah, look at this awesome response from Lakia, realizing that SEN have overcommitted to the A-ramp fight. He takes all of this space.
He tells us it's not going to be expecting this, not going to be expecting this,
what
and still lands it.
What a flick, what a turn.
That is insane. Forced to pivot now for GenG. He's not an option. So they go back to what has been working for them. They've been doing a lot of these mid-round calls. Group up, collected together.
I'm seeing
brute force and win these fights.
I'm seeing pings on the minimap, Bren, that indicate they want to push through B Heaven into spawn. I don't know exactly whether they're going to commit on that. The cam is going to spot them.
30 seconds left.
Just about. Snakebite, though.
Yeah, look at this. They're looking to try to take the fight towards stairs while Munchkin plants.
Has got a plan. He was trying to pit. Goes down entirely here. The trades online now for Sentinels. Obliterating any chance here for Caron to even stand toe to toe. He'd have to hit those shots, and he can't quite manage it.
A supremely better beginning to this map for SEN. Putting the pressure on GenG, dealing, I don't know how, but dealing with Lakia coming through vent. Gotta see this again. Oh, what a flick. That's an outrageous one. If Lakia is able to get that, the whole round just pivots.
Yeah. All laughs in the SEN camp, not letting the stress get to them.
I mean, I assume that there was an amusing reaction from Zelsis in comms as well. He seems like the kind of player to do it. But that's broken GenG. All of that damage from an expensive bonus round.
Here.
I don't want to count them out, but the economical advantage is massive for SEN, and they needed a hot start. They've got it.
You're right, we're feeling like you can't count GenG out. I mean, this team made a name for themselves as well, just in qualifying for this event by winning so many of these rounds where they weren't expected to. Shouldn't be as much danger, but you never know. Ollie's flying overhead here. Quickly into the approach here. There was a paranoia, and there's Pillars close to it. Players getting beamed down and ran down. Showstopper rocket out wide with Zelsis falling. John QT left scrambling. He's trying to pick up these pieces. Pit collected and corralled now. It's only up to him in a 1v1 second. Maintains that composure and holds down the fort just when his team needed it.
What a savior for Sentinels. 9-3 to begin. After being rocked by Monyet, it was the only map where Zekken didn't look like the best player in the low bracket final. But this one was so dangerous.
Oh, yeah.
Texture did as much as he possibly could to make this one a win. John taking out Munchkin though, dropping the pit, set Zekken up for success. So much danger in that round.
Pumped up after that one.
There.
GenG have just looked so crazy whenever they're at a disadvantage. In the series overall, they're still winning a third of the time when they're down a player. Never mind when they're on their eco, you know, that you can just never count them out.
Almost unheard of entirely. And again, it's a fast play from GenG. They're going to get access and gained over towards that B site, but now a fight into the spawn. Texture spamming the appropriate angles. It's running and cutting at play, at work. That's purely just off of a read. Maybe even just a sound cue.
A great read, though. And now Texture looking like he wants to get put into the smoke, or at least avoiding this flash.
Texture's going to get value. They're not going to clear him out as well. They topple and fall, and they collide right into him.
And that's more like what GenG were up to previously. A great balance of sometimes waiting for the flood if they anticipate it, and then if they're not going for the flood, trying to disrupt the SEN retake. There was a lot of talk about how incredible Sentinels retakes were. We were, at the beginning of this tournament, saying SEN, Carmine, retakes were amazing. At kickoff, Sentinels won 61% of their retakes. At Madrid, that's 24%.
It's gone right down.
It's plummeted to not even being a good retake percentage at all. Never mind a great one, an incredible one, unheard of one. So if SEN can get back to that kind of level and deal with GenG looking to disrupt, there's a major win condition for them in this half.
But from Zelsis seeking to reposition. Now this is an unusual angle. You can get cleared very easily.
It's nice though if Zekken continues to make noise and distract.
Trailblazer clears him. Trailblazer clears him. He's in trouble, and yeah, more so than that, he's out in the open.
Really well done. Very diligent from GenG. Zelsis getting caught by a mid-stack again. Hoping just to be able to pick up a lurker. But look at Meteor again and kind of picking up that role as Sentinels re-push out through B main.
It's a good call to make here, but Sassy surely not favored into that one, and yeah, just backs away. Tens holding the angle for him, just over the shoulder. Offload those Seekers as well, giving them a good indicator now, but already getting a move on, a run now. Over towards A, fast sprint and fast in action. There are anchoring players. Zekken here, oh my goodness, almost claiming that one. It was a dink, drops him down to 10 HP. Meteor falling to the nade. Zekken still alive. Still playing towards the pillar with the help of his team with only 30 seconds left. What is the call now for GenG?
There's very little time for them to work with. They're going into a stack. I mean, where's the win condition here? How do they get this?
Unlikely. It just looks so damn unlikely. Texture forward in his approach again, but there's no setup ready for it. Just satchels to his doom and defeat. Everybody picked apart. Spike drop down. No kill onto Charon. To get this plant down, maybe potentially TenZ.
Push.
Just, yeah, pushing, ending, putting a stop to it.
Big round from TenZ. Great shot with the Guardian to open things up. But I think what actually wins the round, I've been talking so much about how the GenG look like they over-rotate. They trust the read. They believe in it. Follow the noise, that kind of stuff. SEN actually just hold their ground. They went for the B main exploration, got the kill, and they didn't gamble that it was going to be a B hit afterwards. They kept John and Zekken in anchor positions over towards A, and that's what paid dividends. Staying rooted, staying to the fundamental defense. And now Zekken's got a showstopper to work with. Could be incredible against a fast A push.
Fast ramp aggression, and you're right, there is going to be that showstopper ready and waiting. He just looks for the right time to strike, and that appears to be now! Rebounding across the wall, Lakia finish, gap into the wall, maybe a chance for Meteor, but the knives just go amiss, all ran out, and so do the chances really. Attempt to try and take this space still.
Love that smoke from TenZ as well. Not something that they were previously doing, choosing to fight A ramp, but now just making sure GenG have no opportunities to take this fight. And if they do, SEN tripled up, looking to drop the wall and take the fight on their terms. They missed the paranoia!
It's the paranoia! Texture! And Meteor! They combine their might, and Sentinels, no chance entirely! It's all gone wrong!
Brutal! That's the bungle. And I said I love the fact that they were smoking it off and not taking the fight. Made me eat my words in about a second and a half afterwards as they just sent the paranoia, missed it, and ran in one by one. That's a tragic misplay, and looking so similar to what was hurting SEN on their defense in the upper bracket final.
It's an advantage situation they're in.
Yes, there is simply no need to make a play like that. They want to clear out a ramp, I understand, but you're just taking too many risks there. The paranoia doesn't clear out the lane fully, and GenG are so ready for that. They punished Sentinels many times before. What a huge one for GenG to be able to take. And frankly, against most teams, SEN would get away with that.
Yeah.
But GenG are so sharp. Their positioning is so good over towards A ramp.
Despite that shakiness at the beginning, split, undeterred, GenG have that economical advantage. Even the showstopper for Texture here. Should be looking at that fourth round on the board.
Texture got an amazing showstopper round against SEN previously by doing pretty much the same thing we just saw, stopping them fighting A ramp.
So anchoring players are going to get tested.
It's unusual for Zellsis to be here on A.
Let's try and play around these smokes here, but with the wires taken out, he's pitting. Pitting early preemptive. Paranoia will not connect there. Where will the rocket go, though? That is the question. And fires it straight into Zellsis. He's dropped, and with that, the pit. It's an open side out, open still. Looks like a chance to take this fight, but they're not anticipating it. Meteor already up onto the high ground position, but Sentinel's not messing around. A rapid approach and a rapid retake of this one, but they are being cleaned up entirely as Charon is just plucking them apart.
Munchkin ready to stop anybody going through A heaven, but the players on site had already done his job for him.
Second.
Tries to make the most of it, but he's going to have no chances there. GenG getting a couple of huge rounds back to back to put the squeeze onto SEN. After SEN had got such a great start to this map, which was exactly what they needed. Great read as well from Texture. That Zellsis would not be playing inside the ultimate because he's scared of the showstopper, and instead would be over towards elbow.
Yeah.
And even if Zellsis wasn't there, that's a spot that John loves to play in. John also, without the cage he normally uses to flood from CT into elbow, wasn't really able to help Zellsis there. Or perhaps had already used it earlier in the round. SEN are going to take a timeout.
Potential turning point, really. Not just the map, but maybe even the series. That's why Sentinels are taking their time with this one. I mean, the
pressure is already on Sen. We knew that they were at a disadvantage coming into this. GenG earned that advantage by bullying Sentinels on 2 of the maps in the upper bracket final and cementing themselves as the leaders at Masters Madrid, but not the winners yet.
They know the job's not finished. That's why they're taking it 1 round at a time, because it's not just the hopes and dreams of their country. It's a Korean team, the furthest they've ever got in one of these international tournaments, going all the way to the finals, but Pacific as well. They've had 10 chances. This is the 10th one here that we're looking at in Masters Madrid at getting a title. And they've come close, don't get me wrong, but tumbled at the finish line many, many times.
Or some not even made it to the finish line, if we're going to talk about the Korean squads, right?
Yeah.
New turn, DRX, best was 3rd. GenG already overtaken that and looking to lift the trophy.
This is that new era of Valorant that we're looking at. Teams being put together. Rookies filling up the pieces here. Shots going wide there from Meteor. No tag onto the damage, and it was definitely a threat of it. Celsius on the half armor.
I wonder if they can get a read that because Meteor faced mid, he's not going to be lurking A ramp.
Cover going out.
Sassy and Zekken are still trying to clear that, but this is as the B hit comes through.
Paranoia does connect it, at least onto the dog, but into the back of the site. He needs to exchange positions, and he will do so. Wrapping back away, but GenG have nothing to do with this site now. They are fully rotating away.
But they're rotating without anybody taking space over towards A. And Zekken and Sassy cleared this out. You know, Sassy is perfectly fine facing ramp here. He knows he's not going to get punished. He's going to be able to hear some of this. Zekken's coming forwards to try to help.
50 seconds. Now Karen does have util as well. Paranoia, going to be getting good information with that one. Respecting the position here. Sassy not eager to take that fight, instead doubling up. It looks like potential high-low setup. Yeah, it is indeed, with him playing up onto Heaven. Satchel forwards, cuts up the angle, flash repick, no, not through main! Adjustment necessary, and Zekken comes up with the goods and more!
Damn.
With 4 ripped away!
You cheat, Zekken.
I'm not sure if Zekken's asking the crowd to appreciate or telling GenG he can handle more of them.
Spike down A.
The flash play from Sassy cost him his life. Makes him look worse in terms of the stats, but it was exactly what his teammates needed. It fed Celsius in through the back into Heaven and also allowed Zekken to try to contest the main players too. What a spray control. He's 17-7.
Leading the charge, doesn't even cover it.
Here.
Almost dragging his team over some of these rounds.
Friend, the most rounds that GenG have dropped on Split this tournament is 8. SEN are looking good to maybe make it 7.
Add a few more to the tally perhaps, but maybe speaking too soon. We know how good GenG are.
And they're so good at, in the 4v5s.
Yeah.
But look at this. Sassy and Zekken realizing that if nobody's there, they can take the space.
Disrespect. Zekken knows if he gets one more kill, he's got a showstopper earned and available for him to just try and get out of the dodge.
The trip will give him the timing here to potentially make the play.
There it is, flash through. TP pass, broken. Backs to the wall, backs to him entirely. No way! The movement, the twists and turns. Looking like ballerinas out in mid.
Zekken goes from high to low, but Sassy's here, potentially as the safety net to clean it all up.
Might be your time to strike, son. Step up to the line and really reward the rest of your team. As 2 topple and fall, texture soon after, and the movement, wide swing, wide face. Lead maintained for Sentinels. Vital, necessary, essential for it.
A relieved smile on the face of Zekken. No need for the replay, I don't think. After picking up 4 in the previous, look at that, hand on his head. Thought he'd ruined it. But his teammates were there to pick things up. Huge from Sassy, who gave his life to make Zekken's play work in the previous round. And what a read from SEN as well, that they can get away with that, because GenG group up so much in their attack side. They talked about that, they knew it coming out of the press conference after the upper bracket final.
Last round of the half. 10 seconds down already, and look how aggressive SEN are. This Trailblazer, I mean, it's so deeply pushed.
Yeah.
Constant information. I mean, Sassy is pushed entirely. He's given him the full information now, just calling it out to the rest of his team.
It looks like we're watching GenG on the defense, right? Just believing in the read.
Taking that liberty.
Celsius cannot peek into that many players. But if you allow them to walk up mid, Zeken's death earned him a showstopper.
No way.
Sassy can't die here. He can't take that level of risk. He's just looking for the information.
GenG all eyes now on the B side. There will be trips waiting for him. The nade should clear at least one layer of it. Smoke's now up with the paranoia through, and it's a call made to flood right back into it. The rocket damage done, but already Texture right behind, snaps back second. Shuts down the adversary, shuts down the nemesis. But does he anticipate this? Yes, he does! Movement sublime!
Another 4 kills and only 4 rounds on the board for GenG. SEN were held at 5 in their matches against both of the Pacific teams here. But they've broken through that and already equaled the max amount that anyone's taken against GenG here at Madrid. Zeken can feel it. 21 kills for this young player on the defense side.
Rallied and rejuvenated. 8-4, like you said, 21 kills, looking unstoppable truly here. Still a second half yet to happen and yet to be seen.
To all the people following us at home, I must take this break to show you all how incredible is the Spanish crowd that we are having right now on Madrid Arena. And for that, I'm going to use my mother tongue. Para toda la gente que tenemos aquí, amigos, sois un público maravilloso y vamos a demostrarle al mundo entero que como vosotros no hay ninguno. Así que quiero saber con quién vais. Primero, ¿quién va con Sentinels? Y ahora, ¿quién va con GenG? Amigos, vamos a dedicarle un aplauso a toda la gente que estáis aquí y también a los jugadores, todos juntos. Lentito, primero, uno, vamos.
Thanks.
Sois absolutamente increíbles. Para despedirme, todos juntos, calentamos manos. Una ola, de abajo arriba. 3, 2, 1, ¡arriba todo el mundo! Madrid, sois increíbles. Disfrutemos de esta gran final. Hagámoslo juntos, hagamos historia. Porque como esta final, no hay ninguna. Friends, on home, let's go back with this banger.
But the energy is palpable here in the Madrid arena. There's been mayhem, there's been madness, don't get me wrong. But Sentinels perhaps have done enough for them here against this GenG team put together. It was GenG that was standing on the precipice, really. They just needed this map to close it out and make history, carving out their own path. But maybe starting to feel that heat.
Sometimes in moments like this, it can just feel a little too real. The realization hits you. Texture knocked down to only 20 health when that's combined with the Viper Wall.
A few shots flying. Nade rebounding, but not expecting Meteor here with the damage. Done! Kills collected. All on top, and it's all added up as well for that GenG advantage still. There are players low. Calling for the pause and around here for Sentinels, understanding the importance of it, not getting ahead of themselves.
Their map control is actually fairly good here, with Sassy watching behind. Lakia not getting punished for this re-exploration, but also finding incorrect information. That might drive people into Sassy. He's weak, but he has a sheriff.
GenG have gone walkabouts themselves. What's the thought process here? Flash, acknowledgement now at least that there's going to be players behind him, but Sassy feeling no real pressure, but now he's got to hear it. Jumping down into vents, they are just forcing the position and forcing the fight straight to them. Surely not favored into this one. 3v2, damage! And down, drop down to the players here. Single shot will do it. Texture survives. Spike. It's still in the hands of Sassy here, but he's got so much more to do. And does he hear the drop down? He does not.
That's a crazy round from Texture towards the end. Combined health pools, barely in the double digits. And yet Texture's able to weave around slightly. Pops ahead. Great resilience on show here for GenG. Even though they're in the lead, with players that haven't been in this kind of position before, the closer you get to winning, sometimes the more the pressure mounts.
Yeah.
I was wondering if these rookie players, or rather some of the players with less experience at the big level as well as Caron, might struggle in a spot like this, but certainly Meteor has not given up the confidence.
No. That's back immediately here in the jump spot. Zelsis is not seeing too much down. Ends up getting punished. Meteor, real chance for him to feast. It's gonna be met though with a few shotgun pellets. Munchkin, really nice idea there and awareness. Knowing that that could be a possibility. It's all being shut down.
I mean, it's so in, so...
Clean from GenG, very clean. Zekken just trying to get the orb online, and he does. He runs away with it. Call that a silver lining, yeah. And SEN have got to be fairly happy about this.
Lucky, hello, knives out. What the hell is going on here? Realizing it.
Could go for a knife fight, why not? Zekken gets picked off, but SEN won't be too bothered about that. Another huge difference between SEN playing Split in the upper bracket final and now. The vibe, the atmosphere, it's so different. They don't feel as timid, unconfident. Ten said that he was zoning out throughout the game. Couldn't really find good timings to be able to take his ones. Zekken got shut down. It's different, and yet GenG are still keeping it within 2. They're such a dangerous squad, and it's on them to cook up some idea for this bonus round. What a weird wall from Munchkin over towards A.
This is bizarre. Different twist onto some of them that are being thrown out. Blocks up this angle. Meteor happy to jiggle it. They could have crossed onto either side here. Okay, there it is. Just spotting the one and now backing away. Munchkin. Did he miss that timing? Was he going to be aware of it? Meteor close now. Tucked to the corner. Trailblazer, any seek or attempt to punish this one. Might just be met pound for pound. 3 players grouped up mid. Also being explored here, but the first kill. Damage done. Meteor dash to disengage away. And Lakia.
They're going to get caught here.
Covering fire. You're right. They are getting caught in all sorts of positions with Caron falling. Zekken creeping and crawling. Whoa. Texture though. Back at it again. It's not quite enough still. It's an overwhelming advantage now for Sentinels.
Exactly where you are.
I'm watching for this again. Texture caught. So much value out of this position over towards Vents. Again, feels like a hard read from Sentinels to me. Baiting them into fighting over A ramp and then just creeping up mid with the contact play. Any time where you see SEN taking mid control without using Dog or Boombot, you've got to call it a hard read in my opinion. They just know that GenG love to group up heavily on sides of the map, and this is where you're finally seeing that adaptation.
From SEN.
Abusing the holes that GenG cause by trying to stack players. It is difficult though, because if you get the read wrong, you're just walking up mid into a crossfire. Meteor is now going to have an operator online.
Okay.
But he's holding very far back over towards A. It's not a position where you're likely to get too much value. At least not in the early round.
Looks like GenG were setting up for a punish over towards B.
Yeah, and at the very
probably
least...
the Zekken's one away from the ult.
Yeah, it also allows them to get good information behind Zelsis' orb, which he's put at the front of B main. And now as it goes down, GenG knows that there's nobody over in this area of the map.
Clearing a push with the flashes out. It's a wide face, really wide face, but all the kills eventually being collected and traded there by Caron. Meteor though, got a miss though to where these potential players could be. Good information, at least with the acknowledgement there. Trailblazer finding the target and the mark, but really chaotic situation. Pings on the map though, GenG are aware.
Yeah, and I don't think GenG are actually going to think that it's a full commitment A Heaven. You would expect Zekken to be with the play here because he's one away from Showstopper, he's the entry player. So the fact he was in market, I think, has scrambled GenG a little.
Yeah, they're all over the place this time, less trusting of the gut and wondering where the hell these players have got to. Ten's almost going down there, out to the open. Meteor left to anchor now, and his position is being assaulted and swarmed. Paranoia is good, shot, missed, going stray, still walks it down onto this angle, but look at it, they've just absolutely overpowered them.
Really beautiful attack side from SEN. Gorgeous calling from John Cutie, from the whole team. Contact plays. In the previous, contacting up mid to pinch the players over towards A Heaven. This time, going for a semi-contact all the way through A Heaven. Caron just caught a glimpse and gave up the game. We'll take a look at the replay as Lakia saves. Look how deep they are before GenG get the read. And to me, the biggest strength of GenG on defense is the fact that they get the reads. They either play aggressive or they re-clear in the mid-round or something to give Munchkin that gut feeling that he's going to make the right call. And I think you could see it on the minimap there. GenG were so spread out. Even after they re-cleared B main, spotting Zekken with the Trailblazer in market was a real head-scratcher for them. Love what John QD's bringing out here. You can see that they've put in a lot of effort. And what a tight turnaround for SEN. They had to play basically the entire time since losing on Split. They haven't really had a break to work with.
No.
GenG are the team that should have been able to pull adaptations out of it, but it's harder when you won. It's actually easier to learn from your mistakes.
Yeah,
truly. That seems like what SEN are doing.
GenG now calling this timeout, seeking a few adaptations, because they're realizing that the map slipping away from their grasp. Sentinels holding this lead, looking more and more likely that this map 5 is just inevitable.
Now, map 5, Icebox, would be good news for GenG, but a lot of it has to do with keeping up that spirit. I feel like it's difficult from the outside to understand just how much mental game there is involved in Valorant. If you lose your confidence, if you hesitate, it doesn't matter how good your game plan was, how good your ideas are. If you can't execute on them because you're feeling the nerves, feeling the pressure of the moment, you're going to let it all slip away. Exactly. So that's what I need to see from GenG here. Even if they're not able to rebound on this map, which they'll be hoping they can, that they're at least keeping their heads above the water.
Toss the hesitation to the side here. Trust the gut, make the plays. That's what carried GenG so far all the way to this grand finals. You can't lose your nerve here, not when you're at the finish line.
So this is the Viper wall now being put over towards B. That is a difference. Normally Zelsis has been putting in A and the orb on B.
Watch this.
But it doesn't look like GenG are thinking it's a real threat. It's only Munchkin in this area with a Bucky.
I've seen GenG do work in spots like this prior, especially inside the orb. Hello, Munchkin. There's the dog now, breaks it, will let loose that snake bite. So covering the retreat, but at the same time, John QT here, anticipating every single play.
Damn.
Getting two, there's a job well done. Karen did return that fire, but Munchkin pushed back and away. Snakebite vulnerable. Boombot in his face, barely dealt with. Still alive and kicking the Meteor. Rapid on the approach, rapid on the uptake.
They didn't help Zekken. Zekken got into sight and they were scared. Scared of the Buckies, scared of the Snakebites coming down. Something caused a hesitation in SEN here. And it's a 3v3, still with knives on the other side.
Fear might cost you if you are Sentinels, Karen. It's close, not quite concealed, only good for the one. There's that instant trade. The Meteor's way ahead of you. Look at this guy, already taking a position forward and tucked underneath. He's picked up a rifle, and this could be the playmaker. Real time, watching it play out. It's like a car crash in slow motion, but a tough plant. Not anticipating it, labored in that 1v1, or 1v2. Sassy removed. Meteor, what a play!
The anticipation again of the rotate coming through before SEN had even realized they were going to end A. Meteor knew it.
That's trust in your gut. What we were talking about, having just no hesitation in terms of the way you make these plays.
And yet for Sentinels, I think it was a bit of hesitation. If they'd bullied their way through Munchkin's setup on B, they're probably there to help Zekken, maybe even trade that out. Listen, there's a possibility that it all goes wrong as well, but that's how dangerous GenG can be. Solo and HSK looking like that's given them new life. Wind in the sails.
Yeah, you can understand why. Zekken does have this showstopper. Critical tool that they could be using. Maybe swing this round when the economy, well, a super heavy investment. GenG should have some money just left in the bank, but if they lose this round, it won't look ideal for them.
Zekken was dominating on the defense side. I think he ended it with 23. Hasn't quite been able to find the same success, but here he comes.
Yep, just following it. It's all going to be leading. No way, Meteor!
Nice, so.
Plucks him out of the sky.
Didn't get cleared, he was on top of the box.
And the threat of that rocket is just negated immediately. Tens, though. He's looking for timings of his own, and this is the right time to take them. Gotta play riskily now when you're a player down, especially against a team like GenG.
Texture.
Stacked.
Oh, they just missed the timing.
Texture. He's going to spot him now. Tens doesn't see it. Tens called
He's
out.
a dead man walking.
He really is. Should not be getting away with this at all. In fact, Texture not even worried about it. His team's going to be calling for it. He wins the fight out. Munchkin taking that one alone, but already it's Texture sees the advantage, and now that close position tucked to the corner, punishing the AWP pick. Himself is wondering how the hell did he get there? 2 players to stand, but turning it down, and
Nice shot,
turning
Meteor.
up the bloody heat. All up to John.
Again, another SEN player in a 1v2 to end this situation. Not favored. 25 seconds. Doesn't know where Meteor is. There's barely going to be any time here. At some point, he's got to get a move on. He's going to give the information away to Lakia.
15 seconds.
Can he knife out walk the entire way?
As much as he possibly can. Wants to give
10
away
seconds left.
absolutely nothing. But at some point, they got to know it's A. And Lakia, yeah, finally realizing, turns his attention towards it. Barely enough time. So John's got a hell of a task ahead of him now. Doesn't know where the players are. Left to take some gambles.
Wow.
What the hell was that peak?
That's an unbelievable shot, though, from John.
Absolutely. Brought it to the 1v1. 8 bullets left in the clip. Smoke out. Open Meteor. Spoils the potential play of a lifetime.
I believed it for a moment. He even got the game reset, but Meteor comes up with another huge round, saving GenG. They looked down and out. And here it is, the punish on the showstopper after already winning that previous round. He dominates, shuts down Tens, wins the 1v1 at the end as well. They'll have to film another take of that.
Oh, frustrations on display.
Not the cinema that John was looking for there. I believe we're going into a tactical timeout here as well.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, timeout for Sentinels then. They've just lost 2 rounds in a row. And things have gotten very scrappy in the middle of them. I mean, the engage up into B Heaven seems to make a lot of sense there. Dog, Showstopper follows it. They just weren't expecting there to be 3 players.
No.
They had the audio cues that they were chasing one away. They're expecting another to be hard anchored on B. They just don't think the Meteor's also going to be there. How do Sentinels adjust their attack side to get value? Because now they're also heading into Texture's ult. I mentioned it earlier too. Zekken, I think, had 23 kills to end his defense half. He was somewhere in that area, even if I'm wrong with the exact number. He's only at 26 now.
Yeah, it's been slowed down.
Yes, he hasn't really been able to have the same level of impact on the entry. And to be honest, him entering was part of what looked magical in the game against Paper Rex. And when he played Lotus against GenG, actually, he was just sailing in, dominating opponents, cracking stuff open for the team. Kind of dragging the rest of SEN through some difficult moments.
Not in hot water just yet, but again, that lead that they had, no longer steady. GenG creeping back up to it now, trying to make it an even map, an even game. Texture. Got that showstopper here. Caron setting up the play out towards Ram.
That's pretty risky, actually, giving away his positioning there. Intense is taking the timing.
Smoke out. Texture, though, with the rifle in his hands. He's the one who has to really land this one. Shot! The crouched up. Not expecting that. Too many players to account for. Texture falling. Caron now with the judge. Now, I've seen this one before. If they walk right into him, there could be trouble.
Yeah, but they've got the Cypher on. They see that he's got that weapon. They want no piece of that smoke.
Now a maneuver all the way over. Lakia out wide, trying to anchor this position. Follow through with the kills, and they do trade out those available plays. But Caron, TP in the fight, in the mix, inside the smoke, trying to dominate this one. But he only has the judge. What can one man do? Not enough. Pit, lay it down for Sentinels. They're not leaving this one to chance. They need to clean it up now. Munchkin, the IGL. Does he anticipate Zekken's forward position? He does not. So, 11th now on the board for Sentinels. Off the back of that timeout. New lease of life on their side.
And that's a great attack side call again. SEN are really adding fake plays into their game. Yes, it's this one that opens up the round officially on the kill feed, but the whole reason that they're able to take that space in mid silently is because they created pressure A ramp and then got knowledge about where Caron was playing and knowledge that there was an opening in mid they could take advantage of. Now, last time we saw GenG on a broken buy, they won the thing. So don't count them out here.
Definitely have the tools to do so again.
But, I mean, their positioning it couldn't be more wrong at the moment. Munchkin's got to try and hold it down with the judge until the cavalry arrives.
Not going fast onto his approach, but now they might just be. Still that judge. Prime position to really get some work done with this one in the close quarter avenue. Still they dash past him. They don't know where he is finally. Dealing with him. But that push down mid has turned into a fast flank with all four of them. The trip. They're giving it away, but are they going to be aware that there's this many players?
No reaction from SEN. They're not trying to take space elsewhere.
No. Holding the ground, ensnared onto the site. Now from that high ground position, spam through, but Ten's not being baited with this one. Texture, how has he got that? Opened it up onto Zelsis, rocket, rebound, into the bag, kills, collected, and there's a 1v2 out of nowhere!
Damn.
Caron delivers.
Nice
man, you
shots.
cannot count GenG out.
It's another thrifty for GenG, man. And it's SEN not being quick enough, not realizing fast enough that everybody was on the flank there. You know, from our position, seeing all of the perfect information, it seems obvious. Okay, you need to take screens control. You need to be able to take heaven control there. But they didn't plan for heaven, and they just all got stuck on site. They were expecting there to still be some people over towards screens or ramp or heaven.
Yeah. And unreal mechanics on display.
Yeah. Absolutely. Meteor to open, Texture's ult, and then Caron closes. The three heavy hitters.
Putting in work. 2 rounds stands between them in terms of that equalization. Again, looks like a fast play out, and it is. Gliding forward, Zelsis goes down to his own nade and takes a with the damage follow-up, the rifle in play. GenG is so fast here, just trying to follow through with Sassy. He's already gained that ground here, but they've lost too many players.
Surely. I mean, GenG don't have that many holes in their defense side either this round. Munchkin's already keeping B main control. You know, you've got Caron looking for the lurk play too.
Yeah, he's taking that real quick.
That was just an attempt from SEN to try to up the tempo. Use the fact that they'd faked fast A control earlier. But I think as soon as you saw the cages come through with the blast packs,
this is a full investment round for SEN.
Yeah.
You lose this, the economy goes tumbling once more. GenG up to 10, but maybe, just maybe you can find this. Kills Zelsis! How's he getting away with it again?
But
the movement!
They can't use that. It does pull the GenG players away slightly, but as soon as the plank goes down, GenG are going to know that they have to focus on B, and Zelsis is going to get rooted out here.
Not again.
No!
Not again! No way! The 3 versus 3. The discipline, the diligence, paranoia sweeps through. Now the Seekers over the top with the flash, trying to hold his ground. Sassy does not go down. Pillardo played up, double up, guns need to be out, and AI in play. Finally, Lakia. A 1v2 finds the first. Next one on the card.
Let's go.
Get out of here. It's lights out.
He's been so good for GenG in the clutch. And he cleans it up again. Zelsis got away with murder in that round to make things doable. But finally, GenG got rewarded for their good early round play. There've only been 3 successful rounds for Sentinels in this half so far. GenG otherwise finding moment after moment. And look at the reaction. Pure relief on Lakia's face compared to the elation on all the rest. The stress, the heart rates all spiking.
Tension is there, palpable.
But the economy declining.
Now they have to make a play, they have to make a play, they have to make it now, backing away with a position of respect being shown. Don't want to tangle with that judge.
GenG have made such an incredible comeback in this half. They're starting to believe it. They're starting to earn it. They're only 3 rounds away from lifting that trophy. And this one should be a gimme.
Even it up 11-11. It's up to Sentinels to pull out not just miraculous moments, but honestly just divine intervention. Might just be necessary. A jiggle. And folk gathering for Lakia here. Doesn't look like there's much chance of a punish. Here's the dog, Trailblazer broken, denying. And he's sort of grounded, he might be able to gain Meteor. He's up close and personal now with this rifle in his hands. Does he anticipate this kind of danger? It's returned, at least with the fire, but he's already gained 2 kills for his team. And now GenG wants to put a bit of a move on here still. Doesn't have a rifle to take that fight, dodging, ducking, weaving. Finally, the run and gun in action. Sassy, singing his plan down.
Very nicely done there by Sentinels. Lakia just giving it away a little too early by taking the shot. Missed it on John.
Well, they don't
He's opened
give
up
the
a chance
plan
for
to
Sen.
John QT and play with his
Post plants look good
ultimate.
as well, honestly.
They do.
They've also planted so that Tens could get one and then ult away to heaven.
Possibilities now for Sen. Twist and turn and find themselves up to 12 here. Paranoia's exchanged. Okay, the nade just dodged the bow with the TP. Engage. Texture. Matters into his own hands. He's just blitzed his way onto the site now and out through the back of it. Neurofem. Maybe some false information, but they are looking everywhere now. Smoke. Drop down. Texture. Sticking. Half. Denied.
Okay.
What a way for Sen to respond.
I don't know why. Yeah.
The Thrifties will not go quietly. Both teams finding those avenues to be able to turn these into miracles. It's Lakia there who just pulls the trigger a little too early, gives away his spot, and from there, John and Sassy wiggle their way in to be able to get the plant down into such a nice area for Tens to play. Didn't even have to use the ult to reposition. Pit in mid. Sen, Matt Point, looking to try to extend the series, deny GenG the trophy, at least for now, and move us on to Icebox.
Here.
How well GenG have been playing. There's no certainties. You've got to think Sen are happy in this spot now.
I don't know,
Guns
man.
are good. GenG's economy, listen, hasn't stopped them in the past.
Icebox is a fucking jet,
taking a
not
hit.
like.
Only a little one though. Munchkin is pretty happy with the judge here. It's Texture, who's really in the worst spot of things, but he's hiding inside a smoke, looking to try to make the play here.
Crouched.
Meteor.
Off angle.
Oh my
Loses
god.
his fight out.
Against the high low there, it's very difficult to get anything done.
Will this be the domino effect
But
here?
look,
I mean,
it's a instant reaction. Yeah, there's a fake Charon. He commits a TP to try and reinforce that A side, but it's all for naught. Texture, the lone player to stand against it. The onslaught sweeping him through all the bounds, and the Stinger's just not good for it, at least for that.
He needs to
Paranoia,
reload.
has to be a follow-up, and it has to be a cleanup, and there is there on time. Texture dropped in the process now with 30 seconds left. Take a pause in the round and take a breather because Sentinels realize it. The chance now to extend that play in the series, to take it all the way to Icebox. A tap forces it out. The first little wave of the util. All the flashes flying through, and so do the bullets. Lakia, a lot to overcome, a lot to do, and it's just impossible.
Okay.
Map 5 is on the cards.
A map 5.
From a 13-5 loss, back to back, the last two times that Sen play split, they take back their title of looking like the team who's best in the world on this map. Absolute cinema at the end there from John QD2. The fakes have got to be coming against the way that Munchkin plays defense, and he had them in every moment.
An unbelievable series so far. Would we have it any other way? Map 5, Icebox coming right at you.
Said I'll find you, but it's not the time to make a mistake. You're calling out the name. I'm falling down again. You're calling out the name.
Bees still are beating hearts on pins and needles. Everyone in the Madrid arena was. And Sentinels pull it off, and they managed to force a map 5 on Icebox. What an incredible game we just witnessed. And if anything, it just goes to show for the Sentinels, hey, on Split, third time's the charm, baby. You know?
Yeah, they look back. They were incredible on that map. I think coming in with a great game plan, their attacking side in particular, John QT was making some crazy calls, just walking into mid, reading these stacks and punishing in the late round. But damn, did GenG make it close with that comeback.
Yeah, they did, but I gotta say, this is the first time we've really seen GenG actually struggle in terms of the decision-making, the information game, and actually noting Lakia a couple of questionable decisions along the way, but his utility usage was amazing, and Sentinels still benefited in that regard.
And in that first half, I mean, we had a couple Sentinels multi-kill rounds that had no business happening. I feel like GenG in that first half was letting some things slip, right? We have this round where Zekin in one position manages to come out and hit the nastiest break transfer you've ever seen, and then immediately the round after this, Saucy goes and does this, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this flank, the fact we're even showing this replay again, it's criminal, but this was the sort of thing, there was time and time again we saw GenG just have kind of things slipping through their fingers, not having a solid grasp on exactly the position of Sentinels in the plan.
And look at this man,
just
19
wild.
years old, his first global final, almost dropping 400 ACS. He has 89 kills right now. If he keeps up his performance on Icebox, he's on pace to beat the global record for most kills anyone has.
Icebox is a jet map.
Series. Right now it's Demon 1 at 101. Zekin's on track to best that.
Oh, very well. With the way that boy's playing, it's going to be lights out potentially on Icebox. But let's actually go ahead and talk about Icebox because, Mimi, statistically speaking, this favors GenG going into it. You gotta look at the numbers and feel like, man, this is gonna be a tall order for the Sentinels to overcome.
I don't care at this point. I don't think the players can care at this point. It's map 5 of a best out of 5. We already saw it on Split. This is where it doesn't really come down to the prep, to what you have ahead of time, to what the coaches have been saying, but form in the server. These boys have been playing for, what, 3-4 hours at this point, putting their hearts into this game. It's about the team who can keep that pace into this final map, can find those big plays. The IGL who can make that adaptation and take home Icebox.
Absolutely agree. And in terms of the mental, in terms of the emotions here, for SEN to bounce back, take Split back as their own and force the map 5 here, that's got to be a big boom for them.
You can see, I mean, look, I got to talk about it. Fans obviously going crazy for Sentinels here. Goes without saying, but oh man, I can't help but wonder, what are we going to get from GenG on this one? Because there's just so many directions that they can elect to go here. But what I think is most important is there anyone that's like standing out on the GenG side? Because when I look at the numbers on GenG, I just see a lot of consistency, Mike, across the board. But you're really looking for a texture here to pop off and have that standout game.
I mean, historically on Icebox, it's been Munchkin, really the one to be numerically delivering. Again, had a rough performance here on Split, but I mean, if we do have a pop-off game from Texture, do have a pop-off game from Meteor, then actually Icebox could be really interesting for things.
I think it's going to be about that jet head-to-head, honestly.
Yeah.
Zekin is looking white hot. It's the same for Texture last map. And also, this one's really interesting because a lot of the times with new Icebox, we get different head-to-heads. We get to see the Gecko KO versus the Harbor Viper or versus the old default. This is straight up Gecko KO versus Gecko KO. Both these teams playing that new standard of composition, which means they're going to be hyper-aggressive, using those flash combos to set their jet up, having tons of util to re-clear in the mid-round. I think all of that util, all of these 4 maps we've played thus far, really comes down to this and that head-to-head between those stars.
It's safe to say that this is one of the best Masters finals we've ever had.
The best.
The best.
The best Masters
you're right.
finals, yeah.
The best. Let me go ahead and say it with my chest, because honestly, man, what we're getting here, just to go ahead and quote the John QT line, it truly is absolute cinema. A game where you got GenG taking it, SEN taking it, the constant left and right hooks that we are seeing to make a boxing reference and contextualize it here. That's what it feels like. It feels like a slugfest, guys. Who's going to walk away with this? Are we feeling SEN? We feeling GenG?
I mean, I'm still leaning GenG. I have to give it to them.
That's
again,
stick to your guns.
Statistics coming in. I agree with Mimi's point, obviously, about the emotion, the mental game that's on display here on the stage. But I feel like GenG are going to be able to drag this across the line.
Sentinels are hot out of that map number 4. I gotta believe in these guys to take it home. It's always the hard way with them.
It definitely has.
It's never
easy.
An uphill struggle.
I actually saw Kaplan at breakfast this morning, and I was like, hey, man, what's going on? He's like, hey, man, you already know. We just got to do it the hard way.
He just looks 10 years older now.
Yeah, bro, my guy, Zekin, he's aging before our very eyes right now. Might be able to drink coming out of this one. All right, well, let's go ahead and see. As far as the agent select goes, nothing crazy, as you pointed, Mimi. It's going to be that Gecko KO, Gecko KO.
Both these teams know how the other plays. GenG is good on this map in the past. They're favored here, but this is going to come down to the individuals. Pacific will either lift their first ever trophy, a redemption arc for so many of these players on GenG, for their rookies coming into their first ever tournament, or it will be Sentinels joining that elite few of organizations to lift 2 international trophies in Valorant.
Yeah, and looking at Texas to be the one to step up here. Alongside that, it's got to be Lakia and Munchkin to really enable him.
This is it. It all comes down to this. Map 5 and to determine who lifts the first trophy of the 2024 season. Let's go ahead and find out and send it back over one final time to the one and only Brent and Sideshow.
I don't think the Madrid arena has really seen anything quite as electric as this. 2 teams pushed to the limits. Map 5, Icebox are staging ground set. For both of these teams looking to tussle and tangle, potentially get an edge over one or the other.
For one, at the end of Icebox, all the glory. The other will be gutted to have come so far and go away empty-handed. Texture takes a little bit of space over towards A, but that knife indicating, I think, that it's going to be a bit of fake pressure.
Yeah.
Sentinels have already stacked 4 players over towards A, ready for GenG's classic flash, dizzy, engage. But they're not going in that direction, and I think SEN are just starting to realize before TenZ takes contact.
Wondering where they might be. Thoughts creeping into their heads, wondering, oh, is mid exposed? Got to try and watch those angles. TenZ gets off the angle.
Munchkin's trying to sell it. It's only him here.
Yeah, it is just this lone player lurking up. Still SEN choose to stack the bodies towards it. In fact, they full board it.
Munchkin was thinking for a moment of calling his team back. You saw GenG doubling back towards mid just for a second, and now they've started walking their way into B. You're right, SEN, they bought this hook, line, and sinker.
And that's this mid Munchkin running away, so he called it.
Work now to try and take towards this B site. Man with the plant down, but it's an open angle here that wasn't actually smoked off. It's not available for them. Still fights ready to be taken here. Sentinels trying to get fast onto the approach and hot on their heels. The kill onto Lakia, it evens it out to 4-4, but you got to think the advantage now to GenG.
Yeah, but Kern is low, for example.
Was he able to pick that one back up? Surely.
I think he saw him.
Like he might be aware of it. Drifting back and forth. What a shot. Straight to the cranium. Sassy defusing is already on half. Sassy defusing. Wingman, hello, already on the half, but it might have just brought them that critical, crucial lifeline. Munchkin from the side. The attack from second is that uncertainty, but he's defended in time by John QT. You absolute beauty.
They got cleared so hard, you know.
What a way for SEN to get back in. And that's after missing the read in the round. They were forced to play retake. They got a nice little spam kill to open things up. The pick onto Lakia is huge. But the defense of Wingman, and then the defense again, as John held it down, huge.
Yeah.
This map, we're going to see whether the difference between experience and lacking it makes the difference between a trophy or not. So many players on SEN that have been in positions like this before. Some new players as well, like John, who's been calling a lights-out game and playing one too.
Exactly right. I mean, there's a chance of history on both sides. Of course, GenG looking for that trophy lift for Pacific for themselves as well as one of the most successful iterations of a Korean roster we've ever seen. Itia forwards now into the angle. Zelsis retreating and away with the turret is covering that angle there with Munchkin caught out into the open. Still a plant down for GenG. Can't be too much more behind this. They are dropping and toppling.
Very diligent play by Sentinels, making sure that they deal with the lurk, but not
diligent.
Not clearing
I
the
mean,
corner.
speak of the devil, man. Texture makes a good go of it.
I don't see how Karen wins this though in a 1v3.
With the fragment nade, force him out.
Not possible.
The open to drop.
So a little bit of damage done, but not too bad. Double Bulldog and a Guardian saved into the next. And you're right, Brent. While there's history on the line for GenG, Pacific, they've never won a trophy before. GenG could not be closer. It's only Paper Rex in that final against FPX at Copenhagen, who were in a similar position to this, map 5, and it slipped away from them. But not only are they on the precipice of making history, but when you look at the two people at the top of the scoreboard here early on for Sentinels, Sassy and Tens both wanting to get into that, as the Des said, very exclusive club, double trophy lifters. And SEN as an org would only be the second org ever to have 2 trophies.
That'd be something.
The first and the last, or at least the most recent. I hope we don't stop doing them anytime soon.
I certainly hope not.
SEN looking aggressive at the start of this round, going forwards with 3 players over towards A, and GenG get funneled into a B hit. I think SEN look very confident and comfortable in playing the B retakes. They seem set up for it. And also, you've got to be aware that GenG at some point could try to flash Dizzy combo into Snowman.
Yeah.
That's another thing that SEN might be ready for.
Dizzy's exchanging the handshake there in the air. The shots are fired off here, but the plant's still down now for GenG. Into the post plant. Again, that weaponry isn't good, but the util is. Look at that. It's a coordinated effort. An absolutely filthy spray transfer. As Lakia takes you with the final blow. Put an end to any of that funny business.
Does not matter how good your utility is if you're not able to get the kill onto Lakia as he sprays down 4. I mean, so many players that he was fighting there just didn't really seem to have their guns out ready to take a duel. Not anticipating that somebody would have gone in front of all of that util. That's spectacular. That gets his ult online. That can really start some momentum going. Huge play from Lakia.
Sorry. The big stage, seen the big scene before, even way back in the day.
I was just going to say, Brent, by the numbers, this would be disaster for SEN, if you care about them. 0-6 on Icebox Sentinels since May 2022.
God.
I mean, different roster at that point, basically, right? But essentially just not a map that they've ever had success on. Does it matter in a big moment like this, though? I would say it doesn't really. There's so much more to it.
The emotional aspect, playing to each other's forms, cooking up plays on the fly. But you can stop this one here from GenG, and they do with the knife. It's a good one. Thrash. We stopped and stunted, and the full group up again from Sentinels, looking like they are really ready to fight this one. Tooth and nail seems to be the call. Everybody through now with the Thrash, setting it up from Sassy. It hasn't been dealt with here still. Wingman forwards, Entertainment not online, and they are really trying to flood in and through, but GenG the high ground positions on high, tying the top of them over. Celsius, the difference maker. Right when his team needed it, 2 versus 2, and guess what? Spike dropped down, top nest.
Wingman delivered that one like a juicy little delivery.
Oh, speaking of deliveries, Sassy out wide, but Celsius again. It would have to be the ace, and it's shut down in its tracks.
Great try from Celsius there, but just not quite enough to overcome the player disadvantage. SEN have a clear game plan of how they want to defend against this. They're not getting caught by the flash combos at the beginning of the round, but they use their own utility to get back in, doing a retake before Wingman can even get started, making sure to break that as well so the spike's lost in enemy territory. But GenG got too many picks as SEN were trying to flood. That round win for GenG has knocked the economy of SEN. Celsius one away from the lockdown too. Certainly something to fight with if they can get picks early.
Doesn't expect the angle though. Meteor be close to the corner, swinging out, only gets the body shot, so 100 damage done, and already Texture gained all that ground, scaled rapidly on the approach. Looking to pick apart this Sentinels players that are left standing.
And this top 4-10 position is one where GenG were able to get value in the previous round.
It's broken. Just creeping right into it.
Yeah, and by the way, throughout all of this, Caron has just walked up B into Snowman and is calling for his team, listen, you don't need to take the risk of going into A. Yeah, you're favored, but why even bother with it? Let's go B, let's make sure that Munchkin gets his ult online for the next round, and keep this snowball going.
Play it safe. We've got players in forwards, advanced positions. I mean, if there's any pushing out of position here by Sentinels, look, it's going to be captured by Lakia. If not Lakia, then Texture.
Looks like a great game plan for GenG here. Not just applying crazy pressure over towards A.
There it is.
But also being able to get the lurk in on B. The GenG A hit is so powerful. And really, this Flash Dizzy lineup that they use with Munchkin on top of pipes and then Lakia following it in afterwards, it's crazy hard to deal with. And that means that Sentinels are starting to stack A to deal with it more and cheat over towards the A side. And Karen's found within the first 5 rounds that opening on B as a reaction.
Chomping at the bit for the chance.
Already thinking ahead about how to stop Sentinel's counter strat.
More importantly here for GenG, with these recurring wins, rounds online, they have big ults to try and punish and keep that snowball going. Now the knife wasn't broken, so Zekken tagged up here. Players have to watch the belt position, at least on that high ground approach. Wall up in his face. There is some danger here. Up close, it's all about the reactions, but again, they could come from any direction. No command, it's a jiggle. Almost anticipating and expecting there to be that level of aggression. But still TenZ is in that top position with the operator. Still, it's a half clearance, and punishment in place.
Beautiful adaptation from SEN, deciding to take the fight to GenG. They know that the classic GenG exec starts from pipes control. And so TenZ is already up there, using Zekken as a distraction, essentially. Everyone's going to be focused on the operator, shutting them down, trying to punish them. And they just end up running into TenZ's waiting arms. Munchkin, the IGL, going to take a moment to see if he can win this round. Does he have an opening still? This isn't going to be a full save where he uses it as a timeout. He does still have chances here.
I mean, the money's stacked.
30 seconds.
Make a go of it.
Spotted, plant, now 1v3.
Sounds into this one here, but it's Munchkin who he needs to seek out the weaknesses, really. Will SEN give him any? Doubled up, shoulder to shoulders, an updraft peak here from Zekken, so he's just clearing all the potential possible spots, but there is that blind spot, Munchkin eventually cleaned up, but knowing this team, I'm a believer in almost any scenario.
Now that Munchkin's had his go at winning the 1v3, he'll have to start thinking about what went wrong in terms of the macro of that round. Did they need to put more B pressure in order to pull players away from Ed?
Stay down. My ult's ready.
Was it that they need to be applying a little bit more utility to clearing out pipes before they go for the exec? These kind of things are going to be racking through his brain as the score's at 3-3.
Really good job. Really good positions.
Zelsis clearly happy with that one. And SEN don't start this round with a stack over towards A. I think already anticipating a change up from GenG. There's not one coming.
GenG happy to opt into that brawl. And knuckle fighting. Picked up by the knife, slowing it down for but a moment. Now waiting for it. Right time to strike. Big ultimates for them to use to try and get themselves into this. In fact, it's on the other side of things. Do they have anything to deal with Zelsis? This lockdown, contacting, walking right now. Finally, the mollies being used to try and take that backside control. Texture. Oh, he's
lineups.
Deep spotted lineups.
Oh, missed!
Against the wall here. Moshpit has to be committed. Will it break?
No, because it needs the fragment as well.
So the additional util just doesn't add up. It was all missed in time. TenZ forwards here. There is entertainment. Fragment nade. Does he expect it? No, he does not. Meteor again taking matters into his own hands, and he's slipped himself up into that forward position, but finally dealt with. Shut down. Back here. Cannot withstand it. This pressure is just immense.
Sentinels with a successful retake. And part of that has got to be down to the fact that Munchkin missed the nade. Every team at this point has a setup to try to counter that lockdown. We're talking the best teams in the world. Of course they have setups for that. But it got missed somehow, the fumble from GenG. I don't know what piece of architecture that hit onto.
I won't claim to know as well, but
it's just on a door frame by the look of it. Devastation.
Tiniest of differences for Sentinels to take the lead here in map 5. Grand finals on the line.
Get out of my way.
Meteor, Karen creeping closer to those ults, and Lakia already has his. It's going to be difficult for Zekken, I think, to really get a peek if they decide to invest the Thrash.
Oh my god, the knife, no way! He just disrespects it, and Zekken is out of there on top of the ropes. He does not want to be hunted down and away, but there's that detainment. Where's the help? Dash through, TenZ is there! Finally, support arriving, but Lakia cleaning up that pesky player close towards yellow.
But Sassy's done enough, just by staying in an open area where the rest of his team could cover him.
Spotted in the window, perhaps.
Yeah, by the turret. Yep. Great turret position there. Utilizing the new window that got carved out of Tube.
Real read here for Sentinels. But again, have to maintain these advantages when they are handed to you. And if you lose that fight into mid, suddenly 3 versus 3. Have a peek at things here. Out.
Oh, that timing.
Against him. Zekken. He loses his fight, and just like that, it's turned.
Absolutely brutal for Sen. Great punishment on these peaks by GenG.
Reaction test here for Zelsis. He doesn't even need it. Blind as a bat, but he still sprays him down, but he can't follow through with the second kill. 1 versus 2. Knife. Ouch on QT, not anticipating it. That pace and tempo injected into the round by GenG at just the right moments.
I love it too, because while you're talking about the post-plant aggression, the pause in the round baited out these little plays. I mean, Zekken didn't know exactly where to put his crosshair. And TenZ going for a peek under Tube opens the win up for GenG. That's got to be frustrating for the SEN coaches. What a gift for GenG.
Even as anything. No imbalances here when it comes to the rounds. Our fight taken straight to them here. Opting into the scrap. Zekken, there's no way you dash into that angle, and he is punished.
Wow, what a flash from Munchkin. Just bleach the eyeballs of Zekken, and TenZ looking to try to take the fight.
The dizzy didn't get broken in time. No way!
What a wall bang!
Right through the wall. And TenZ still not going to be removed from this spot. He just sees it, head poking over, but now has to respect it. Players all around him. Sassy, your turn to strike back if you can. While the iron is hot, and hot it is! They drop him! No entry into the site. Stand your ground, say your piece. The Vibe Merchant on his feet.
GenG cannot crack this A defense. I've not seen any team put up as good as a defensive setup against this as SEN have. Multiple layers to it, right? The Zekken going aggressive at the beginning, drawing attention, TenZ up on pipes, and then crossfire setups on the site. And yes, SEN are overstacking A, but they're doing it at the right times. They're actually getting the read on when GenG are executing. GenG need to throw a few fakes of their own into it. That's something we've been talking about Sentinels attack side the whole time. They need to try to pull people towards A and use that B lurk timing that Karen found in round 5.
Still anyone's game, though.
Oh, absolutely. It's not like SEN have figured it out and that's them with the trophy in hand.
Yeah.
Putting up a great fight on a bad map for them.
And here it is, target-rich environment. The wall obscuring, hiding. The intent of GenG, but out wide, that's Munchkin. No kill to be claimed, but Zekken, let's give it up anyway. Now, the pixel angle, holding forward. It's going to be that high-low, and the people with the dizzy on top of things, running and gunning forward. Zekken, drop down, 1 kill found, but already the pit is down and out, covered at the site.
Munchkin's weak. Is he going to try to knock himself to get the full res? Oh, they go for the lockdown as well.
Lockdown play. Using it to clear them all the way back here, so Sentinels won't be able to withstand their ground here, but there is that gap out towards the back here. It seems like there's some hesitation. How do they want to try and fight towards this one? It looks like now the plan being committed. Still with that pit here, with the ults all the way through now. Thrash to set it up, and it has cleared the way through. No! Timing! Timing! Karon! An absolute menace! And a 1v2, Sassy. So much to do. Mosh rebounds, pit still alive and active, but it finally fades, and look at it. It's hectic, it's frantic, he's looking this way and that way. Wingman out! Can't collect the kill!
You can see the nerves at play here, just by taking a look at normally a calm and very experienced player. What is this as well? That's everything. Karen being able to dodge that Thrash is everything in this round. It's a beautiful idea. Sassy and TenZ play it superbly. Karen making the play to dodge it, keep the pit up. 5-5, GenG. They came into that round with 2 people with only sheriffs.
Yeah, I mean, the money wasn't good. See 3 rifles to play with. Undeterred now by that one. Fast play, fast approach. Over towards A. SEN stacking it with players.
No, this time playing it for retake again with Zelsys lockdown.
The problem for GenG is that like Icebox is slightly attack side.
Look how good
So they need like a 7-5. 6-6 would be harm.
Is there anything to break it?
Pushing back right into the flank. Sassy! He's gone in the open. Didn't withstand it with his gun out.
He thought GenG were going to fight the lockdown, but the lockdown came too early. GenG weren't in position for the lineups. Zelsys in mid.
Catching Meteor, crucial to the round success. Orb in his face, blooms and blossoms fading away. Here's the footsteps, here's the running con. Zelsys, awareness off the charts. Pit dropped down 2, but dodging that one with the detainment. The Thrash not getting anything, and the decay damage, there it is. Putting in work with Zelsys leading that charge still.
The spike, it went down. Wingman able to plant it in the midst of all of this. But this pit, it's not a post-plant play. It's for SEN to go for the retake.
And they got all that space, still have to clear through this one. Kieron has a snake bite, at least one with the tap. And now they're flooding through onto the side. That left hand flash! Magnificent! Munchkin to deliver. And he's got to stand and do it now. The tap, forcing out the bullets, no more. Left in the chamber.
Damn. They have money though.
What an incredible beginning. Could be set at an absolutely tied first half on a map where, by all accounts, GenG should be hugely favored. But I don't feel like I'm seeing the nerves hit the GenG players. It doesn't feel like a collapse from them.
No, it feels like SEN stepping up.
It definitely does. The adaptations they've made and the awareness of how GenG want to play Icebox, loving the way that they're defending. The pit there from John Cutie was immaculate. Zelsys awareness too. And the flash out from TenZ just all working really nicely together.
SEN players rallied, reinvigorated. Deep knife gives him peace of mind there, so TenZ can earn himself up to his ult. Wasn't pushed back, and a full group up by GenG.
They're aware that sometimes the Sentinels players have pushed on defense. Remember, they caught Sassy pushing out of B in the previous round after they'd applied their pressure on A.
Wait too long, the knife might be back online for TenZ to just throw it from Boiler.
TenZ has his ult to be able to work with too, so the closer they get, the less they can really rely on the Viper wall to do anything for them. Do they have an idea of where TenZ is? He's set up for another knife lineup. Here comes the knife again. Might get bad info though here actually.
Orb crosses back over to A.
Yeah, that knife caught onto Munchkin. But then TenZ is still rotating off.
It's really orchestrated. I mean, they just know. When the orb's up like that, they only catch one onto the knife. Yes, they could cut noise, but Zekken holding from the top rafter position here. Plenty of angles to adjust and choose from, but they are walking right into the one that matters most. Dash online, backs away, Sassy, close now. In their faces, willing to take the fight straight to them with only 25 seconds left as the final round of the first half. And an important one at that, Wingman broken. That's the confirmation. GenG have to follow through with the weaponry and the guns, and they're finding their own place, but it's only down to one. Texture, Soul Survivor breaks it down. Munchkin late to the party.
Yeah.
And jumping around, the nerves at
Should be a SEN map, like.
Sentinels can feel it. They've got the lead at the half on a map they weren't favored on. They were banking on a 3-1 finish to this series, but 3-2 would do the job. Heartbreak on the horizon perhaps for GenG as they were looking at the first trophy for Pacific and now have such an uphill battle to be able to make that a reality. What a finals we have here.
Absolutely insane stuff. Send it down to the desk. They want to break it all down, I can tell.
The electricity in this room is unreal as everyone is on their feet and honestly just blown away by what we've been seeing in this game, guys. Not just are we getting great ideas from GenG, but we're getting even better ideas from Sentinels on a map, as Brennan Sideshow were noting, Hypoc, that they were just not favored in.
Yeah, and I think Sentinels achieved the primary objective, shutting down the main win condition, which is this A-site execute. Josh was talking about it. After that, though, the adaptation from Sentinels is perfect. They read the game to perfection, start stacking towards B, baiting GenG into their stronger setup.
For 8 of these players, they've never been in a grand finals of an international event of this level before. For 2 of them, they're rookies in their first ever appearance at an international. You can see the nerves, even in the veterans. The shots from Sashi shaky at times, but what matters is how you convert in the end. That was a half of hero plays, of moments towards the end to come back, but Sentinels is up. But at this halftime, this is the last chance really for the coaches, for the teams to talk together, to come up with that final plan to lift that trophy in front of them.
This is it.
I mean, you've seen some of the cracks start to show on the side of GenG. I mean, Josh even referenced this as well. The pressure getting to them, some questionable decisions, couple of misplays here and there. Is this where it all comes apart?
Pacific has been in the finals before. They've never lifted a trophy. GenG want to make this comeback happen, but Sentinels, you can see it in their eyes. They're standing up on the stage. They can feel that trophy. They are ready for it.
This is it, folks. The next time you'll hear our voices, we have crowned a Masters champion. But hey, you know, this matchup feels quite global in itself. But let's go ahead and send it back over to Brendan Sideshow to send this bad boy home.
The tension is palpable, energy building in the arena. You can see it, we can feel it. History will be made right here on this half of Icebox.
GenG won every single pistol the last time that these 2 teams played in the upper bracket final and walked away with a comfortable win on 2 out of 3 of the maps. They need this one.
Open face by Caron, almost with the punishment. Tagged down by the turret, just seeking to at least destroy it and remove some of that mid-round information.
That's not the only piece of aggression in mid. Texture, Lakia, still trying to get posted up there, making sure that SEN don't play in that area.
Jump spot from Tensier, but he's out wide now with the face in top of the Dizzy. They have to give up this space here, but GenG might seek to try and fight this one. Wingman is already in the fray, through the back of the side here, broken down. Plant out in the open, but behind the box, second finds his mark. Precision being the name of the game, but GenG not willing to give up even a scrap of territory. No map control. And no gain really for them. GenG takes to, oh my goodness, 2, but eventually brought down. 3 versus 3, and the spike's still not retrievable.
It's a spike position.
30 seconds left.
They keep getting tucked behind this box over and over. Caron, though, he took so much damage earlier on, they could just spam him out.
20 seconds roughly in the round. It all comes down to this for SEN, and a pistol round. 1 to stand, 1, 2, fall! Sentinels are feeling it!
Zelsis on his feet again. And SEN in the driving seat, despite having that map veto disadvantage because they had to come through the lowers. Sassy on that stage for the 3rd time knows that it can be done. He, every time he'd made it to a grand finals before, went through the upper bracket, but he didn't always win.
He knows it's doable. Energy just is truly, truly palpable for GenG. A shy investment. Utility, maybe a sheriff of Meteor to get something done, but this is Sentinels, in all likelihood, wrapped up to that 9th round.
Depending on whether or not they go into the stack, I really feel like you can't count out GenG even when they only have pistols and Meteor, who hasn't really been hitting this map, the only one with the sheriff. If TenZ goes down and they pick up the Stinger, maybe something can snowball off the back of it. SEN are playing this so cautiously. They do not want to give an inch to GenG.
Caution can spell defeat sometimes. Knife, no info, it's caused to rotate.
That's an amazing timing for SEN to start to hit A. TenZ has read this one perfectly.
Just like that, we talk about it, the tiniest of differences affecting so much
more. Where you going, mate?
Where
are
you going? Stinger from that range.
All right.
TenZ getting away with all sorts of murder. It's a massacre in front of the back of the site, but he gives up his life in the end.
I can't believe he took that decision, but I think that shows you the confidence on play. SEN setting up for the aggressive post plants. GenG's composition can be very potent when you allow them to get into retake scenarios, and SEN are clearly planning to play forwards even when this turns into rifle rounds. You can see the kind of angles that they're taking. GenG are going to struggle to get back into sights if they allow SEN to walk in like that. Yes, it was a gamble. Yes, they needed to try to make the play. But what a beautiful read from TenZ there. Saw the knife whistle past him and realized an opening could be his. A 4-round lead for Sentinels.
GenG, unfamiliar position that they're in here in this grand finals on this big stage. Now we've got to do the most. They've got to try and steal their hearts, calm down the nerves, get some form of collection together. Because the map is running away from you, and not just the map, it's the series. It's your chance of etching your place into history.
Texture has gone for a glass cannon operator this round on the anti-bonus.
Placing swarm grenade.
Triple stack over towards A. The knife catching Sassy over there. And Texture already starting to come off that aggressive B long line.
This op has to pay off.
Coming back.
It just has to. Taking a gander. Walking back over to the angle now, behind yellow box. Lots of angles to really choose from too.
He can't expose himself to Zekan's position. At any point here, he could be getting walked up on. That's why you see him just going for the check.
And he just doesn't know. He just does not know.
You are open to being timinged here. He's taking a risk.
Risks are necessary in this particular position. All up. Everybody crossing. Texture can feel it now, and he's going to be tagged up by the knife. Has to respect this now and back away. No, he's just out in the open. No man's land. Flash, though, eventually respecting it and backs behind the wall. GenG trying to be fast. Now with this rotate plan denied. Shut down here with only 33 seconds left now. Cavalry has arrived.
30 seconds
All 5 players here. There's 25 seconds left. How are they getting back in?
That's the question, isn't it? Waiting for that regen util, but again, there's only 20 seconds remaining. Got to get a move on, and it needs to be now for SEN. What is the game plan? Wall up, just about.
They've got to push forwards.
Push forwards, and that's why TenZ is there. Underhanded, flash through, takes it. The fight straight to Intermediate on top of bridge. GenG, though, surely the guns prevail. It's 1 versus 2. There is that value. Rifle upgrade. Celsius here. Is it even planted for it? I'm not even sure. Tucked to the corner here. They know where he is. Wingman sets its sight onto it. Lakia half on the defuse and even more. No kills to be claimed. No kills to be collected. GenG narrowly avoiding it, but they need to keep these guns.
I mean, he drops the op.
That is so rough, losing the op in that situation. They knew that they had the round secured, and
It's
they
a
still
very
keep
costly arm for
GenG.
GenG.
Nerves in these big moments certainly hidden. SEN, yes, it wasn't the most successful round in the world, but that was their bonus. They were coming into it with Stingers, Spectres. And they've hurt the economy in the sense that GenG coming into this one with double Guardians and no operator. That is huge. They know they don't need to deal with that in the next round.
Familiar scenes here. Seen that one before with a deep knife. Gives him that chance for Munchkin to try and build up that ult, but here it is. Fast and loose. It's a call made here by Sentinels. Looking to disrupt. No command. There's no abilities here, so Sassy going to be able to get that plan down. So again, into the post-plan situation we go. GenG going to be tested now on their retakes.
GenG are looking for the lurker, coming around throughout mid. There isn't one.
Yeah, just trying to clear it out.
Sassy can play so far back and just work off his thrash. Does Munchkin have some kind of knife to be able to deny this?
Mosh pit, flash, through and out second. How the hell is he alive there? Thrash now finally being used, but it's offloaded. All the volleys as well. Thrash broken, media, wide texture. Trying to claim another one here, being dropped down to 10 HP. TenZ, surely he falls, surely they go down. Half, out, Munchkin. Has he bought enough time? He's got too many targets to deal with. Too much indeed.
The white ping. The white peak.
Small smile on the face of Zelsis.
I think it's over.
Throwing in the wide swing, knowing that the aim is going to be at its shakiest in this, the latest hour. SEN creep ever closer. It was a tough one. They had to hold off all sorts. The swing that came through here, or in the previous, to be able to deny the wingman, I thought could have been punished. Yeah. But GenG just didn't have it in them. They've been stuck, paralyzed at 6. As SEN creep up and up, 3 rounds away now. Within touching distance, they can see the trophy in front of them. what they've been working for since October. Honestly, all throughout last year as well, through the turmoil of their roster, of trying to figure out an identity. And since adding John, his first time on the big stage like this as well, doesn't appear to be a rookie.
No. He's been delivering in every twist and turn of this tale that is the grand finals, this best of 5. It's just a ludicrous scenario that we stare ourselves at. Sentinels holding this lead on a map that they haven't won since May 2022.
No. And GenG have looked fabulous here. They wrote the book on how to use this Gecko KO composition that Sentinels ended up taking for themselves.
Yeah.
And now to see SEN outplaying them, this is what we were talking about earlier, Brent. It's not always the game plan or who's won in the past. When it gets to big, high-pressure moments like this, it's can you deliver?
Do you have the determination in you? Timeout that was taken for GenG here. They have to pick themselves up. We've seen comebacks on Icebox before, on the biggest stages of the world. But it takes a special kind of team to be able to pull that one off.
Oh.
And Molly misses the Nano Swarm.
But going off the sound cue there, the turret still gets retracted.
Yeah, pulled back.
GenG do not have the weaponry to hold on against this. The knife collecting onto 2, at least, possibly even 3 there, indicating that it would be an A execute. Meteor gets pulled over to reinforce Munchkin. And then goes back as Munchkin comes. There is no noise. The re-hits working really nicely against GenG and the way that Munchkin likes to make hard reads.
Only one tag there with a knife. That is going to be the go button. Pressed here by SEN. Not just that, but they're pressing the advantage, scaling deep into the back of the site. They're giving an edge to them. Zekken is tucked deep, and there's going to be that supportive util. Look at that. Ten's already holding for it. First signs of life from GenG. A flash, and Molly is going to go flying. And there it is. Dizzy. It's been broken, not quite, just sailed right over, but a bit of miscommunication out here. Texture, the knife's at play, the knife's at work. It's going to try and slice and dice to victory. GenG finding that footwork and the ground gained and granted to them. 2 versus 2, a weapon, at least with the upgrade. Meteor is going to be holding this one, he's going to be defusing this one, but already the wall fades and topples away. Half needs to be earned, and he does get it, but time against him entirely.
Celsius again is there to make sure the safe pair of hands. Another player who was there at the very beginning. And he's 18-8, making sure to be the backbone of this team. Emotional leader for Sentinels, thriving under the pressure. Making sure that every one of these tight moments is closed out. GenG, they must pick this timing to respond if they want any chance of forging their place in history.
It has to happen now. Pressure against them. Either crumble.
What the fuck?
Texture misses the adjustment. Can't quite hit the snap to the side, and now pushed away from the angle. In fact, even activates the dash, anticipating like it could be a follow-through, but it's not. But he's getting out of there.
He's getting good information here, Bren. The fact that Texture popped the dash and got back on the angle is telling GenG to keep 3 players A. And they have Lakir on pipes too. This is looking like the way that SEN wanted to defend.
Certainly is here. Zekken! Matters into his own hands, leading the charge with the dash. It just collides right into the collision of 410. There needs to be the adjustment. It's not there! An inevitability. Texture in a 1v3.
He's got to try to hold on to the last shreds of hope in his heart. But it must be feeling heavy. He knows that this is SEN likely to get up to 12.
Look at the triangle they formed as well. Crossfire setups. It would have to be the play of his career, and he knows it's not possible. In the movement, in his posture.
You see that he's just forced to take the smart play and back off. But this has got to be devastating. The silence in the GenG camp as they allowed Texture to play the clutch, settle in like fog Memories flashing back. Where did it go wrong in the series? We were favored on split, weren't we? Icebox, surely we had the advantage. How are we in this position? 6 rounds in a row that GenG would need to take, and Zelsis, he's on his feet. The round was still going on, and he's already celebrating.
Orchestrating the crowd.
HSK head in hands.
Thanks.
And this is it, the precipice. The line that's been drawn, and Sentinels willing to cross it. And this will be them as an org, as players, as individuals, etching themselves in the history books. But one last hurrah for GenG. Has to put a stop to it now. Thrash clears through, that's entertainment! Takes the drops down, but he's fallen prey to it. Hunted down. Up to Lakia. He's called for the reinforcements, but this is it. It's a brutal scenario. They're picked to pieces. Thread unraveled. Sentinels can feel it.
The ult even forced out a Meteor here to try to keep the Horde back. But they're in a 3v5. There's nobody on A. Where's the win condition? It just looks like SEN are going to have a free ticket to A. Second's going to make a play down mid, and it gets cancelled. Why would you even bother taking the risk?
Play it together. Thrash, second round. To clear the way through. It's Munchkin standing his ground. Knife just a little bit too late here. They can feel it now. Pressure mounting. GenG stacking, but they will topple. They will fall. The rifles are too good. 1,000 days and counting. Sentinels maintaining their relevancy.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
The last time they were at an international event, last time they earned any sort of accolades.
Toxins going up.
And Caron, from rank to rookie to tier 1 play, left to stew. Pacific's hopes and dreams laid on his shoulders. GenG's hopes and dreams laid on his shoulders. But how much can one man do? First one found, second one not there. It's over. Sen City.
Damn.
Here to play, here to stay.
Let's go,
and
Sen,
history
I
has
guess.
been made.
Sentinels organization leapt to stardom, became a household name because of the win that they got in that first ever Masters event. They have struggled, they've been clowned on, last year was devastated, but this group of players has done it. They put Sentinels back on top. The best team in the world to open 2024. And I can't believe it happened like that. 5 maps, Pacific's hopes dashed.
Hopes and dreams, and that's what they'll remain. But for Sentinels, proud of how far they've come here. GenG will take a bow. It's a curtain close finish. Not how they hoped, not how they liked. It was supposed to go differently for them, but they just couldn't pull it over the finish line.
They've still made history. They've still made history, but that trophy is not for them. Congratulations to your Masters Madrid champions, Sentinels!
The trophy looks cool. Like,
A historic run. A team that went from rags to riches right here in Madrid, Spain. They controlled their own destiny, and now they can finally say they are champions. member of the Sentinels hoist that trophy over their head. A long and difficult path for each and every one of those guys on that stage. What a run.
A journey that stretches over 1,000 days. Sentinels are finally back on top, solidify their start to this year as world champions. Madrid will forever be known as the second coming of Sentinels.
They did it the hardest way possible. They played every match in the offseason, grinded since October. Every possible game in Americas. They went the long road here in Madrid and all 5 maps in the finals. After over 3 years, Sentinels joins the very few to have 2 international trophies in Valorant.
An unreal run from an unreal team. Guys who joined in a unified vision to bring a trophy to the fans of SEN City, to the organization that has stood by this game from the very beginning. And for them to do it in the way that they have done it, taking the hard road, Mimi, this right here is something that, oh boy, it's a special moment for sure.
And you see Tenz on that stage. He's been there since the beginning, since that first trophy lift. Went through 3 years of turmoil, of grinding it out in North America. Unable to make another run happen, but now he has that trophy.
Cannot believe how they managed to put this one together. But also, I do want to say real quick, commiserations for GenG on one hell of a tournament as well. They played hard, they played this team as tough as they could. Pacific's got a lot to be proud of. But on this day, Sentinels got the better of them. But I will say this much, I don't think that this is going to be the end of us seeing this rivalry between Sentinels and GenG, because I want more.
We're bound to get it. You see Zekin lift the trophy just days after his 19th birthday.
Crazy. Actually crazy. To even put that in and having, I'll go ahead and say it now, solidifying MVP status here in Madrid. Just an individual performance for the history books.
This kid has been waiting for his opportunity, and he finally had the right team around him to make it happen. Saucy as well. Champions 2022, the last time this man felt a trophy. Now on a completely different team with 4 new members around him. He's made it happen again.
He took that risk after winning a world championship with Loud, decided that he wanted to bet on himself, go and join the Sentinels, come to the Americas region, not alongside his Brazilian brothers, but instead joining a lineup that was mixed at the beginning, that was struggling, and now for him to be right here, I mean, it's just unbelievable.
And for Zelsis, the man's more than just a salesman. He's the guy who kept him in it. You saw him on that last map, standing up, shouting at every moment. His teammates have said he's the reason they play for. He reminds them what they're after. This is it. They don't need a reminder anymore.
Yeah, his contribution in and out of the game today has been so visible the whole way through. Regardless of when the wins came for GenG, regardless of when the wins came for Sentinels, he's been on his feet. He's been elevating his team today.
Of course, it was a back and forth affair between both of these teams, and it really couldn't have gone any other way. When you think about the great finals that we've had already in the history of this game, the short history of this game, whether it's Fnatic versus Loud, EG, PaperX last year, some great matches across the board. This one, most definitely a special one, as it just goes to show me how the game has just continuously evolved.
And I'm just so impressed in Sentinels staying in this series. The final map not favored to them whatsoever, but they played their damn hearts out and earned that trophy. John QT, his first international event as an IGL, regaining with the regaining with Kaplan, the coach who he played with, what, 2 years ago now, back in Tier 2, failing then, but reuniting and lifting a trophy together here in Madrid.
And I'll be honest with you, never the easy road for Sentinels, but bouncing back on Split, righting their wrongs from previous series, and then closing out on Icebox, it's just the best way to crown them.
It's the fact that they did it on Icebox. I saw Anna, I saw Leo and John need them all in the back, and I was like, guys, I think statistically speaking, it's going to look really good here for GenG, but instead it is the Sentinels who rise to the occasion and are your Masters champion. For now, let's go ahead and hear from your champs.
And now from Riot Games, joining us on stage, we have some very important guests that are joining us to celebrate and congratulate our winners. We have head of president of esports, John Needham, of course, a global head of Valorant esports, Leo Faria, and our wonderful Anna Donlund, head of studio, Valorant studio head. Amazing. Please, just go ahead, celebrate with them. And I feel like, Madrid, I haven't heard you enough. I feel like we have to give it up for Sentinels one more time. Madrid, lo habéis estado haciendo de locos. Menudo partidazo que hemos tenido en el día de hoy. Os habéis portado, ¿eh? Habéis sido unos magníficos reyes. Muchísimas, muchísimas gracias por venir hasta aquí y por celebrar con nosotros. Now, as in for the interview, you ready? Since I'm gonna start with you. Of course, everybody's chanting for you. But after 3 years, you can say that you are finally back. Talking about being back. Your mom is right there. Don't get emotional, because I get emotional too. What does this mean for you? You lifted that first Masters International trophy, and you get to celebrate this one as well.
Honestly, it's just an amazing experience getting to do it with these guys here. Being able to lift it once again, and of course, a big shout out to the amazing audience here in Madrid, Spain. Appreciate all the fans of Sentinels, and thank you to my family.
Le he preguntado que qué significa para él. Claro, después de tanto tiempo él estuvo en ese primer trofeo que levantamos en una Masters internacional y obviamente se siente increíble. Por supuesto, os da las gracias a la audiencia que ha estado aquí porque habéis sido lo mejor de lo mejor, que con este equipo se puede cualquier cosa. Now, second, for you, you are probably now the best duelist in the world. Do you consider yourself to be that?
Yes, he is. He is the best duelist in the world. He is the best.
He is the best?
He is 100% undoubtedly the best.
Okay. You do not consider yourself the best, but you're definitely different, right? How would you consider yourself different?
I'm just willing to do the job. I have the best teammates in the world behind me, the best support that a duelist could ever ask for. They make my life so easy. That's pretty much it.
Yo le pregunto si se considera que es el mejor duelista del mundo y él dice que no, que la verdad que no lo tiene tan claro, que es realmente el equipo el que hace que tenga tantísimo éxito, pero todos sabemos, lo estamos escuchando, que es el MVP probablemente de esta Masters. Now, Celsius, I need to hear from you. I know what you're gonna do, but please give me the best of both worlds, okay? We know, we have seen you on stage. You're given everything. Of course, going to 5 maps, the vibes need to be up, and I feel like you've been in charge of that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a joke always going around that I'm only the vibe merchant, so it feels really nice that I got to lift a trophy, especially with these guys. Like, they really believe in me, everything I bring to them and everything they bring to me. And for once, it feels like we have a real team who everyone wants to win, and I'm just glad we got it done.
Anything else you want to add?
By the Sentinels bundle!
Tengo que dejar que haga eso, que celebre. Le pregunto que cómo ha estado manteniendo la energía tan arriba, sobre todo cuando nos vamos a un quinto mapa. Y él dice pues que todos sus compañeros lo hacen bastante fácil, que sí, que él está considerado ese tipo de persona que siempre tiene las vibes arriba. Y desde luego que hoy lo ha demostrado. Sassy, this is your second trophy, right? But you have been competing for a very, very long time. There's been some ups, there's been some downs. How do you see this moment in your career?
I'm old, I know. But yeah, I think I've been here for like 10 years already playing esports. I don't know, I'm just grateful. I consider myself lucky to play with so much like good teammates like Zach and Tyson, Jordan, John. Also the coaching staff made a great job on this tournament. And I don't know, I'm just happy to be here and happy to get my second trophy international. Yeah, that's it.
porque obviamente este es el segundo trofeo que él consigue, pero lleva compitiendo muchísimos años también en otros títulos. Me hace la broma, ¿no?, de que a lo mejor es un poco mayor, pero la verdad es que está muy agradecido de tener al equipo que tiene, de poder estar aquí y de celebrar todo esto y de seguir ganando. La verdad que un momento muy humilde para él. Now, Junkie T, how are you feeling? You feeling good?
Feeling great.
Yeah?
Feeling dangerous.
I feel like there was a lot of eyes on you coming into this tournament. Of course, some might consider you a rookie, but what you did here during this entire tournament, but especially today, as a fresh, IGL coming into the big stage, what do you think has been your biggest struggle that you faced during this tournament?
Biggest struggle? I don't know. Our biggest struggle as a team was just like not playing like ourselves. We know we're the best team in the world, and yeah, we just need to play like that, pretty much.
Yo que le quería preguntar que aunque ha tenido dificultad porque obviamente no lleva compitiendo tanto tiempo como los otros, ahora llega a este stage tan grande y no se viene abajo ante nada. Dice que con lo que más han dudado, con lo que más les ha costado es jugar como ellos mismos, sabiendo que son el mejor equipo del planeta. Now, Kaplan, you're in for last. We have been hearing your thoughts during the tournament, some things that you agree with, some things that your ups and downs as well. But what has been your biggest learning point from this entire experience?
I did not know the resilience my team was possible, and it means the world to me. I don't think we would be standing up here having won if we didn't have the hardest road in kickoff, and maybe if we didn't lose 2 days ago. We just get back up and we keep going, and they fucking want it, and whoops, they really, really want it, and I'll never forget that people can want it that bad. And I love them. We love you. We all love you.
Le preguntaba que cuál ha sido, pues desde luego con las opiniones que hemos estado escuchando de él durante el torneo, que qué ha sido lo que ha aprendido, ¿no?, de todo esto. Dice que de no haber perdido hace 2 días, de no haberse visto contra las cuerdas, no se habrían visto en esta situación de levantarse, de darlo todo y por supuesto de ganar este torneo. Let's give it up one more time for Sentinels! This is all that we're going to have for this tournament. Thank you very much to everybody that made this possible. Oh my God, this is a very wholesome moment. Thank you very much to everyone for joining us, for enjoying our passion the way we did it. Everyone from production, working behind the scenes, everyone that made this possible, every single team. Thank you very much for this. Muchísimas gracias a todos por venir aquí, por disfrutar con nosotros, por compartir vuestra pasión minuto a minuto. Ha sido una experiencia alucinante. Muchísimas gracias. Esta es la primera, pero no la última que estaremos aquí.
A beautiful moment with a team that has fought tooth and nail for this right here, for that trophy.
That moment.
That moment. And it's something that they will never truly forget. But man, what an event this has been, guys. You talk about one of the most explosive tournaments that we've ever had in the history of this game. I mean, no one knew who was going to win it coming into this one, Mimi, and boy, oh boy, was this one a banger.
Pretty much every roster coming into this year had massive changes, had new expectations, but Sentinels, they've been grinding since last October. They got their roster set, they found their identity finally, and have worked so hard to get to this point. You heard it from Kaplan. The hardest road possible, but that's how they got here.
Yeah, it's really, really great to hear him talk about the resilience, because I think that's one of the key things here to close out this run in Madrid. I mean, it's taken so much. You can see how much it means to them as well. Somebody is cutting onions out there, but it's just, yeah, it's so fantastic for these guys.
And of course, for Sentinels, this is only the beginning, because this is literally the beginning of our season. We had the kickoff tournament, something a little different to spice things up at the start of the season, and now we kick it off here in Madrid, but there is just so much more to come. Guys, this is going to be awesome. What a great season we have in front of us.
We got to top that now.
Yeah, somehow.
It's going to be hard.
Somehow, some way, we have to top the absolute cinema that we just watched here today in Madrid, Spain, excuse me. Now, folks, I'm a little verklempt over here, but before we go, we want to thank everyone in this arena who came out, who poured their heart and soul into each and every one of those games. We want to thank our incredible production team that has worked tooth and nail to make this broadcast happen, whether it was here in Madrid, over in Dublin, our broadcast partners all around the world. We also want to thank the talent team that makes this incredible event happen. Without you guys, I mean, my job is pointless, so thank you so much for being lovely people. And most importantly, we want to thank you who tune in and break records with us week in and week out and support this awesome game. This is only just the beginning, folks, and we'll see you at the international leagues. We'll see you for stage 1, and we will see you very, very soon. Take care, everybody.
Bienvenidos a la gran final del Masters Madrid.
¿Qué pasa? We're in Spain finally.
Bienvenidos a España.
I'm so excited to be here.
This tournament is going to be definitely one that nobody wants to miss.
Give me another.
Just keep throwing.
GenG, keep
Just keep throwing.
Okay.
This is really the year of young blood, of new teams stepping up.
The stage is so much bigger and the stakes are so much higher.
It's Valorant. Anyone can lose.
He's got the spike in his hands. No teammates. Nowhere near at all. Bullets hailing down onto it, but his head just peeking out. And the race can't be stopped, man.
Buy the KC bundle.
We need the KC versus Sentinel game.
Who wins the whole tournament?
I want to think about that, actually.
Unbelievable. This guy is not the Lisan Al-Gaib.
I want to just take my moment to go crazy about Les. Because for my money, coming into this tournament, he looks like the best player in the world.
Oh my gosh!
How do you feel going up against the former world champions in Loud?
I wasn't playing when they won champs.
Oh, clean from texture. Get another. Show us what you got.
This guy is absolutely phenomenal.
You roll your R's so good, actually.
You know, like
Yeah.
kind of.
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
close. I don't want to try it again.
This is going great for EDG. Nobody with 3 kills, and now it's just one standing. 10 bullets, and it's only 1 needed for Smoggy. EDG finally bested Paper X.
Brent, I know that you're not really used to being right, but actually, Swissology.
Yeah, Swissology was correct, actually.
Benji Fishy versus Tenzi Fishy.
Please buy the Sentinels bundle, please!
You can't help but love it. I hope you guys at home can hear how riled up this audience is. Looking for someone. It tends to connect, but oh, what a shot from Riens! Second, trying to do the dance, and he's surely you've seen him. He's just going to dive in. He's going to get in his face. Beautiful. Sentinels on their international debut with pure success.
Forget the bundles, forget the clout. This is 2 teams, #1 seed in their respective regions, going at it for that straight shot to playoffs. Satchels now in towards the back of the side. Shen! Nasty!
They even cleared back.
Oh, wait! Tense!
Down B.
The
#1 seed taken out. SEN City here to play.
Again, there's a smoke to deny them a meteor in an aggressive position. Just doesn't seem to be missing a beat. GenG will be the second team to make it through to the playoffs.
It's St. Paddy's Day, so I decided to get a little bit in the spirit, you know what I mean? Also to cover the Grays. Who better to send some people home than Pansy and Hypock? Am I right, guys?
You're not wrong, GB. Absolutely hate everyone. You're on the money. Life's now pretty questioning what the hell's going on. No idea about Tui's, but a fantastic clutch from him in the end. That is Sadak having none of what they're trying to sell. It's done! FPX will be going home and loud! Live to fight another day!
No more of the fun. You hear the music, it's done.
Buy the Heretics bundle, everybody. Buy the Heretics bundle.
Clearance Benji is blinded. He does not care.
I'm sorry. Yo, sit down. Guys, sit down. Sit down.
One after the time, the hammer swings down and out onto the anvil. There is no hope, no chance in hell. PaperX eliminating the Spanish favorites.
EDG has been the #1 Chinese representative, and Loud was the one to stop them last year. They have a chance to do it again.
Smoggy's on all fours. How Dong tries to get back to him. No. A obliteration of EDG as Loud make their way to the playoffs.
Monye gonna be put to test, put to task. Oh, blinded, and Monye just popping up over towards Shybox. This guy's on for it. He's absolutely on the money today. PaperX beating Carmine Core. The European Reapers carry on.
We've got back-to-back regional rematches in our first day of the playoffs.
Somehow this has come back into a winnable scenario. Just needs to hit the bullet. Oh, that's so unfortunate.
Yo, not even close, guys. Not even close.
Fighting to nail John QT. Where's he pulled that one from?
Nice, boys.
SEN look to take their appointment with GenG in the upper finals.
You stole his ace.
Did I?
Yes, you stole his ace.
As I should. As I should.
So, yeah.
Today, our final 4 teams becomes a top 3. I don't want to get into predictions here, guys, but...
I don't want to jinx anything.
I don't want to get into it.
You don't want to get into it?
I'm not jinxing it.
Nope. These are the analysts, by the way.
Fido GenG bundle.
I've had enough of bundles. I've had enough.
Hunter's Fury is popped. Push up by Sassy. And the headshot angle. 1 by Texture with 2 kills and a 3rd.
Hello, guys.
An absolute demolition of America's #1.
This is the match for PaperX to prove if they're ready to lift a trophy in Madrid.
This is set up to be an explosive game.
Hammer to the fuse might make a difference. PaperX mind free going forward, right click away. Plenty of util left. Where that come from? Will force mind free out into the open. Kawazine seeking to deny this one. No, running him down. PaperX sealing away. Loud dropping out. See you later. Sent to the airport.
The day belongs to W Gaming.
Both teams had to overcome a lot of challenges just to get here. It is going to be about who can show up and get into that grand finals tomorrow.
The place is crowded, just looking at what is going to be of these 2 teams.
Alex!
The TP is obscene. He let second wraps this map up in a bow. And they have no idea about SEN. Now it's his time to shine. SEN claim map 2.
One tap.
The paranoia does not land. And Marniet, what a moment for him. Can he get the pin? Yes, he can. PaperX taking us the distance they are. Never down, never out. And waiting for that cross. Sharp as ever. He's getting 1. He's got the 3. Sentinels are going to the grand finals. America's last hope holds true. Again, so cool to have some of these creators come out here. Do we get our dreams? We do. Mixwell up on Glow.
We've got the
Phoebe as well. Let's go.
Follow up, yeah. Oh, Mixwell finds one. Another one comes through. Will close out the 3K.
Looking to get proactive. Here it is. That's what I'm waiting on. Ult there, coming in. That's beautiful work from Mimi, showing us in pure action. Stunning. Barrel as well, noting that final player's position.
He's got 70 HP. Oh, we'll find it. Comes through. He's got the 4K.
And a fair fight, and none of it. No! Not the knife! Oh, he's done it with a knife! Team Spain picking up the show match victory.
It's been a difficult road for both of these teams to now being in the main event. And it's now time to determine who walks away as the inaugural champion of the season. Is it the America's #1 or the Pacific #1? We're ready for war.
Well, yes, it doesn't cover it. Texture alive and kicking, working his way around, but he's being bounced. Deal with Munchkin. Smoke down, grabbed and out. Dash forwards, but Munchkin again. They weren't expecting it right from behind. Too much to deal with indeed. GenG lead the charge here, taking map 1. One flash play, out and collected. All sorts of kills. Every round, let's go! Lifeless Baron in nature, but he snipes him anyway. At least there, another kill, found and out and defended. You're joking. So fast with the moves, yet Sentinels shut it down. Sticking all the way. Spray down have earned, but will be it. Plenty more action where that came from. Oh, ridiculous. In right click, gamble incorrect. The body blow. 2-1v2, 1v2, rushing. Spawn. No way you expect this, and this could be it. This should be in the map. Done and dusted, but it's not done yet. The job isn't finished. Collected and corralled him in a 1v1 second. Let's go! Let's go! Question, and fires it straight to Celsius. No motion, but a tough plan. 1v1, 1v2, Sassy removed. Bullets left in the clip. Smoke out, open meteor. It's Lakia, a lot to overcome, a lot to do, and it's just impossible. Map 5 is on the cards. Look at that, it's a coordinated effort, an absolutely filthy spray transfer. Your turn to strike back if you can, while the iron is hot, and hot it is! Out! Munchkin! Has he bought enough time? He's got too many targets to deal with. Too much indeed! But how much can one man do? First one found, second one not there! It's over! Sen City, here to play, here to stay, and history has been made!
Congratulations to your Masters Madrid champions, Sentinels! They controlled their own destiny, and now they can finally say they are champions!
Tengo muchas cosas que decirte ahora, pero antes de empezar quiero que le demos sin freno. Si tú quieres podemos empezar desde cero. Sabes que contigo yo me atrevo, yo quiero más y más. Y poder soñarte y verte al despertar y volar, porque solo tú me llevas a otro lugar. Quiero más, solo dime, baby, que no va a pasar. Quiero más de ti. Solo quiero más de ti. Hey, hey, no. Solo quiero más de ti. Solo quiero más. Solo quiero más de ti. Sabes que quiero dejarme llevar. Conmigo lo malo se te va a olvidar. Contigo me voy, no miro el reloj, sin mirar atrás. Permiso y el vuelo, que este es un viaje perfecto. Ignoremos los defectos, todo lo que dice el resto, todo lo que dice el resto. Tengamos algo perfecto, ignoremos los defectos, todo lo que dice el resto. Solo quiero más de ti. Hey, hey, no. it's not the time to make a mistake. You're calling out the name. I'm falling down again. You're calling out to make a mistake. You're calling out the name. I'm falling down again. You're calling out the name.